So in the plenary session one, we have the chairperson, Dr. Krishna Pandey. So the first speaker, the plenary speaker on the plenary session was Professor Praveen Verma, Director, Research and Development, JNU, New Delhi, and he talked on the genomics-assisted genetics quest for pathogen effector and its source targets. It was a mesmerizing note, and it was followed by a tremendous speaker, Dr. Neil Sarovar Bhavesh, senior scientist and the group leader, ICGEB, New Delhi, and who spoke on his work apart from the corona vaccination drive along the globe. It was followed by Dr. Rajpal Singh Yadav, who from Geneva, who spoke on the global scenario of the prevention, control, and the elimination of vector-borne diseases. The session was followed by a very great speaker from the CCMB Hyderabad, Dr. Arvind Kumar. शुरू हो गया, कुछ कम लोग हैं, चेयरपर्सन रिपोर्टर हम लोग हैं, और वहां से सर ऑनलाइन टीके शुरुआत होगा और यूएसए सब लोग जुड़ हैं। नहीं सर, आप ऑफलाइन सर, आप हमारे यहाँ प्रेसिडेंट हैं सर फंक्शन। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, बहुत बहुत जी जी सर, जी सर, जी सर। So the next speaker was Dr. Arvind Kumar from the CCMB Hyderabad, who spoke fluently and very dynamically on the more than the genes, the gene-environment interactions appear to cause complex chronic disease, including neuropsychiatric disorder via epigenetic regulatory mechanism. And the last speaker of the first plenary session was blessed by the chairperson itself, Dr. Krishna Pandey, MD, General Medicine Director and Scientist, GICMR, RMRI, MS Patna, who spoke on the Kalajar elimination. The second plenary session was started at 4:50 p.m. and the chairperson was Professor Akhileshwari Nath. Professor Akhileshwari Nath, and the reporter was Dr. Praveen Kumar, and the first speaker of that very particular session was the Tadit Rai Chaudhary, and who is from the School of Environmental Studies, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and he just spoke on the groundwater arsenic contamination in West Bengal, India, and special reference to its status, magnitude, distribution, health effects, food chain contamination, and remedial measurements. And with this, the session, yesterday the session came to an end with a grand success, and I welcome all of you once again in the second consecutive day of the two-day international conference on the emerging bioscience research for rural and urban development 2021, and that is the day 2. And I'm extremely honored and privileged to invite today's the chairperson, I'm extremely delighted to invite the chairperson of the first plenary session, third of today's function, and that is Dr. Bahau Ali, and from he's a scientist from RMRI, Rajendra Memorial Research Institute, Agamkuwa, and he has done his PhD from CDRI Lucknow in the 1996, and he did his postdoc from SGPG, IMTCH Chandigarh, and also from Taiwan Academia, Sinica, and he has also credited to his name the JSPS from Tokyo, Japan, in the year 2001 to 2008, having got a great experience, the global experience. And he was assistant scientist in Japan And nowadays he is a leading scientist in the ICMR RMRIMS Patna 2000. So give a thunder round of applause for the chairperson of the today's plenary session, third, and Dr. Bahaw Ali. Sir, please, you take your prestigious position on the dais. The rapporteur of the session is Dr. Ranjana, and who is assistant professor in the Department of Zoology, Patna Science College. So I welcome you, ma'am, also. And the speaker, which has already joined online, is Dr. P.K. Srivastava. Sir, उनका background. Sir, बोलेंगे. Dr. P.K. Srivastava, sir, who is the former Joint Director, Head Vector Control and Entomology, and Country's Nodal Officer for Elimination 2004 to 16, National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, Government of India. So it's a great privilege to have the plenary address from Dr. P.K. Srivastava, who will be speaking on elimination of lymphatic filariasis in India and overview. The detail will be shared by the Honorable Chairman. The another speaker is Dr. Sunil Kumar, and the Veteran Affairs Medical Center, Angeles, California, Los Angeles, California, California Health Science University, Clovis, California, and the University of California, Los Angeles. Then he will be talking about the precision circuitry bridging gap between scientific discoveries and clinical care, followed by Dr. Shishir Sishodia, that is the Professor, Department of Biology, College of Science, Engineering and Technology, Texas, Southern University, Houston, Texas, who will be talking about the impact of platinum group metal exposure on human health. I welcome you, sir. Then Dr. Umakant Sahu, the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Genetics, Northwestern University, Huron Street, Chicago. He will be talking on the post-translational control of de novo purine synthesis via the ERK2-PFAS axis. We have Dr. Vikas Singh, Faculty, Research Division of Hematology and Oncology, Department of Pediatrics, Penn State University, Hershey, PA, USA, who will be talking on IGF-2B1 maintains intestinal homeostasis by regulating occludin. And we have Dr. Rakesh Kumar Singh from the Aryabhat Knowledge University, the head academic of University Center for Nanoscience. That is the nanoscience and the nanotechnology in ancient Indian wisdom and assets for Atmanirbhar Bharat and sustainable development of society. And the last speaker will be Dr. R.S. Sharma, former additional director, NBDCP, NCDC Delhi, WHO expert on malaria vector control, Geneva, UNIDO national expert on biopesticides. He will be talking on the emergence, re-emergence of AIDS-borne disease in India, a public health challenges online. So I welcome all of you. And just before giving the microphone to the chairperson, a few words about the keynote speaker of today's session, Professor Dr. P.K. Srivastava. He was head of the Vector Control and Entomology Division of National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, Government of India from 2014 to 17. He has been country's nodal officer for elimination of lymphatic filariasis during 2004 to 16. He has also headed the planning and coordination division of NVBDCP Delhi during 2005 to 14 and has been working as nodal officer for NRHM from NVDCP during the same period. He has been in charge of urban malaria and national filaria control program in India, along with logistics and administration during 1997-2004 in NVBDCP. He has also served in different states as the regional entomologist during 1988-1997. He worked as scientist at Department of Biochemistry, AIIMS, New Delhi, and scientist at Malaria Research Center, now also known as NIMR. Dr. Srivastava has more than 50 scientific publications at his credit and has authored many guidelines chapters in books. His most popular contribution is Operational Manual for Integrated Vector Management in India. He has been recipient of Westgard Franzen Award 2019 by National Academy of Vector-Borne Diseases India in 2019. He has been expert member in Scientific Advisory Committee of various research institutes, and recently he is co-chair of Vector Control Working Group under ISA Pacific Malaria Elimination Network, APMEN, Currently, he is consulting with WHO and also member of Oversight Committee of India CFTM. So, with such a huge laurels attached to the name of Dr. Pradeep Kumar Srivastava, Director, Absolute Human Care Foundation, former Joint Director, National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, I welcome you, sir, for your plenary lecture in this first plenary session of today's, that is the plenary session 3rd. And with this, I am handing over the microphone to the chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And we are assembled here to listen one eminent scientist, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Srivastava. He is retired as a joint director from NB DCP, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He has long working experience, more than 30 years, and he contributes a lot in filariasis research, malaria research, and associated so many bodies. And I invite him for his presentation. Although detail about him told by the Dr. GB Chan, so I'm not going to again same details. So I request Dr. Pradeep Kumar Srivastava, please go ahead of presentation, and I welcome you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. At the outset, I must thank Dr. Chand, Dr. Divakar, and Department of Zoology and all the faculties who have organized this workshop. It's a really honor for me to be invited and brief little bit about this lymphatic filariasis. Though it's a very big chapter and big subject. Just for time management, I'll quickly start. The lymphatic filariasis, as everybody knows, that it is associated with swelling of the legs, lymphedema, and there are other manifestations also, like hydrocele in men, and there are elephantiasis at late stages when there is no hope for the cure. So that is the curse of this disease, basically. This disease has been targeted for elimination, but we have been working on this disease since long, and we have also taken a lot of challenges and a lot of strategic changes in our country we have been taking up based on the 10 years decadal assessment by the ICMR and National Center for Disease Control. So we start with the historical background. Before that, Sushru Samhita and other things where the disease was already referred. In 1955, when the National Program for Filaria Control, NFCP, was launched, it was precisely for both rural and urban areas. But then after 10 years, it was thought that it should be taken in urban areas only, because we were having the collateral benefits of vector control and malaria program where DDT was the main weapon. Then another after 10 years, when the assessment was done, we started giving selective treatment, diagnose the patients of LF lymphatic filariasis and give them full treatment. Under the program, the treatment was for 12 days, diethyl carbamazine citrate with 6 milligram per kg body weight. But in the textbook of the medicine, Davidson and other, they are following 21 days regimen. So that is basically because the patients are under the clinical supervision. Even program 12 days also, it takes a lot of time and a lot of challenges that who has done, because drug compliance is the major issue in public health program. Then another after 10 years, 1984 to 95, the primary healthcare system, when it was under integration and the total primary healthcare approach was launched in India, it was again taken to the rural areas, expanded, because the rural people who will be having this kind of diseases, they should be benefited, and the medicines can be obtained from the PHC, primary health care, centers. Then the last 95 onwards, when there was a massive outbreak of malaria, 94, 95, when the then Prime Minister, he reviewed the total National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. That time it was known as National Anti-Malaria Program. So he reviewed the program, and integrated vector control was, the approach was approved, so that all the diseases being looked after as a national program on vector-borne diseases should be synchronized and should be given integrated vector control. Then the last resort, which is now currently prevailing after the targeted elimination in 97, 98, it was thought that at the community level, single dose annually, if it is given, like preventive chemotherapy, that is why it is known as PCT, preventive chemotherapy, it was launched in the country. Then, having understood the program paradigm shift, we should understand that there are many LF causative agents, but in India we are more concerned about Wuchereria bankrupti, which is transmitted by Culus fasciatus lymphatic disease, and there is another diurnal subperiodic form. Basically, most of the places it is nocturnal, but in Andaman Nicobar Island there is a group of island, Kachar group of island, Teresa. So there it is a diurnal subperiodic form, which was diagnosed, which was identified rather by our late respectable Kalra sir. And initially he thought that it was Aedes niveus group. It continued for decades. But recently the vector name has been changed and it is Downsomia nevea group. Then there is a very small group of people who are affected with Brugia malai. Initially, it was at 6 different places in India, but now recently it has been restricted to one block, Shertalai block of Alappuzha district of Kerala. And very recently, 2 years before, 6 or 7 people, they have been finally confirmed and diagnosed in Odisha Balasore district with Brugia malai. It has got some complication when we talk of elimination. So, understanding this, we must understand that what is the global commitment, what is the elimination targeted. Look here, the so many countries, yesterday also Dr. Rajpal Yadav just gave a glimpse that so many countries in the beginning at the tropical countries, they were all endemic for lymphatic filariasis. And the whole aim of elimination was, there are 3-4 terminology, that control, elimination, eradication and extinction of the disease. So the global program to eliminate lymphatic filariasis was launched in 2000, and the basic of this launching program was a resolution which was passed in 1997. I'll come back to that. So the basic elimination was, you have to bring down to the level of the disease below a threshold. So the first thing, we have to stop the spread at community level, and that is why mass drug administration. And then the people who are affected, when there is no hope, their suffering should be improved, their life, quality of life should be improved. So that is why the disability, morbidity management and disability prevention, that is what MMDP is called. So what was the elimination concept? The elimination concept was that when lymphatic filariasis is not a public health problem, this is very, very important. And how it can be achieved, it was scientifically proved that at community level, if you bring microfilaria carriers prevalence less than 1%, disease may die its own, because it is very poorly transmitted disease. So it is not like malaria or dengue. So once the threshold is lowered, then the disease may die of its own. And that this resolution was passed in 1997 in World Health Assembly resolution. So what was the first meeting? This is very, very important for all of you academicians and the public health programs and the state and district level, that our Indian Secretary Health, he was asked to chair. It was an honor in the first meeting at Santiago. And you know what he told as a chairperson, having understood the whole scenario of lymphatic filariasis, a global overview, that he said that, look here, I have just recorded what is written in this book. We must convince the people, the rural region, to access treatment. However, he said it would be a long haul for India, and that interim targets dates would be necessary between 2000 and 2020. And that was the only reason why 2015 was given as a temporary target or intermediate target in National Health Policy 2002, which was already under formulation when this resolution was passed. This was very, very important resolution. And then the then directors, they started committing, the whole program was launched. In fact, I came little late into that. And then the first pilot project started 13 districts, and in 13 districts, 2 districts of 7 states, 2 districts of Bihar was also selected. So this was very, very important scientific documentation which gave a way to Indian scenario to proceed with the global policy, because we are always based on scientific documentation in locally done in our own country. Then what was the strategy? The global strategy was that to interrupt the transmission, you have to give minimum 5 to 7 years to entire community living at the risk with the antifilarial drug. Antifilarial drug, we had choice of single dose DEC, diethyl carbamazine citrate, or we have a combination which WHO propagated and global program propagated that time, the DEC plus albendazole in certain situation, and ivermectin plus albendazole in African country where DEC cannot be given because of onchocerciasis and low LOS is present. But of late now, because we have not been able to accomplish, in many countries they have not been able to meet the target goal of 2020. So ivermectin, which has been added now, so triple drug combination has been added. But the basically, and for the people who are affected, and the program, what can be done, that simply you have to advocate them to maintain their hygiene, foot hygiene, so that they can just wash and keep the dry. But the important thing is that at community level, whenever you want to give the drug, you have to maintain the coverage above 85, 90 and 100%. If you do not see this graph is very, very important. It is on scientific basis. If you do not, you are little relaxed for the coverage, just send the people to give the drug, whether they use, because there is no magic if you keep the drug in your pocket and the worm will be killed in your system. No, absolutely not. So it is your choice. If you want to continue more than 12, 13, 14, 15 rounds, you maintain with 40-50% coverage. And that is what is happening in many of the districts, many of the states, many of the countries which are not able to meet the desired goal. But those who have ensured it, they have already succeeded. So this was, I have already told that these are the places where mass drug administration was started. These are the 2 parasites, Wuchereria bankrupti and Wuchereria the Brugia malai. There is little bit difference, that is for the academicians and the students. Basically, when they go and they see and they to identify, we do not know exactly how many places Brugia malai is spreading now, because now Odisha people, they have taken a regional office, they have taken some initiative, and they have got it confirmed from RMRC Bhubaneswar, and then they have got it confirmed from VCRC Pondicherry. So now it is confirmed. So maybe in your institute also, some of the people, they can take up a survey. To make the program of such a big level of 650 million, half of the country's population, we have made lot. Earlier days, we made lot of guidelines. It started with stencils, it started with this, and then finally it got printed with WHO support and country support. So separate guidelines for drug distributors and administrators, and separate guidelines for the program managers, academicians, medical college people. We also launched in a big manner in 2004, because government started launching the whole campaign. If you see, this is Jharkhand Chief Minister is administering drones. Pondicherry Health Minister is administering drones. This is the Pondicherry Sea Beach. People are having some fate, but there is a DC, this green color. If you enlarge, you will be able to see. So there was many places, the local leaders, health ministers, union health ministers, Andhra Pradesh. I mean, it was a big show. People they have made, because then there were different guidelines how to know, how to assess the disease burden, sub-center wise, village wise, what minimum things you require to be listed, and then how to make a provision of motivating people by just giving very small token of hygiene maintenance kits. And then hydrocoelectomy, it was also made in a camp mode. It was done in all the states, including Bihar, UP, everywhere, because hydrocele along with the hernia, this is a very common surgery, so there is not much complication, and it was done in a massive manner. You will see lot of capacity building workshop, lot of personal demonstrations, lot of people bringing at one platform. It started and it is continued. But the whole issue is that basically the implementers have to make it. So from global level, if you look on the India, see, half of the Indian population is living at the risk. Now currently it was 40% of the total population, and zero, it is more than 80% Southeast Asia region, because out of 11 countries, 9 are endemic in Southeast Asia region, and out of 9, 2 are already declared certified as elimination, and one or more are like Timor and other small countries. But we have our own problem because of population density, because of health force. I'll come back to that. Now see, whole world, zero region is contributing 63, and out of this 80% plus is contributed by India. So we started with 256 districts, but when the situation came little under control, and about 89, 90 districts have cleared from southern portion, that they have eliminated. But then the other area which was resurveyed, some more districts have been identified, maybe part of those districts, and they are also included in the strategy. The line listing of lymphedema cases, which was done for the first time, you look here, UP and Bihar, they are the major contributors in that. This is very important diagram. About 1.4 million cases were listed, and state-wise the detailed data were given. And it actually includes district-wise data also. So the mapping has been done, little more intensification is required. So what is the progress in that? That all these things started after 93, when the 6 diseases were identified as eliminatable. Then followed by this 2000 global program. I have already told the sequence of this was given, and the MDA which we are talking, we have already had our experience in 1949, 15 or 54, because our Indian scientists, they were fantastic. I mean, we have read all these papers and literatures. This is very important. And even the inclusion of 2-drug therapy of WHO globally, we have done our own trial with the help of ICMR and National Center for Disease Control, and then only we admitted this. And now this triple drug regimen also, during my time when we initiated the project, now it is under expansion of districts. I think 2019 or 20, one district, Arwal, was also taken from Bihar for this triple drug therapy. And this gives a lot of this thing. The impact is visible in India. 2004 and 2018 data, you see, there are many districts. See the southern portion and Goa, this western portion, Goa, and all these things, it is all cleared from people bringing down the microfilaria rate and their assessment. This is very clear. Assam portion, you see, this is all clear. So this is all what has happened with the growth. Unfortunate part was that in 2016, India was given full geographical coverage, but by mistake or something like that, India was included, that MDA started, but not at all the states. But then when I made a presentation, it was immediately after 2018, it was immediately corrected, and India was brought back in that selected to all endemic districts. So in Indian conditions, all the endemic districts which are identified, they are already in the mass drug administration or preventive chemotherapy. Now currently there are 257 as per 2019 data. 98 districts have been cleared. So roughly you can say out of 600, 700 million population, roughly 200 million population have already been cleared with the effort of states and research organizations and the central government under this program. But what we have learned, this is very, very important, that good governance and resource mobilization, sustenance is very, very important. Assessment survey that has revealed that these states they have cleared, they are very successful. Example, Goa, Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, Daman, Assam, and some districts of Kerala, Karnataka, Gujarat. There are limited efforts for good governance in certain portion where partial success or failure has been observed. This is an important point to note, and there only we would like to have the support of the academic institutions, especially from the zoology department, and if they are having life sciences or entomology. Routine activity is not going to do for such kind of campaign. We have had a lot of good experience with this COVID-19 when everybody, right from top to bottom, they were all involved, including the administration of the districts. There are many scientific publications which have been emphasizing this, that there should be an area of focus on improving the drug compliance. All the papers almost they have talked about, and this was inbuilt component of the program. We supported such kind of assessment by the program, giving some money to token money, and then they have got their own money to do the assessment. So we have done this. There are many scientific publications. We would like to request Dr. Chand and his team that they can, their students also can have an interaction with the state authorities, and they can take up such kind of papers, so that this will be an eye opener, especially in Bihar, or if they have got their own platform in different places, they can do. They are very good example. Compliance was 68%. There are hotspot area defect. So this will help the government and the state government to look into that area, so that the drug compliance is improved, and as early as the country achieves the goal of the elimination. Now they have, in additional, there are a couple of slides more. What is the priority of the program? That we have heard about COVID. We must add more priority to other programs than VVD. That is the basic problem. If you go to all the total health programs you take, what is the priority attached to vector-borne diseases? And among that, what is the priority? I will quote one example. One of the state I was just discussing, and the chief administrator, they were asking, what, Dr. Srivastav, you are talking malaria, we spend about 50 lakh throughout the year, and you want 4 crores immediately on one single day to be spent on LF. This is not possible. So this is our role, how to convince them that this is one day mass drug administration, and you require everybody to be on foot, on the toes. That is what is very important. Then in the district level, if you see the chief medical officer, civil surgeon, if you say in Bihar, PSC medical officers, they are responsible for so many health programs, and in addition to their own clinical duties. So this is very multitasking is a big problem in our country, where in other countries, single one point agenda. Malaria person is working for malaria, though they are working under integrated system, but they are focused with their job. Then mindset of verticality. Everybody wants that this is my baby and it should be with me. No, most of the people, they should be trained. It should be on the platform, and that is why I thank Dr. Chand and his team that they have brought so many people at one platform, including international experts also. So drug compliance, local difficulty has to be formulated, found out with the help of the scientist, and then given to the feedback to the program people. Instead of complaining, it should be supportive. Then there are other technical challenges, that the filaria test kit for antigen detection in our country, it is, though it has been now proved beyond doubt, but still there are a scope of some kind of research, whether its sensitivity and versus microfilaria prevalence, what is the exact scenario in our local situation. Then difficulty in reading the records. Exactly at 10 minutes it has to be recorded. If it is less or above, it becomes a controversial issue. And then final results will be on the dilemma, and the local people, they will be 1 second, please, 1 second. I'm sorry. So this is very, very important, that there has been a lot of negative tests which was found fading after 10 minutes. And but these are the things which is to be taught to the people who are working in the field. This is very, very important. Then continuous training, continuous orientation is required, whether it is Bihar or UP or Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or across the board, or Indonesia or Thailand or Timor. Sustenance of training involving all academicians and research people and the program people is very, very important, and they should be made as a complete package of trainers, so that everybody, trainers, they talk on one line like program guidelines. That is how the capacity can be improved. And senior people, they should talk using their own resources to the senior officials, so that the financial breakup, physical, human resources are not broken. Now the situation is that there is no entomologist working in most of the states. There is no vector control specialist. All are on ad hoc basis. All are on contractual basis. So they have their priority changes, because they every year they see whether they are regular, their services will be continued or not. So that fear is always there. See the example, even with this constraints, we have been states like having more entomological component: Gujarat, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu. And the result you have seen in the map which I have showed, that they have cleared. States having more lymphatic filariasis expert, again Gujarat, Kerala, Karnataka, Odisha, Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu and UP. UP have got. Then the Bihar like state, all the districts, this is the only state where all the 38 districts are endemic for lymphatic filariasis. Something has to be done very quickly on this. Entomological monitoring and vector control, this is very, very important component of this program. This is the last but one slide. This is the whole scenario what we are supposed to do for elimination of lymphatic filariasis. MDA we have to start, we have done mapping, we are doing MDA, but we are extending beyond 5 rounds. Post MDA surveillance, when we enter only we have to do. And then vector control under integrated vector management, there is a full guidelines which is available on the website. Before my retirement, we have just published and we have posted on that. So that is very, very important. And simultaneously, the second important pillar, morbidity management and disability prevention. This is minimum package is very, very important, because in the next slide, you will see that why it is important. You see, this is the last slide. We are stopping the spread of infection through MDA, but we have to implement MDA. We have already almost done. Now the job is that we have to narrow down the endemic area at the block or sub-district level. So if entire district doesn't require mass drug administration, we should limit our resources and do efficiently. Then we have to reduce the infection below a threshold, which for that we have to assess. For assessment, we have to demonstrate sustained reduction. And for that sustained reduction, we have to assess, we have to show post-MDA surveillance, both epidemiological and entomological, case identification and entomological monitoring, vector surveillance, and then preventive chemotherapy or complete treatment and focal MDA, plus supported with the vector control. But where is the vector control for LF? Then alleviate suffering. Burden estimation will continue. Minimum package, minimum 1 unit of this in one district, every district, so that if people who are having lymphedema, if they ask where to go, somebody should say, go to this hospital and there is one room especially designed for you. So that is what is required. And unless these things are met, certification process dossier will not be complete. This is what I just wanted to flag on this lymphatic filariasis. And without all cooperations, This is my patent slide that we need everybody's cooperation. Thank you very much for this. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, sir. So much nice presentations and cover a lot of things, how to eradicate lymphatic filariasis and how NVDCP programs. And now I think open for the questions. So due to the time scarce, 1 or 2 questions I will allow from the audience first. So anybody?
Good morning, sir. It is my privilege to hear you once again on the elimination of lymphatic filariasis. We are in Bihar, and this conference is going to be conducted in Bihar with the courtesy of Patna University. And it is important that your guideline will be helpful in elimination program of filaria in Bihar. I hope Dr. Chand will be able to cooperate in this program with their students. So, sir, just I want to know that how the student can be involved in the elimination program of the Kalajar, and what are the prospects for them in future to get any job or any opportunity to this vector management or the control program of filaria and other vector-borne diseases, sir, please.
Very important questions you have raised, Dr. Diwakar. Thank you very much. You have asked about Kalajar, but Kalajar and lymphatic filariasis, both the students, they can take up small projects, submit a project to National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program or with the state program officer, or there is WHO NTD coordinator also available, or with your regional the Rajendra Memorial Research Center RMRC of ICMR Center. They can be associated with taking small projects. We can be always helping them. One small project that estimation of 1 district or 1 PHC. One small project like microfilaria survey in night survey versus the daytime survey, comparison of with ICT or FTS which is available. Another small projects like go see the impact assessment, because during my time we were giving around somewhere around 15,000 rupees, and now it must be increased under PIP. So they can take up the assessment and they can get a documentation and publication also. That's what I was showing this. So there are many small projects, how to improve the compliance in local area, how to improve the compliance in urban area. The students who cannot go and stay in the night for budget provision and financial resources, they can just take up a small. Even Patna itself, it's a big challenge, because most of the people urban area and more educated people, it becomes more difficult. So there was a combi project which was on communication and behavioral impact. So they can always take up certain project with the questionnaire, why you don't want to take, so that it can be. I'll give you one example, that initially when we started giving DEC in loose tablets, it was restricted in Kerala. They made a Kudumbushri program. That Kudumbushri, basically they are family friends, but they were basically used for cleaning. So the people who are having little the mindset of the chua chut wala business, they were not taking drug from their hand. So we have to do local designing. So first we have to find out, so the students can help us. Now the second aspect of your question was to where to get the job. There are many job opportunities which are coming up, though it is not a regular one. But if they have the zoology, life sciences with some vector control experience, they can always look for the website. And I hope in very recently they are doing a lot of efforts, so that many positions they may come up in the global fund supported projects in different states. But they should be ready. If they want to do for vector-borne disease, they should be ready to work in the field, because program per se requirement is not to work in the lab, to work in the field. So these are there are many avenues, and they can be in contact with you, so that we will be able to help them. Thank you, Dr. Diwakar.
Thank you, sir. And I think one of Dr. Murari is online from Nepal. Do you have any question, Dr. Murari, to Dr. Srivastav? So you can ask if. I think he is not responsive. Any question from audience? Any other question from audience? If anybody have any query or comment? So I think no more question from audience.
Yes, sir.
Sir, pardon?
Yeah, good morning, sir. I might just ask one doubt.
Yeah, Dr. Murari?
No, this is Dr. Anju.
Okay, other one. Okay, do you want to do you have any question?
Yeah, just one clarification I need.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
What is your name?
Dr. Anju Vishwan.
From where?
I'm from Chhattisgarh.
Chhattisgarh. Okay,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, sir. As usual, nice presentation. Hello.
Please ask your question, Dr. Anju.
Yeah, sir. As usual, excellent presentation, sir. Sir, I have one doubt regarding this focal MDA. So, when will we start the focal MDA? In a village, how many cases, if total number of cases reported, we can start this focal MDA? Minimum, is there any number like that?
No. Focal MDA, for focal MDA, so far there is no minimum number. The only criteria is if given an area, suppose one district you are taking and they are divided into 5 or 6 blocks, and in 3 blocks you are not getting any case, but in one block you are getting some cases, and above 1% microfilaria prevalence. That is when you are doing 500 persons, you are working in filariasis, so you are aware that if in one site you are working in 500 people and it is more than 5, so that area does not qualify for a stoppage of MDA. So instead of doing full 20 lakhs population MDA, you should restrict. That is what my purpose of giving this, narrowing down this area. And this experience in your state, only Kerala has also seen in Punani block of one district. So they have left other area of the district and they have focused in one district, one block of that area. That is what is known as focal MDA.
Okay. If no cases are emerging from one village, sir, so we can do their MDA?
But in public health program, you cannot leave one village adjacent in one block. So minimum unit you should do, either you take block. So you are narrowing down from district of 20 lakh population or 40 lakh population to 2 lakh population or 3 lakh population. But within the smaller unit, you should not fragment that one village I'll take and one village I'll not take.
No, if there were no surveillance, nothing like that. So when new cases are reporting from one village, we can do their focal MDA.
We are not answering for hypothetical question. Give a scientific data.
No. It's regular. It's one experience which I had seen here in Chhattisgarh. From one village, there were so many cases were reported. So focal MDA we can do there. No? That's
take the surrounding area and do the focal MDA. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Dr. Srivastav, so you cover a lot of things and you mentioned that out of 257 districts endemic and around 100 districts already cleared. And our target to eliminate the filariasis 2020. So maybe we can say that 40% we have covered, right? But still we have a lot of challenges, and you discuss also technical challenges, operational challenges. So when suppose expected to clear all districts, because you associated NBDCP and other programs, so you maybe have the idea, or we have to again increase the our target like 2025 or 2030, something like that. So can you tell us something more about this one?
Very pertinent and very $1 million question actually you have raised. This is the $1 million question.
Thank you, sir.
Sustainable Development Goal has merged all the elimination goal by 2030 now. So the SDG goal has now given for 2030, even for Kalajar, even for LF also, everything has to be aligned with the sustainable development goal, which says that all elimination should be targeted by 2030. Now it is on the countries, because 2014, why it is not because of public health problem. Initially we started that it should not be a public health problem and we have brought it. But then how to prove it? 2014 only WHO brought a guideline. 2013 transmission assessment survey. The last slide I have shown that 2-3 rounds we have to do transmission assessment survey at the gap of 2 years. So even if we prove by 2021 or 2022 or 2023 that we have brought microfilaria prevalence less than 1%, we have to go for another 5-6 years then to show sustenance. So automatically it is beyond the 26-27. So automatically it goes by sustainable development goal by 2030. We should target that. First we should do mass drug administration and stop MDA by showing microfilaria prevalence less than 1%, at least in next 2-3 years. Then only we will be able to show, documentarily prove that yes, we have been able to reduce and sustain it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm obliged for this honor and given invited me. Thank you.
So Dr. Chan is yeah, so hello. Now the next speaker, Dr. Sunil Kumar. Okay, and he is going to speak on the precision security bridging gap between the scientific discoveries and clinical care. So I think about the speakers, Dr. Chan already briefly mentioned earlier. So I don't want to take more times. That's why I invite directly to Dr. Sunil Kumar to go ahead. And sorry, sirs, I'm not telling again things. So please go ahead for presentations. You hear me?
Thank you. Yeah. Can you see on the screen, my screen?
Yes, yes. Now, so please,
So
in slide mode, you can change it in slide mode now.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. I just want to make sure that my screen is shared.
Yeah, it's already shared. It's already
okay. Hi, good morning. Honorable Chairperson of the session, Dr. Wahawale. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I feel honored and for extending invitation by the organizing committee. My dear colleague and students at Patna University and other participating University of Bihar and other states. I really feel very honored, and at this moment of time, I'm a little bit emotional as you know that I spent the most of the best of my time in Science College campus growing up, and I see a lot of my friends, my colleagues in the audience with whom I spend best moment of time. My best time in Patna was in Patna Science College, Patna Women's College, and BN College. I have always been the part of the university, and I'm very much attached, and I don't know, I'm a little bit emotional, but I'm very much thankful, and I'm very happy at the same time that such an international conference is being organized and hosted by the Department of Zoology, Patna University. And it's really a big step. And I'm very much honored to be the speaker, one of the speaker of the session. So I straight away go to my topic, start my my talk. Let me do the slide mode. Yes. Well, the topic of my talk today is the precision psychiatry, and this is for bridging gap between the scientific discovery and the clinical care. The objective of this talk is to understand how scientific discoveries could be integrated to develop personalized clinical care of the patient who is having the psychiatric issues. That is to bridging a gap between scientific discoveries and clinical care. Let us first see what exactly we mean by the precision psychiatry. But before telling this, I want to say that this is my new find research, though all through in the US, I have been involved in the basic research in the neuroscience. And very recently, I joined this group of psychiatrists and scientists, and I'm very happy to do a contribution directly to the patient care who are having a lot of psychiatric issues with the emerging branch of the psychiatry that is called precision psychiatry. So what is in the background that the mental has always been traditionally relied on the subjective reports to the doctors, to the clinicians, and that take the factors like how is your sleep, how was your energy, how was your mood, what is your feeling. And but in the recent time, there are so many scientific developments in science as well as in the neuroscience, and that has a potential really to revolutionize the healthcare. So whatever the method that is being done in the traditional psychiatry is going to be revolutionized by this precision medicine and precision psychiatry. So what exactly we do in the precision psychiatry or the precision medicine is to develop a method that will generate basic science discoveries using the innovative technologies and then integrate basic science finding to optimize the treatment. Just to mention the common psychiatric illness or disorders, they are the depression, anxiety, bipolar, schizophrenia, post-traumatic stress disorder, OCD, and addiction. Other than that, we have tons of other psychiatric issues. The common psychiatric interventions that is offered by the clinicians are, first of all, on the cognitive behavior therapy, that the patient has to go some behavior therapy, and if it doesn't work, then medication is the intervention. And medication, there are tons and tons of medication for the intervention. Then the other method is use the transmagnetic stimulus, that is to give the magnetic stimulus basically to the cortical area to fix up the circuits, rewiring. And next is the deep brain stimulus, in which it's really very strong stimulus given by the electrodes in the particular area of the brain, say the very bad state of the disease. Then electroconvulsive therapy is also given in some of the cases in which the seizure is induced for a certain period of time, that is then relieved, and that helps in the improvement of the patient. And above that, the new emerging branch is the precision medicine or precision psychiatry. Now, the basic question is that what will work best for the patient? There are either two options. Option number one, that once you go to visit to the clinicians say that on an average, this is the medication that works in case like you. And the second option is that this is the medication which work best for you. And I'm sure that everybody sitting here will like the second option. That means a treatment that is customized to you, a treatment, a medication, a plan in the psychiatry, that's for you, that works best for you. And this answer lies in the practice of the precision psychiatry. Now I'll quickly go over the incidences. I don't want to devote much time. Just I want to say that in US, it is 1 in 5 that is suffering from the mental illness. And if we look at the different ratio, this is most important here, that lowest among Asian adults. In India also, we have this data that 197 million people are having disorders and other things. I'll quickly pass. This I will quickly pass that these are the showing the incidence of the mental illness state-wise in India. And the 4 important mental illness in India that is shown, and that has a difference in the sex ratio. That is, it is more in the female than the male. Now, coming to what precision psychiatry uses. So basically, precision psychiatry is looking for the biomarkers by the use of the tests, and those biomarkers are the basic for planning a treatment. I'll quickly go over some of the tests that is used. The first one is the neuroimaging. And there are 2 types, fMRI and PET. But basically, fMRI is used in the patient to look for the circuits, how the circuits are there in the brain and what's going on. It gives the functional MRI of the brain. Then the second is EEG, electroencephalogram, that records the brain waves. And that also can give some biomarker, what's going on in the brain. Then the peripheral serum go for the test for some blood markers. Then the various genetic markers in the pharmacogenomic practice, that is also looked. Neurocognition and behavior. Now we look at some basic neurobiology of the psychiatric illness. So the current classification of the psychiatric illness is based upon the DSM-5. The most recent edition is like 8 years back. But the problem with this is that the diagnosis is based on the illness based upon the sign and symptom of the mental disorder. And this is not taking the account of the underlying cause, which should be a better way to say. But what happens, like neurobiological understanding, that offers the precise classification of the psychiatric disorders, and probably that will guide a better choice of the treatment. We'll just go over the quick origin of the psychiatric syndrome. This could be a neurodevelopmental issues, or it could be genetic, epigenetic. We had a nice lecture yesterday from Dr. Arvind Kumar from CCMB. He has given an account that epigenetic can influence the development of the psychiatric disorders. That I think you have memory from the yesterday lecture. The other factors could be like during gestation, childhood, or adolescence. There are risk factors. And then the other one could be the plastic response to the environmental insult and contingency. Now, a very brief account of the brain. Everybody, I think, understand the basic, but just a brief account that our brain is made up of the billions of cells called neurons. And the neurons connect with each other in trillions of ways, and they form a countless number of the neural circuits. There are various neurotransmitters from different groups of the neurons. They could be excitatory or they could be inhibitory. The excitatories are glutamate, acetylcholine, epinephrine, serotonin, dopamine, and orexin. And inhibitories are mainly the GABA and the MCH. These neurotransmitters are synthesized into the neuronal cells. They are stored there in the form of secretory vesicle and released in response to certain behavior, certain activity in the brain cells. And they act on the synaptic postsynaptic receptors and sometimes presynaptic also. And eventually they are metabolized or reuptake. The overproduction or the underproduction is of the neurotransmitters or over response or under response. This could be the reason that could lead to the dysfunction or maybe the overfunction of the neuronal circuits. This dysfunction is modulated or refined by some other factors like biological and environmental. Biological could be genetic variants, and environmental could be even the exposure to the stress. So here, that recognition of these inclusions of the affected circuit could be a better plan for the diagnosis and the treatment. What neuroscientists are doing nowadays in the team of the psychiatrists are that based upon the fMRI the patient is undergoing for the test, they used to say the state of the brain, and knowing the knowledge of the disruption of the neural circuits that increases the accuracy of determining which patients are likely to be benefited from the intervention. So the question is that what type of intervention has to be given? These are the basic informations that guide us, that gives us the basic diagnosis that what type of treatment has to be done. And of course, the multiple imaging help in a better way. So now coming to one very good example that how neurobiological understanding of the neural circuits that help determine the intervention. This is the compilation based upon the 150 papers in the neuroscience area done by the Williams group. He compiled it, this group has compiled, and they have identified precisely in the fMRI that what are the circuits in normal situation and what are the circuits that the brain situation goes wrong. So these are the markers that default mode or salience mode, or when there's a negative effect, and what is the brain situation negative effect, when there's a positive effect, or their attention and cognition. So this is the normal situation, and the normal circuits and normal circuits are shown in the fMRI. But if there is some issues like rumination or anxious avoidance or negative bias or threat regulation and so on. So these are the neural circuits that could be seen in different states, and this is particularly with reference to the patient suffering from depression or anxiety. So there are different categories and there are different set of the neuronal circuits that could be seen in the fMRI. And depending upon what type of circuits are seen here, I'm not going into the detail, not very technical at this point of time, because I have so many things to cover. But just I want to say that neuronal circuits could be recognized, and it could be recognized that what is weaker circuits, like dotted lines, they are the weaker connections, connectivity, hypoconnectivity, or maybe hyperconnectivity. So I just had told that there could be two situations, either it is hyperactive or it is hypoactive. So if there is an identification, there's a diagnosis that what type of circuits are under, what type of circuits are over, that could give the basis for the intervention, that what type of interventions are required. Because normally what happens in the psychiatry, that if you go to visit to the clinicians, they start with one medication. It doesn't work, then they start another medication, then another medication. And after some time, you see there is no improvement and where to go. So if it is decided that, and if you have medication after medication, that also develops resistance. So there is a resistance variety of the patient, and that is a challenge. So if you know in the beginning that what is the best that works for the patient, then of course a big development in the treatment. So these are the presentations that if the circuit shows this mode, then what type of intervention is that? So it has to go for TMS. If this is different, this type of circuits in the brain, then it has to go SSRI treatment and deep brain stimulus. Similarly, different type of therapies could be suggested. Now I'll give you one case, and this case will illustrate that how a particular treatment plan is determined in the group of psychiatrists and the neuroscientists and some other, and that works best for a patient, and that is the goal for the precision psychiatry. In this case, there's a male engineer who is in his early 50s with recurrent depressive disorder and unable to continue on the work, and a lot of stress. And what is worst about this patient is that this patient has undergone 6 treatment trials, one after another. 5 of them were SSRI and 1 electroconvulsive, and everything failed. And this guy is feeling prominent anhedonia, that is, he doesn't have interest in the happiness, and hopelessness. And his other test, cognitive test, that revealed that he showed reaction, is very slow reaction to identify happy face. So he's neither happy and delayed recognition of a happy face. So his fMRI profiling was done, and it was found that he has the greatest dysfunction in reward neurocircuits. So this guy was treated with for the depressive system, but the basic problem was lying into the reward neurocircuitry. So there's a study which shows that this is study by the Greenberg that shows the ventral stratum, which is the key node of reward circuitry, that showed hypoactivity in neuroimaging in the patient who are depressed, and they have endorsed anhedonia. Then other study shows that selective D3 dopamine D3 receptor agonist, a drug that is called premaxizole. So this is known to have increased activation in the key region of the ventral stratum. So what happens? The recommendation of the team was that Mr. AK has to be put on premaxizole medication. And to the surprise, this medication worked, and within 4 weeks of medication, the anhedonia improved, and the follow-up was done, and the patient was out of the problem. So this is a very important example, the case in which the treatment of the patient was done precisely, the treatment which was suitable to the person. Next aspect is the pharmacogenomics in the psychiatric illness. This picture shows that the drug which comes into the body, that has to be metabolized, that has to be eliminated with the help of the liver and the kidney. The enzyme responsible for this is mostly the cytochrome P450. This is called CYP. This is found in the ER membrane. But this enzyme is a family of enzymes, and various isoforms have been identified, and they are named as CYP with the defining set of numbers and the letters. And in this picture, it shows that what are the proportions of different CYP isoforms in the metabolism, like CYP2, D6, CYP2, C19, and all. But what is more important, that the molecular basis of these enzymes are well understood. And the other aspect is that almost all physicians, 98% of physicians who are working in the United States, they know that pharmacogenetic informations are significantly influencing the therapy, and they have to follow that. And severe drug reactions is also very common here. That forms the hospitalization. And you'll be surprised to know that it contributes to 100,000 annual death. That is 7% of the total hospital admissions. So we nowadays in the COVID situation, we talk about that this much of patient is hospitalized, and out of that, this much has died. But look at this data, that very simple thing, that due to the not following the guidelines for the pharmacogenetic therapy, 100,000 people are dying every year, and even more stay in the hospitalization. So the most important one out of the all isoforms that is important for the psychiatric treatment, that they are the CYP C90, C9, D6, and the other HLA marker which are involved in the rejection and hypersensitivity, HLA, human leukocyte antigen A and B. So the genetic information is about these parameters for the pharmacogenomic is important, as there are 21 psychiatric drugs being prescribed in the US and everywhere in the world. They have the guidelines, prescribing the guidelines by the International Society of Psychiatric Genetics, and they encourage the use of guidelines. There are 76 commercial laboratories in the US and 45 healthcare organizations all over the world for the testing. And surprisingly, we'll come to know that this is a routine screening in few countries, say, for example, Taiwan and Thailand. Now, let us come to the another case. This case is of the 67-year-old woman, and this person has undergone for the drug citalopram and escitalopram, and maximum dose in 3 weeks and not improved. He was admitted to the hospital, and it doesn't work. So what happened that the pharmacogenetic test was done, and it was found that he was rapid metabolizer for C19, but normal for D6. And on the basis of drug, a drug is prescribed, and he improved. So very simple pharmacogenetic testing that helps in improving the treatment. The other aspect is the immune system. The immune system is found to be hyperactive, very active in case of the so many psychiatric cases, and most prominent among them are the TNF and IL-1 beta, IL-6, and CRP. So for these inflammations, they cause they affect the neurotransmitters in the release and uptake, particularly the monoamine and glutamate, and they modulate the activity of the neural circuits. This picture I want to show you that inflammation is caused by so many reasons, like metabolic syndrome, obesity, medical illness, genetics, stress, dysphoria, and they affect the neurotransmitters, neurocircuits, and behavior, and cause of the diseases. And if you see the biomarkers, the clinician can go for intervention. It has been shown that the patient who are very high in the inflammatory biomarkers, they do not respond to the antidepressant, conventional antidepressant, which is SSRI and SNRI, but they are responsive better for the electroconvulsive treatment and ketamine. And the other thing is that in inflammation, dopamine signaling is affected. And if the drug which target improve the dopamine level, for example, bupropion, that is found to be effective in the treatment. Other than that, the few very critical development has happened in the science recent years. One is the wearable digital device. For example, Fitbit. We have the Apple Watch, so it is something like Apple Watch. But the difference between this is that Apple Watch is that they charge very quickly, and it can be without charging for a week or more than that. And it is connected to the device, wireless device that is in your home, and the data is directly transferred to the clinician. So this is the looking for the data. You look for the fitness data, clinician look for the data. The other things development has happened in the proteomics, lipidomics, and metabolomics. And development is such a big development that a blood microsample that you can do at home, it could be analyzed for 1,500 metabolites, lipids, proteins, while the other 150 cytokines plus 15 metabolic hormones. So this is a very important development, recent development in the science that is going to be used in the clinical care. And the last one is most important, the artificial intelligence. So the computer science has developed the artificial intelligence, and that is very much useful. Now,
Dr.
this is the
Sunil, how much time you will take more?
3
So
minutes
because-
more. 3
Okay.
minutes, 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry. So this is the different population. So this population may be for hopelessness, apathy, poor sleep, and all. So what is going to happen? All of the patient information that comes in the form of questionnaire, neurobiological findings that we have discussed, genomics like pharmacogenomics, blood markers like inflammatory markers, they all are integrated into the data system, send it to the machine learning. This is unsupervised. This is not a statistics based. This is the machine learning that used to develop the algorithm and reclassify the types into the subtypes. And depending upon this information, the personalized treatment option is given to the patient. Now, nowadays, this is one of our projects we are working, that we are putting the metabolic, proteomics, and lipidomics and actigraphy into this. So imagine 1,500 to 1,600 components. So the computer, the machine is going to identify if the patient is having certain pattern, endocrine pattern, or some other pattern. And on the basis of that, there could be a personalized treatment. So this is the model on which we are working. And a group of neuroscientists and the clinician, they are helping to develop a personalized treatment option for a patient. So what is the future of the precision psychiatry is that to generate a multi-modal deep biological data set, this is called big data in the psychiatric illness, then to develop the real-time mental health artificial intelligence algorithm, and then apply this algorithm for identifying the biomarkers and physiological signals associated with the symptoms and trajectory of the treatment, and integrate all information for an innovative precision medicine and wellness of the mental health. And I want to end the lecture with the words from the Joshua Gordon, who is the director of the National Institute of Mental Health, the US. And he says that you have to be mindful that you as a clinician is also studying a brain. You are also a neuroscientist in the patient focused way, but you have to if you don't understand this, then one of two things is going to happen, or maybe both. They will be behind. There won't be do a psychiatry of tomorrow, or psychiatry of tomorrow won't be. And this is my team members, the collaborators are from the West LA, Los Angeles, VA. Then we have collaborator from CHSU and UCLA. And the another collaboration is at the VA National Artificial Intelligence Institute that we are working in the model I've just shown you in the picture. And these are my lab members at the VA Center. And thank you very much. And I'm sorry a little bit go over, but I mean, this is what
Thank you so much, Dr. Sunil Kumar. And you have covered a lot of things from psychiatry to the neuroscience, how science is really going on, and also artificial intelligence. So now house is open for questions from audience. If audience have any questions, please go ahead. So I think no question from the audience side, but as a chairperson, I have privilege to ask you So maybe my question regarding to little bit out from your presentations. You know our world is suffered from COVID-19, and last year we have second wave for Delta variant. Now Omicron is again hitting door, okay? And US or UK have so much cases now. And you know the post-COVID effect. So where the so many things after post-COVID like high blood pressure, big blood sugar, anxiety, or lewdness, loneliness, so many factors you have seen, okay, after post-COVID treatment. So how you have to think about the these area? What is your comment?
For what?
Hello?
Yes, so yeah, so the COVID situation has confined the people at home, and this has affected tremendously, and the effect is much more on the kids, and the psychiatric cases are on increase in these days. So the one of the impact of the COVID is that the psychiatric cases are going to be up. People are having more psychiatric illness.
How about the neurological changes that my indication about the, do you can comment on some neurological changes that do you have idea?
Uh, could be, but basically it is the issue of the psychological. But you know, due to the stress, because the entire population, the world is in the stress, and the stress is the one of the major factor affecting the psychiatric and neurodegenerative diseases. So could be that, but as such, from the COVID virus changes in the nervous system or neural system, I'm not sure about that.
Okay, thank you, sir. 1 minute.
Hello,
I have a question.
Sunil Bhaiya.
Yes.
Before I'm asking any question, I'm just showing my gratitude towards you from the bottom core of my heart on behalf of the organizing committee, sir, that you just put an extra laurel to the conference. You have not presented only, but for the sake of the audience, I can just speak that you are also the pivot of the conference, and you just maintained all the international speakers with whom we are here. And this is only due to you, sir, that you continuously guided me. Even in the late hours in the US, you guided us. So,
Thank you.
it give a thunder round of applause for the son of soil, Dr. Sunil Kumar from the Department of Zoology, and he is now residing in California, and he has guided each and every moment for me to just make this August gathering and the galaxy of international speakers. And this was only due to the Sunil Bhaiya. So I don't have any question except my deepest sense of gratitude towards my beloved Sunil Bhaiya. So
Thank
Sunil Bhaiya, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, one question. Just quickly.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, please.
Sir, because you spoke on mental health and I was sitting here, so I thought that I'll ask you that the general perception in India about mental health is that it is taken as an stigma and burden on family. Sir, can we now say that the masses with precision psychiatry and the better clinical care you elaborated, we have better days for mentally unstable, unfortunate people?
Yes, this is what is going to happen, because you know, when we growing up, I do remember for any small stuff we say, पागल हो गया है ये, इसको कांके में भर्ती कर दो. So
Yes,
this is the stigma. I also grew up in India seeing the people around. But now it's a question of not only mental illness, it's a mental health. So now the scientific community and clinicians talking about the overall health that includes not only the physical health, but the mental health also. So in this regard, our conception for this is going to change, because mental health is not inherited. It's like genetics and environment both, and mental health is a spectrum. So you cannot put a stigma for pagal hai, mad. No, there is the mental health, and the mental health is affected by so many factors. Just we have seen that it could be even inflammation, and inflammation causes severity of the mental health and initiation of mental health. But that depends also upon so many things: what you eat, what is your style, and what is your activity, and what type of disease you have. So it's not only the mental illness come from the mental issue, but it can come from the others like inflammation. And inflammation is caused even by the diabetes. So clinician also in my other group is working the mental issues of the diabetic patient. They are working on the patients that the patient is diabetic, but this diabetic patient is going to have this issue. So the stigma of the mental illness in India is going to improve if we go more in the research and percolating the concepts to the society and making the people aware about the mental health, that how you can keep good mental health. And all mental health is not extreme mad. So this is a spectrum, and that spectrum is affected by so many factors.
thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So now please unshare your slides.
Thank you. Okay.
So now next speaker, Dr. Sisodia, from Professor of Biology, Texas Southern University. And he did master and PhD from Banaras in the University of Banaras. And he is working on the signal transductions, on transcription, tumorogenesis, and other aspects. So before taking more time, I request him to go ahead of his lectures, and please cover within 25 minutes, because we are already delayed from the time. So I request you, and his title on the talk is the impact of the platinum group metal exposure on human health. So Dr. Sisodia, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson and Co-Chairperson. I'm unable to share my screen. So it says one person can share at a time.
Oh, so sir, did you send a slide or you have?
No, I haven't sent the slides.
So if you send Professor Chan, maybe he can give his group, and that we can share. That is the way. Or if anybody around you, then you can take help and you can share. So there is cursor, and you can see the in the toolbox, the arrow is there, and you click the arrow and you select the file, and then select the file, and then you can share the file. And then it come the PPT mode, and again you go the slide mode. So this is the way.
No, I'm trying to do that, and it says the share screen, and I'm not able to share it. That's like.
I welcome you, Shishir Bhaiya. I'm Dr.
Okay,
Chan.
I think I got it.
Yeah, you send me on my mail.
No, I think we are there now.
Yeah,
Now it's okay.
thank you.
Can you see my slides?
Yeah, now I see your slide. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I would like to thank all my friends and colleagues at Patna University who sent me this invite to participate in this conference. Thank you very much. And the topic which I have selected for today, that is the impact of platinum group metals exposure on human health. And this is a fairly new topic on which we started working a couple of years back. So these are the platinum group metals. And if we refresh our chemistry class in ISC and bachelor's, then we know what the platinum group is. So here we have rhodium, ruthenium, osmium, iridium, platinum, and palladium. But normally when we talk about platinum group elements in environmental sense, we are talking about platinum, palladium, and ruthenium. So where does it come from? 61% of the platinum group metals which we have in the environment, it comes from autocatalysis. 16% from jewelry and jewelry manufacturing. 8% from electrical, 7% chemicals, 2% dentistry, and 2% medical. And then 1% glass, petroleum, and other sources. So these are the source of platinum group metals. And the entire world is contributing to it. So the anthropogenic platinum group metals, they are contributed by almost every country of the world, and it is getting into the environment. So before I explain why I chose this topic, I would like to mention some other common air pollutants that we have in the environment. One of them is ozone. We are all aware of it. Particulate matter, and the entire country is suffering from that. Wherever there is traffic, wind, burning, you have particulate matter. Nitrogen dioxide from burning fuels, sulfur dioxide, any sulfur containing fuel, coal, oil, diesel, it will give sulfur dioxide. And then carbon monoxide from burning fuels, and then other toxic air pollutants. Approximately 200 other pollutants which are causing different kinds of disease, most predominant lung cancer, COPD. So recently we did a scanning electron microscopy of dust particle inside our house. And this is what we find. We saw microplastics, pollen, fibers, metals, skin, hair, combustion particles, microbes, minerals, everything is present there. And in addition to that, it has palladium, platinum, rhodium, and you can look at their concentrations. Palladium at 6.1 microgram per kilogram, platinum at 81 microgram per kilogram, and rhodium at 12 microgram per kilogram. So how we came to this, and that is a very nice story. So usually when we listen to our 5 o'clock news, we hear that somebody's silencer or muffler, as we call it, it has been stolen from their vehicle. And this picture has been taken from an African article. And the article was about how to find out whether your muffler or silencer from the vehicle has been stolen. And what bothered me all the time is that why would anybody steal that? Why would anybody steal a silencer? They can steal the entire car. And then I learned from my friends with who I was discussing, and they said that between the engine and the tailpipe, there is a device called catalytic converter. And that is one of the expensive components of automobiles. So why is it expensive? And then there was a physicist around there, and he said that, well, if you look at the construction, this is the one which removes all the bad things which come out from the engine of the automobiles. And the exhaust which comes from the engine, if you look at the left side, you will see it has hydrocarbons, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen oxide, all toxic chemicals. And when they go inside, there is this honeycomb structure which contains catalytic active material. Now, these are the reactions which are very common. We all know that already. But what is coming out from the other side is clean water, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen. So that is good. And when you look at this environmental, compliant vehicles, all those Bharat 1, 2, 3, 4 or Euro 1, 2, 3, 4, it's all about this catalytic converter and how we are improving the emission standards in the environment. But the other fact that people told me was that there is the platinum group metals along with the ceramic material, which are present inside the catalytic converter. And these small pellets, they are released out from the exhaust and they are falling on the road and then into the environment. So this is what is happening. This catalytic converter, it has got these platinum group metal fragments which get detached. They come into the air as particulate material. And then from here, it is going into the humans or animals through inhalation. So it is causing inflammation of the lung. It is also affecting the gut microbiota because it's causing some kind of a stress to them. And then some of this material, it undergoes wet deposition, gets into water, dry deposition into the soil, and then both the soil and water, they are getting into the plants, getting bioaccumulated. And even if not bioaccumulated, they are getting into the water bodies which are supplied to the houses, or they are directly ingested by humans. And finally, they all end up in the lung. So when I was doing my PhD, I worked on cisplatin and what it does to macrophages inside the body. And it immediately struck me that if there is so much platinum metal plus other noble metals which are falling, the metal as such is not doing anything. But eventually, the elements, they are going to attack this metal and it will make a compound which will be everywhere and it could be doing something. So we got together and wrote a grant to National Science Foundation. And luckily we got funded. So from there, we started this study. So if you look at this graphic, this is what is happening in the lung. So every time we breathe in and breathe out, the amount of deposition inside the bronchus and the airway vessels, it is increasing. So if you look at this picture, the air is coming in, moving out, and the blue and green, it is increasing. So this is how the dust particle accumulates in the lung. The lung tries its best to remove the particles out of the lung. But in spite of that, some very fine particles, they are getting deposited. And then because of this constant attack, which leads to inflammation, and then it affects the morphology of the and anatomy of the lung. So now you can see that the pressure has increased a lot in asthmatic patients here. So in asthma, it can go all the way up to like 3 times more than a normal lung. So this made this whole topic very important. So normally we are breathing 500 milliliter of air with every breath. And this is the value for United States. So the particulate matter 2.5, it is approximately 0.006 microgram, which is getting inside the lungs. Now for India, it should be way higher. And hopefully they still have those boards in the city where you can see what is the status of the air quality. So we thought that we should better understand what this platinum group metal, which is coming inside the body, what it is doing to us. And then we started this massive review of literature and very little was known. So my thinking was that cisplatin is not a good thing. So it's a drug which damages more, although it cures. The normal cells, they can for a while try to like cope up with the damage that is done to the DNA, but still it's a toxic compound. So if there is so much of this platinum group metal accumulating in the environment, what should it be doing to the body? And based on that, we devised all these one of the student went on the street, swept some road dust, brought it, passed it through the cascading filters, collected the different particles, and then put it on the cells. And guess what? All the cells died. So apparently the thing was not working, and we had all this study to do. So what we did was that we started looking for a standardized source of this road dust with everything in it. And this BCR 723, this is the standard road dust, and it was available with a European company. And then, because we wanted to study metals, and this is road dust which could contain anything, so we decided to compare it with a cocktail of platinum group salts. So what we did is we took these two, either this or this, and then we put it on lung cells. And the lung cells were normal bronchial epithelial cells. And then we studied the cytotoxicity of the road dust or the salt on lung cells. So we did cytotoxicity assays. We did some Western blot and ELISA to study the kinases and other proteins. And then we also did an mRNA gene analysis. And it's not very difficult. So we did a hypoxia gene profile and a DNA damage gene profile. And I will share a little bit of the data that we generated. So the first thing that we noticed is that BCR 723 road dust, it reduced the viability of normal lung cells. So when this road dust is going on the lung epithelial cells, this is killing the lung cells. And to compare, we also took a lung cancer cell line, which is A549. It's adenocarcinoma of the epithelial cells in the lung. And these BIAS2B are normal lung epithelial cells. And look at the result. This is a dose response. And even up to 2 milligram per ml, the tumor cells are not dying. But when you look at the normal lung epithelial cells, they die. Like almost half of them are dead at 0.5 milligram per ml concentration. We also did a time concentration, the time kinetics, and approximately in 72 hours, half of the cells are dead. And in a real situation, we are breathing this road dust all the time. So it's not just 72 hours. And then we put this road dust on cells and observed under a phase contrast microscope. These are the untreated normal cells. And as we increase the dose of the road dust, you can see the cells dying. So by the time we reach 5 milligram per ml, almost all cells are dead. So to have a comparative idea, we took the platinum salts and we took like platinum 3 chloride, platinum 4 chloride, palladium chloride, platinum oxide, and rhodium chloride. And there is a color code for each one of them. And you can see that at a concentration of 1 micromolar, all these salts, they are killing normal lung cells. The rhodium 3 chloride is the one which is like least effective in killing the cells. So that is good. And then we combined all these platinum group salts and then started looking at the effect at 24 hour and 48 hour. And you can see the way the cells are dying with increasing concentration of PGM salt complexes. So the first thing that we observed is that the road dust is killing the cells. Now, when the cells are dying, we don't know why it is dying. It could be a simple necrosis, or it could be apoptosis, that is programmed cell death, or it could be autophagy. Now, this is a simple illustration of apoptosis. And it has got two basic pathways. One is the extrinsic pathway, which is through the death receptors. And the second one is the intrinsic pathway, which is initiated through the mitochondria. So finally, it is the executioner caspases which activate PARP, and the PARP is the one which breaks the DNA and then the cells die. So apoptosis is very important for development and inflammatory disorders. But sometimes, like, there is excessive apoptosis in cells, and that is not a good thing. So this is only part of the result which I'm showing. So we did not get a very significant result with road dust, but with platinum group metal salts, we can see that there is not much effect on procaspase 8, which is the extrinsic pathway, that is through caspase 8. But when you look at the level of procaspase 9, we can see that it is going down. So this is a Western blot experiment. And you can see at 48 hours, most of this procaspase 9 is broken. And when it is broken, there is another antibody that is cleaved caspase 9, which could detect it, where the number of the intensity of the bands would be increasing. Beta-actin in this case is a loading control, just to make sure that the same amount of protein has been loaded in each of the wells. So caspase 9 is associated with the intrinsic pathway. So we are still continuing with the study, and we hope to complete it soon. And then the next thing that we looked at was the MAP kinase signaling. Now, all modern day molecular biologists, they know it, and many of them are in our audience, so I don't have to explain much. But the MAP kinases, they are basically serine threonine protein kinases. The other group is the protein tyrosine kinases. We are not looking at that here. And they are involved with proliferation of cells, differentiation of cells, motility of cells, stress response, apoptosis, cell survival, almost everything. So what we see here in green are the intermediates of the signaling pathway, and that is not much important here. These are something which we just check to find out if this pathway is activated, and if it is, then which protein is overexpressed or underexpressed. But the important thing is that growth factors, mitogens, they all activate ERK1 and 2, which is one of MAP kinases. Plus inflammatory cytokines, growth factors, they activate P38 and JNK. And then when activated, they are going to cause inflammation, apoptosis, growth, differentiation. And then the third one is the ERK5 BMK1 pathway. And again, it is stress growth factor mitogens. And they are responsible for growth, differentiation, neuronal development. So we took this road dust and put it on the normal lung cells, and then started looking at the MAP kinase activation. And we found that phospho-ERK, that is expressed, overexpressed, it is phosphorylated, and it will take the signaling pathway further. Junk kinases, they are activated. And P38 MAP kinases, nothing happens to them. Now, the quality of this blot is not very beautiful. So we had to do a quantification of the bands to just make sure that whatever we are seeing is actually what we are interpreting. So then we also repeated the result with platinum group metals, and we looked at the expression of MAP kinases, and we got a pretty much similar result. So ERK was phosphorylated, so it's active. Junk kinases are activated, and nothing happens to P38 MAP kinases. So the next thing after that MAP kinases, we saw that 2 of the 3 MAP kinases were getting activated by road dust, and the effect is definitely this inflammation. That is the most important effect, and then they will be altering growth and differentiation. So it does impact the signaling pathways inside our body. And then there is hypoxia. So hypoxia is basically inadequate oxygenation of tissues. And this happens in response to stress, any kind of stress. And it can also lead to like inflammation, cell death, and endoplasmic reticulum stress. Now, hypoxia can regulate cell metabolism as well as gene expression. So we followed like a very simple method. Like when I was doing my PhD and postdoc, we had to like prepare a cDNA and do an experiment RT-PCR for each one of these genes to study their expression. But these days, the students are more privileged. So all they do is buy this hypoxia gene panel from Biorad, which already has all the genes plated on a 96-well plate. And then they put the reagents to it and then subject it to a quantitative PCR. And what we found here is that from that entire cassette, these are the 8 target genes which showed a reasonable amount of overexpression or underexpression. So these genes were ADAM17, and I'll come to these genes a little bit later, what they do. Then CCL2, EGLN3, EP300, interleukin-1 beta, SERPINA, SFRP, TLR4, and they all have several other names too. So the experiment was done at 24-hour and 48-hour, and there is a difference. So like, look at this one, EP300. There is one result at 24-hour and just the opposite at 48 hours. So we also tried to look at the differential expression and compared between the 24 and 48-hour platinum group metal exposure. And here one of the genes, ADAM17, it increased by 2.27 folds, whereas the other ones, the EP300, IL-1 beta, TLR4, they were all suppressed. So next. So hypoxia gene regulation in Bias2 cells exposed to BCR723 road dust. The earlier one was platinum group metals. Now it is the road dust. And it's the same genes, and these are the regulation patterns. So this SERPINA is 1, interleukin-1 beta, they are upregulated by reasonable folds. And the result is very high here. So if you look at this hypoxia, this road dust is causing such a big amount of gene expression. And these are 2 of the important genes. So ADAM17, this is a disintegrin and metalloproteinase. And what it does is it increases the production of TNF-alpha, other growth factors. And TNF-alpha is one of the major contributors of inflammation. Also, if it is overexpressed, it will induce a radiotherapy resistance. So if a person has high amount of this gene expressed, then probably in case of non-small cell lung carcinoma, there will be resistant to radiation therapy. Now, interleukin-1 beta, this is one of the mechanisms by which the macrophages, they present their activation. It is released in activated macrophages, and activated macrophages are very important for fighting the pathogens inside the body. So this is downregulated. Next is toll-like receptor 4. Now this is involved in pathogen recognition. And this is activated by bacterial lipopolysaccharides. And it is important for activating the innate immune response to fight the disease. Now, if this TLR4 is downregulated, probably the inflammatory signals which are important for helping the body fight infections or foreigners, it will not be able to do that. And then this EP300 is downregulated. This is a histone acetyltransferase, and this is important for activating transcription factors. So sometimes the transcription factors which need to do something, they need to be activated by a signaling process. And one of the processes through histone acetyltransferase. So it is important to prevent tumorigenesis, but even EP300, it goes down. So what we see that the deleterious genes, they are upregulated, and some of the important ones are downregulated in the process. So this is PGM salt. It has been exposing the body. And now what happens? EP300 downregulated, SFRP downregulated, TLR4 downregulated, ADAM17 upregulated, SERPINA1 upregulated. And what happens? This EP300 downregulated, the gene becomes silent. Now what is happening? When gene is silent, SFRP1 is downregulated. This will affect cell growth and differentiation. And when the cell is not differentiating, sometimes it is only growing. Next step, TLR4, this is down. So immune response, inflammation, they are both impacted. And then when ADAM17 is upregulated, releases TNF alpha, and this will start upregulating SERPINA1. And this one is again impacting and increasing immune response and inflammation. So this is a very simplified pathway of what PGM salts do to hypoxia. So SERPINA1, it is important for inhibiting neutrophil elastase, which is implicated in COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Most of the smokers will get it eventually. The other thing that we studied was how much DNA damage it is doing. So normally a DNA is damaged by reactive oxygen species, radiation, sometimes replication errors, exposure to chemicals. And once the DNA is damaged, it could cause cell cycle arrest, which is very important for regulating growth. It could induce apoptosis, or it will do a wrong kind of DNA repair, which will start making mutated genes. So again, for this study, we followed a similar simple pattern, and we did a DNA damage gene panel. And then I'm not going to spend much time on this because there is crunch of time. So I would like to quickly go over this slide. I will only explain that there are several genes which are upregulated, several are downregulated. On the left panel is a 24-hour exposure, right panel is 48-hour exposure. And I will straight away go to the results. And we see this GAD45A, it is downregulated by almost 3-folds. Then NTHL1, PARP1 is downregulated or upregulated, RAD1 and RBPP, these are all genes. So their function is here. So GAD45, this is responsible for maintaining genomic stability. This is downregulated. Now, as a result of this, it alters DNA methylation and the MAP kinase pathways. Now, NTHL1, it is important for DNA repair. So whenever there is DNA damage, this gene repairs it, but this is also downregulated by road dust. RAD1, this is downregulated. RBPP8, this is downregulated. And then PARP1, this is upregulated, and that's a good thing because it helps recovery of cell from DNA damage. So several of the important genes are downregulated, some are upregulated, and they all work in a very intricate balance. Now, when we compared the expression of the genes between platinum metals and road dust, in this case, we found that they both are following a pretty much similar kind of pattern. So the third part is about epigenetic regulation. And yesterday there were some excellent speakers on epigenetic regulation. And actually some of them were my teachers as well at Banaras. So the three important mechanisms by which there is epigenetic regulation is DNA methylation. The second one is histone post-translational modification, where there are these tails which are added to the
Sir,
histone protein. Yes.
how much time you will take more? Because how much
Maybe
slides?
5 minutes at the most.
Okay, please wrap up soon.
And then there are these RNA-based mechanisms. So they all alter the chromatin. And the important point here is, what does epigenetic regulation do? It is normally non-heritable change on the structure of a chromatin or DNA. And it can either silence a gene or activate a gene. And if an important gene is silenced, it will alter the expression pattern of the gene, which is very deleterious. Or sometimes if a gene which was supposed to be shut off has been activated, that will also start like doing deleterious things to the body. But the important point here is that platinum group metals, they are affecting the epigenetic process. So what we see here is first we looked at the DNA methyltransferases, a couple of them, and at 24 hours, we see there is an increase in the expression in response to platinum group metals. Then the second one is DNA methyltransferases. And again, we can see that at 48 hours, there is an increase in the expression. And then histone deacetylase. This is again upregulated at 24 hours. So basically the DNMTs and SDACs, which are responsible for altering the epigenetic process, these enzymes, they are altered by platinum group metals. So finally, I'm coming to the final result and what it does. So ADAM33 is activated. This is linked to COPD, asthma, lung diseases. Then the GAD45A is responsible for G2 cell cycle arrest. And if this is downregulated, it is uncontrolled cell replication, which will result in cancers. And then if it starts altering the epigenetic regulatory proteins, this will result in suppression of differentiation and growth. So basically, these are the these are the impact of platinum group metals on humans. So this is the human impact, which has been summarized on this slide. There are several limitations to the studies, like we can argue as long as we want about the limitations of the study. First one is environmental location. It varies from one place to another. Then it depends upon the human variation, the pattern of the organism, what disease preconditions a person is suffering from, what medicines they are taking. They are all limitations. But the bottom line message that we found out from this study is that the platinum group metals in road dust, they are impacting our health. And the last one is the acknowledgement slide. And I'm very thankful to the National Science Foundation, which has been funding our program for the last 6 years. And then the Department of Education Title III program. This program is providing funding for the last 15, 20 years at this rate. And then my team is made up of Dr. Rosenzweig, who's a professor of microbiology, Vrinshanu, he's a professor of physics, Huang, a professor of environmental toxicology, and Bhaskar, another professor of environmental toxicology and global geographical information systems. So this is our multidisciplinary team, which has been working on this project. And these are my PhD students who have already received their PhD, the 4 of them who have worked on this project and several other offshoots of this project. So we have already written a manuscript on this, which we will be publishing very soon. And now I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, sir. Very excellent presentations, and you cover a lot of things. And now I think house is open for questions. So I request from audience 2 or 3 questions if they have.
Dr. Sisir ji.
Ji.
This is Dr. Gopal Sharma from Zoological Survey of India.
Namaskar, Dr. Saab.
नमस्कार, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आज आपको सुनकर के बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हम लोगों ने तो आपको टेक्सास भेजा था यंग साइंटिस्ट के रूप में। Now you are looking a senior scientist. Now you are looking a senior scientist, and this department is very much obliged to you, sir.
Anupma is there too.
You are the teacher of this department, and you have given too much blessings as well as internal love, affection to all the faculty of this department, B people, and students of this department. I wish कि आप पटना फिर से आइए और फिजिकली जो आपने इतना अच्छा इलस्ट्रेटिव एंड डिस्क्रिप्टिव लेक्चर दिया है उसको पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जूलॉजी के स्टूडेंट सुने. वी विश यू गुड लक. थैंक यू शिशिर जी.
Thank you. And I would like to thank everybody in the Department of Zoology and the audience for having me here. And like, I'm coming on this campus after 2006, and it's a very nostalgic feeling for me. And sometimes I feel as if I never left the campus. But there are these two slides at the bottom, which I decided to talk about at the end. I will not take much time, just 30 seconds. Once I was listening to a lecture from Dr. R.K. Sinha, sir, and somebody in the audience asked, like, what do you think about a healthy ecosystem around a river? And he was making a presentation somewhere in Patna, and I was in the audience. And he showed the slide of a river with trees all around it. And he said a healthy river should look like that. And at that time, we were working on some parts of this Ganga River water quality monitoring with KP sir. Now, the bottom left is the Nala in front of my house. Over here, we call it as bayous. So this is one of the tributaries, and eventually all these small little bayous, they collect together, and the water from the sewage treatment plants, they are processed and they also collect into this, plus the storms water is also collected into it. And the second slide is the place where some of this overflow is collected. Now, I dream that we will have these kind of water management system and sewage management system in our country as well, eventually. That will be the Swachh Bharat. Thanks.
Hello, sir. Do
Yes.
you hear me? I am
Yes.
Anupma, sir.
Anupma, kaise hain?
Sir, fine, sir. How are you?
Good. You can
That
see
time,
me.
sir, that time I am research scholar and you are teacher.
Yes.
Yes.
I remember that.
Sir, very informating your slide, and sir, I want to you collaborate with us.
Sure. Anytime.
So please
I'm
send me your
waiting.
email ID, and I also send your sir, and I want to collaborate with you, sir.
Done. Most welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, behalf of the organizing committee, Shishir sir, it's like dream came true for us that you are addressing the galaxy of gatherings here, and you have not only obliged us by your gracious virtual presence and your deliberations, rather you have also guided me like pivot all through the conference management through Sunil Bhaiya. I didn't talk to you directly, but at each and every time I talked to Sunil Bhaiya, and you were always there because he was in constant touch with you. So thank you very much for arranging such a nice speakers from abroad, especially from US. And I show my deepest sense of gratitude on behalf of the entire organizing committee from the deepest corner of my heart. So thank you, Sister Bhaiya.
Thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed. Thanks.
So, Dr. Sisodia, so you cover a lot of things, and I think you have a long experience and a lot of publication, more than 60 publication in reputed journal, more than 10 book chapters, and you presented well. And I know that in Bihar, arsenic or fluoride toxicity and arsenic problem is aware peoples. But I think platinum issue or platinum toxicity, first time we heard from you. And it is a very interesting, and you beautifully showed how the metal deposition occur in the lungs slowly, beautiful pictures. So my one point, the metals, heavy metals, how about the diet or barter? That is the most source, because we can even if we inhale the dust particle or other thing, but we eating, okay, food, different means sources, and you know the how crops is going on our country, and so many means fertilizers use, so many chemicals use, and water pollutants also occurs. Water quality is not good in India. So how about that one? What is the source?
So
Do you?
have a mechanism, it does have a mechanism by which it eliminates most of the stuff. I'm sorry, my internet was lost for a minute. So
Do
can you hear me
hear?
now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Yes. So our body has a mechanism of eliminating most of the xenobiotics which are going inside. So most of these pesticides, metals, chemicals, pollutants which are coming, we are trying to purify the system. But then at one point of time, when our body, its immune system and everything starts weakening up, we are not able to handle that. And that is the reason why at young age, we don't feel the effect of most of the stuff on our body. But once we start aging, like 60 plus, and then the deterioration is very rapid because of the accumulation of all the stuff inside the system. And the most important thing is to, and actually I have seen several papers and presentations where the governments, they have tried to a big extent to reduce all this stuff. But government cannot do everything for everybody. We have to do it ourselves. Everybody has to become in charge of the problem and start solving it. Collectively, it can be taken care of. Individually, nobody can do anything. But the fact is that all this pollution, which you mentioned here, is very important. And people have studied in and out of most of these pollutants. Most of them are causing diseases which can be treated. But the important thing is safe handling of pollutants. They have to be handled in a very safe manner.
So one more queries from my side again,
Sure.
that you have covered the MAP kinases and cytokines and beautifully showed some down-regulated like IL beta 1, TLR4, and TLR4 beautifully down-regulated as compared to others, and adomate and serina as up-regulated, okay? And expression of these genes covered by the messenger RNA expressions, right?
Yes.
But did you check by any one of them gene expression by enzymatic activity or by Western blot, that you can say, okay, the protein level is also down regulated and up regulated, not only messenger RNA?
That part, it has been done. So what we did was that the way we have this gene panel, we also have a protein panel of expression. So when you put the stuff on that, the entire protein panel, it shows the expression pattern, which protein is expressed and which one is underexpressed. I have not presented it here.
So, okay, due to time, I think you just
Yes.
cover on that area. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. So now we have the next speaker, Dr. Umakant, and he did a master from Allahabad University and PhD from ISC Bangalore. He have in 2017, I think. Yeah, he has more than 10 publications, and his title today talk of post-translational control of de novo purine synthesis via the ERK2 PFAS axis. So Dr. Umakant Sahu, can you go ahead for your talk directly? Thank you. From USA. He again Chicago. He is from
Hi
USA.
everyone, this is
Chicago.
Umakant Sahu, and thank you for inviting me. And today I'm going to talk about some of the work we did publish a couple last year. And title of my presentation is Post-Translational Regulation of PFAS by ERK. So PFAS is an enzyme of nucleotide synthesis, and ERK is a kinase of MAP kinase pathway.
Dr. Umakant, can you share slide mode?
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Just you can press F5.
Okay.
F5. Then PPT will come automatically. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, so title of my presentation is Post-Translational Regulation of PFAS by ERK. So in our lab mainly focuses on study of signaling pathways and metabolism. So our objectives are like how these nutrients like glucose, amino acid, fatty acids, and growth factors, how they through signaling pathways affect metabolism, and what is the consequences of such kind of signalings. Primarily we use metabolomics and CRISPR as our technology in addition to normal technologies, standard techniques, and our primary model is cell lines. Sometimes use mouse models also. So as you see here, like in our cells, the two major signaling pathways are mTOR and AKT, and third one is RAS pathway. There are many other signaling pathways, but these are kind of major signaling pathways which regulate the behavior of cells, like expression of genes, proliferation, and survival. So objective of this study is the role of RAS, RAF, MEK, ARC pathway in acute regulation of nucleotide synthesis. So as you can see here, we are trying to find whether RAS and ARC pathway has a role on nucleotide synthesis. A nucleotide, when we talk about nucleotide, mainly we have two types of nucleotide, purine nucleotides and pyrimidine nucleotides. So purine nucleotide synthesis happens by de novo pathway or salvage pathway. Similarly, pyrimidine nucleotide synthesis also, there is a de novo pathway and salvage pathway. So the major question here is RAS-ERK pathway, whether it regulates de novo nucleotide synthesis pathway. So how we do this, like, so since if you want to inhibit RAS pathway, we use like inhibitors of ERK or MEK like U0226 and SCS77. And then we study the effect of this inhibition on like signaling pathways and metabolism. So as I told you earlier, like our primarily tool is metabolomics. So like here we grow our cells, and once they are confluent like 80%, then we treat them with DMSO or growth factors like epithelial growth factor. And in third condition, like we have epithelial growth factor plus inhibition of ERK. So we treat this like 1 hour or 3 hours because our objective is to see like acute regulation. We don't do anything like more than 3 hours. And then we extract metabolite and do metabolomics. What we see here, in this case, like we take HeLa cells and you start, like when you add EGF, you can see there is activation of ERK signaling and also mTOR signaling, because S6K is a marker of mTOR signaling. But when you use ERK inhibitor, you can inhibit ERK signaling, but not mTOR signaling, just to separate the effect of these two pathways. We always consider marker of mTOR signaling also. And from metabolomics, as you can see here, the intermediate of nucleotide synthesis like inosine monophosphate in response to EGF increases. And when you add this ERK inhibitor, you can increase nucleotide synthesis. Similarly, we see other intermediates of this nucleotide synthesis pathway. They are responding to epithelial growth factor and could be suppressed by inhibition of ERK. Another experiment where we have taken a cancer cell is A549. This is a lung epithelial cancer cell line. It has mutation in this RAS gene. So once you have mutation in RAS, these genes, this pathway is constitutively active. So ARC remains active all the time. So here, just addition of ARC inhibitor, you can suppress the this activity of this pathway, but not mTOR pathway. And when you suppress the activity of ARC pathway, you can see the intermediates of nucleotide synthesis like IMP, AMP, they decrease considerably. So these experiments suggest that this RAS, RAF, and make ARC pathway has a direct regulation on nucleotide synthesis. To understand more about this, we do flux analysis. So advantage of this flux analysis is like you can use like non-radioisotope of substrate of nucleotide synthesis like glutamine or glycine. So like you see here in glutamine, this N is isotope of nitrogen 15. Similarly, in glycine, you have like nitrogen 15 and carbon 13. So they are non-radioactive isotope, but when you use them like for some like a kind of pulse change experiment, and you can label this IMP and other nucleotide species like here N, and glycine labels these residue. So you can measure by this flux analysis the real-time synthesis of nucleotides. So we repeated similar experiment, but in this time we added these radioisotopes. And what we see here, like this is the Western blot, like EGF increases ARC signaling, inhibitor rescues the signaling. And here glutamine we have used, and you can see this is to show that glutamine uptake is similar in all three conditions. But this nucleotide intermediates, they have increased in response to EGF, but which can be rescued by addition of ARC inhibitor. So again, suggesting the role of this RAS pathway in nucleotide synthesis. In addition to this, we have also done this experiment in cancer cell line A549. There also we see an increase, a reduction of nucleotide synthesis in response to ARC inhibition. So these experiments again emphasize the role of this pathway in nucleotide synthesis. Again, here we have one more experiment where we did siRNA-based knockdown of ARC1 and 2. So you can see here when you knock down this ARC1 and 2, you don't see an expression. So in this condition, if you do glycine-based nucleotide flux analysis, you can see again when you knock down this, there is decrease in nucleotide synthesis. Here like IMP, AMP, or GMP, suggesting the same again that RAS-ARC pathway directly regulates nucleotide synthesis, because this experiment is done only for 1 hour or 3 hours. So next, as you can see, this is the de novo synthesis of purine nucleotides, where it starts from glucose and then PRPP, and then it involves several enzymes and several substrates, ultimately leads to synthesis of IMP. IMP gets converted into GTP and ATP and DGTP and DATP. And these could be used for synthesis of RNA and DNA. So if you use a radioisotope of this like glycine or serine or any other substrate of this one, where the carbon is C14, and extract the RNA, like treat cells for like few hours, like 2 hours or 4 hours, and then extract RNA, and then do a radioactive counting like CPM. So you can measure the real-time synthesis of nucleotides in cells. So what we did here, we took the 293E cells and MEP cells, which are mouse cells. And here you can see when you add EGF, you increase the ARC signaling, and which can be rescued by making addition of MEK inhibitor. Similarly, we extract the RNA and then we quantify the CPM values. And you can see there is a more synthesis of RNA in response to EGF, and which could be rescued by addition of ARC inhibition. We did another experiment where we knocked down this ARC1 and 2 to show that ARCs are the critical for this kind of synthesis of nucleotides. And here again, you extract RNA and DNA, and you can see there is a decrease in synthesis of nucleotides in these experiments also. So far, we have established that the growth factors and oncogenic mutations enhances nucleotide synthesis through ARC pathway. But what is the mechanism of this regulation? So in order to understand the mechanism, we go back again to the de novo purine synthesis pathway, and see all the expression of all these enzymes. So as you can see here, these are HeLa cell and these are A549 cells. So in this one, if you treat with like here you have vehicle like half an hour, 4 hour and 8 hour, or EGF plus MEK inhibitor, we don't see any significant change in expression of any of these enzymes which are directly involved in nucleotide synthesis. We also look for RNA synthesis, but I'm not presenting here that one. So it's clear from here that acute induction of by this RAS-ERK pathway does not lead to alteration of protein levels of these enzymes, but it involves some other mechanism. So what could be that mechanism? So based on some online tools like Phosphosite, we took individually each of these proteins and look for what are the kinases that can phosphorylate them. Because ERK is known to be like it's a this kinase phosphorylates many protein. And so when you use this Phosphosite tool, you can see that potentially ERK can phosphorylate PFAS. So what we did here, we transfected our cells with PFAS plasmid and then treated with EGF, and then we did this phospho mapping where they do this like trypsin digestion and find whether protein is getting phosphorylated at certain residue. As you can see here, compared to like serum star cell, EGF treatment just 15 minutes enhances the phosphorylation at threonine 619, which could be rescued by inhibition of ERK. And again, you can see here in this threonine is quite conserved among different species. So next, once we know that this ERK is this PFAS, which is the enzymes of nucleotide synthesis, is phosphorylated by ERK. So we conducted an in vitro kinase assay. So in this kinase assay, we purify PFAS protein and treat with gamma ATP P32 with ERK and see whether ERK kinase can transfer this phosphate group on this protein. So as of this, you can see our first experiment where we took like PFAS protein here. This is Kumasi, and different amounts of ERK1 or ERK2. And you can see that there is a dose-dependent phosphorylation of PFAS, suggesting ERK directly can phosphorylate PFAS protein. In another experiment, you can see here where we did time course experiment, where PFAS was treated with same amount of ERK1 or ERK2, but you can see with time there is an increase in phosphorylation, which could be inhibited by just adding the inhibitor of ERK, suggesting ERK is directly involved in this phosphorylation. In another experiment where we purified wild-type PFAS protein and mutant PFAS protein, and you can see here ERK1 or ERK2 is unable to phosphorylate this mutation. So this in vitro kinase assay clearly suggests that ERK kinase directly phosphorylates PFAS protein. But this is not enough. We need to show this like with the inside cell lines also. So in order to do like so this kind of behavior in cell line, we need antibodies. So we contacted cell signaling technologies and we have given our data, like we have this kind of in vitro data, can they synthesize an antibody for us? So they collaborated with us and they synthesized phospho-PFAS antibody, which detects threonine phosphorylation and total PFAS antibody. So first experiment, we just to confirm the uniqueness of this antibody, we like here we treated cells, HeLa cells with with EGF, and you can see there is more phosphorylation of PFAS, but total doesn't change. And when you knock down by siRNA this PFAS, you lose this band here and here, suggesting these both antibodies are very specific. So once we had this antibody, we confirmed this data again by, like here you can see we took HeLa cells and treated with different amount of epidermal growth factor. And you can see there is increase in phosphorylation of this PFAS. In another experiment, we treated HeLa cells with 1 hour or 3 hour EGF in presence or absence of MEK inhibitors. You can see there is increase of phosphorylation, but this could be inhibited by just addition of MEK inhibitor, suggesting ERK is directly involved here. So in next experiment, we did immunoprecipitation, then Western blot. So we transfect these cells with PFAS wild type or mutant and do immunoprecipitate using flag antibody and do Western blot using PFAS antibody. So you can see in response to EGF, you have increase in phosphorylation, but you don't see this kind of phosphorylation in mutants when you mutate this residue. In another experiment, you can see here, in response to EGF, there is increase in phosphorylation, which could be inhibited by either inhibiting ERK or MEK. These are like two kinases in same pathway. In another experiment where we have used rapamycin also. So rapamycin is like a drug which inhibits mTOR signaling. So as you can see here, when you add rapamycin, you inhibit mTOR signaling, but it doesn't affect ERK signaling. So, and it doesn't affect phosphorylation of PFAS, suggesting mTOR signaling is not involved here. And in this experiment where we have knocked down either ARC1 or ARC2 or both, you can see here when you knock down ARC2 or both, then you see reduction of phosphorylation of PFAS, suggesting primarily PFAS is phosphorylated by ARC2. So next we try to establish the role of this T619 phosphorylation. So here we took HeLa cells and knocked out PFAS by CRISPR technology, and then we express PFAS wild type or PFAS mutant. So as you can see here, we did again a glycine flux here. So if you transfect just wild type, you can see when you add this MEK inhibitor, you can reduce the like purine synthesis, but as you can measure like IMP, GMP, and AMP. But when you express the mutant, you don't see much change in nucleotide synthesis in response to MEK inhibition, suggesting this importance of this mutation. In another experiment where we have used A549 cell line, so this here also we knocked out.
Hello, Dr.
Yes.
Umakant, how much time you take more?
5 minutes.
Or you already covered 20 minutes, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay, so I'll take.
So try to summarize, okay?
Okay. So in this experiment also we express wild type and mutant, and we can show that when you express mutant protein, you don't see MEK inhibition based kind of nucleotide synthesis. So next we try to establish what is the phenotype of this mutation. So we express like wild type and mutant protein in 293E cells and A549 cells. You can see there when you express mutant cell line, mutant protein in this cell line, there is a reduction in growth. In another experiment where we did agarose colony formation assay, you can see again that there is a loss of colony formation when you express this when you do mutation. In this experiment, we express this injected cells in mouse xenograft. We did the kind of xenograft study, and you can see there's a there is reduction in tumor size when you mutate PFAS at this site, suggesting the importance of this protein and mutation. So next we did like a cancer patient database, and we found that there are several cancer where this mutation is this threonine was mutated to glutamate. So glutamate mimics like phosphorylation of threonine. So when you have this kind of mutation, you expect like cells will make more and more nucleotide. So similarly, we express wild type and this mutation in PFAS knockout cells. And you can see when you express this mutant, you have enhanced nucleotide synthesis, suggesting the importance of this phosphorylation in tumor growth. So this is our model where we see in response to growth signal or mutation on RAS or RAF, which are like more than 80–90% like cancer patients have these kind of mutations in their tumors. This leads to hyperactivation of MEK and which phosphorylate ERK and ERK phosphorylate PFAS. And this PFAS phosphorylation leads to enhanced purine synthesis, which leads to like more production of these nucleotides and more RNA synthesis and DNA synthesis, and that leads to more anabolic growth. So this paper was published last year, and here is acknowledgement. My lab is Bensara lab. So like my colleague, we did this project together, and Elodie Brandon, and metabolomics core at Northwestern University, and metabolomics at Harvard University, and cell signaling technology like Anthony Wood, who gave us antibody. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Umakant, for nice presentations.
Thank you.
And now I request to the audience, if they have any question, one or two, anybody want to or anybody have any queries? So I think no question from the audience. I have one inquiry for you. Why you labeled glycine?
So glycine is a
Why not
substrate.
other amino acid?
So glycine is a substrate for nucleotide synthesis. If you see here, this pathway, this is the pathway of nucleotide synthesis. So glycine is kind of, I can show you the better one where.
That I remember. Just I want to know your logic.
Yeah, so you can see like
this is
you can
without
see
side
use
chain
any of
amino acids.
glutamine. We have used glutamine also, folate also, but we have presented only here glycine. So glycine can label nucleotides directly. So you can measure by difference in mass. You can label the like real-time synthesis of nucleotide. You can use anything like glutamine or like bicarbonate. You can label nucleotide.
Yeah, that if
Yeah, you can
that's
see
right.
here.
Anyway, so you cover the ERK1 and ERK2 mediated and P-fast phosphorylation beautifully showed. And one thing that you asked to measure the flesh also, but you said that you're doing the metabolomics, but study is covered that you all completed by the blots and others, okay? No, like the GCMS data or LCMS data, but you not targeted other metabolites, what is going, so that's my concern.
So this study was very focused. We were trying to study the like response of growth factor and then what is the like what is the role of this ARC pathway. So we primarily focused like what happens to nucleotide synthesis here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now is the change हो रहा डॉक्टर चांद आप चेंज करो नहीं पता नहीं विकास सिंह okay. So now is the next speaker is Dr. Vikas Singh, and he is faculty in the Division of Hematology and Oncology, Department of Pediatrics, and Hershey, USA. So title his talk is EGF2B1 maintain intestinal homeostasis by re-regulating oxycodone. So please share your slides and go ahead for talk. And please, if you possible, I request you can cover within 15 minutes due to the time concern. We're running late of the session, so I request you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to organizers for the invitation to speak at this platform. As we are running out of time, so I will go ahead with my presentation, and I kept the presentation really very short. So today I'm presenting a piece of my work which I have done in the lab at Penn State University, and the title is IGF2BP1 maintains intestinal homeostasis by regulating occludine. So before I will go in details of my work, I would like to give some basic information about intestine. So intestine is very proliferative and dynamic in nature, and that is why after every 10 days, the entire epithelium lining of lumen gets replaced by new cells. So what happened is like these cells are produced from the stem cells which are present in the crypt of intestine, and they give rise to new differentiated cells like Paneth cell and enterocytes, and goblet cells, so lots of cells. So these cells are produced from the stem cells, and these stem cells resides in the crypt of intestine. And there are lots of signaling pathways which work together to maintain the homeostasis of this organ, and any imbalance will lead to the disease state like inflammatory bowel disease or cancer. So several type of specific protein in this case are expressed in stem cells and are responsible to maintain the intestinal homeostasis. So among these proteins, RNA binding proteins, which are like abbreviated as RBPs, are one of the major player. So RBPs play major role by the virtue of its function like translation, mRNA localization, mRNA transport, 3' end processing, pre-mRNA splicing, 5' capping, and more important, mRNA stability. So if we talk about mRNA stability, this stability, the RNA binding protein impart by binding to it, like by binding to its target mRNA and increasing the half-life of mRNA. So this basically increases the expression of the target gene when the half-life of mRNA is increased. So there are many RBPs. So there are many RBPs which gets expressed in intestine crypt, and they maintain the dynamic of intestine. So protein like MSI1 and 2, Lin28B, clef, and then MAX3A. So all these proteins are like expressed in intestine, and they are specifically expressed in the crypt cells where the intestine, where the stem cells reside. Many of these, when deregulated, then produces altered crypt homeostasis, and some are known to cause cancer when overexpressed. So proteins like MSI1, Lin28, and IGF-1B, when get overexpressed, then it causes tumorigenesis, which leads to cancer. Now, one of such RBP is IGF-2BP1, and this protein has like two RNA recognition motifs, and it has 4 KS domains. So with RNA recognition motif, it recognizes its target mRNA, and then with four domains like KS domain, it binds to its target mRNA. This protein is oncofetal in nature and expressed in embryonic tissue, but expression is shut down in adult tissue. But we have seen that they are expressed in various kind of like solid tumors and in blood cancer. So the expression of IGF-2BP1 is Wnt beta-catenin signaling dependent, and when IGF-2BP1 is expressed, it in turn increases the expression of various genes by stabilizing its mRNA. For example, we have beta-TRCP, CMYC, KRAS, GLI1, MITF, and there are like all other targets which and some new targets which we are studying right now. Now, IGF-2BP, what we saw in the lab is like IGF-2BP1 was like in our lab, like when I have not joined previously, they have published it. And they published that IGF-2BP1 was shown to get overexpressed in intestinal tumors, both in murine and human patients. To show that this is the druggable target, what we did, druggable target for cancer treatment, what we did, we in our lab, we have done partial knockout of IGF-2BP1, because IGF-2BP1 is an essential gene. So what we did, we partially knocked it out in intestinal tumor model of mice, and we saw that decrease in the number of tumor, which suggests that it has very important role in the in the intestinal homeostasis. So to know its role in broad spectrum, what we did, we have generated an inducible knockout because it's a essential gene. So what we did, we generated inducible knockout mice where specifically we knocked out IGF-2 BP1 in intestinal epithelium cells upon tamoxifen treatment. So for 3 weeks, we put mice on tamoxifen chow food, and then we checked the expression of protein, and we found the loss of expression of IGF-2 BP1 at the level of protein. Now we wanted to see what's the effect of this loss, and what we did, we kept the mice for a few more weeks, and then what we found is like the knockout mice were losing their weight, as well as we found that that their colon was also somewhat shortened. So the short colon actually is the indicative of inflammation. So we found short colon, but the result was not significant. So what we decided to see the effect of knockout, we put the mice on tamoxifen food for a few more times, means few more weeks, and then what we did, we have so we found that so we analyzed the we have also monitored the colon length. Yeah. So when it gets inflamed, we did not get any significant decrease, as I shown in the last slide. So we analyzed the histomorphological feature of intestine tissue, and we found acute colitis and acute enteritis, which is opposite to our assumptions, as we thought that deleting the gene will decrease the inflammation, but it was opposite. So we got interested to see what is happening to intestine after IGF-2 BP1 deletion. To know more about this, we have treated both control and knockout mice with mild dose of DSS. So DSS is DSS is a epithelium damaging agent. Its full form is dextran sodium sulfate. And here we saw that a few of the knockout mice died. To know in detail, we have adapted the chronic model of DSS treatment, where we have treated the mice for 3 cycles of DSS and found that majority of knockout mice were died after 3rd cycle. When we analyzed the body weight, we found that the significant changes were there, and moreover, the disease activity index was very high for knockout mice when we compared it with control mice. Then we checked the length of colon, where we found significant shortening of knockout mice. We have also scored the histopathology of intestine and found that score is high for knockout mice. So you can see that there are there is significant decrease in the colon length, and then the histopathological scoring which we did is really very high for the knockout mice. So as we saw this shortening and this disease and increase in disease activity index, what we thought, often like in literature, it is shown that inflammation is associated with leaky gut. So we have measured the intestinal permeability of knockout mice, and we found increased permeability in the knockout mice. So we have adopted 2 experiments for this thing, and first one we have adopted FITC dextran method, and another one is inulin based method. In both cases, we found that there is increase in the fluorescence of FITC, and increase in the level of fluorescence in the blood, as well as increase in the inulin levels in the blood. So this shows that there is like permeability of increased permeability of intestine in the knockout mice. So as the permeability of intestine was compromised, so we have checked the expression of various tight junction protein which are responsible for maintaining intactness of intestinal epithelial tissue. So among all, we found occludine, like we checked like many of them, occludine, claudine, claudine 2, ZO1, ZO3. And among them, what we found, occludine expression of occludine goes really very down. So we did immunohistostaining and found the expression of occludine gets really very down, and we have also quantified it, so you can see that here. Now, with this, what we have decided that we'll move forward and we'll try to see like how IGF-2BP1 is playing role in the regulation of occludine. So is it at the level of mRNA, if it is like regulating it positively or like directly or indirectly? For all those questions, what we did first we took normal human intestine cell lines, human cell lines, those are CCD cells. And in that we have created knockdown. And in that cell, we found that occludine expression goes down upon the knocking down of IGF-2BP1, which suggests that it's not only true in murine model, it's also true in the humans. And then what we did, we want to know whether it's like binding directly, means IGF-2BP1 is directly binding to occludine mRNA and regulating it, or it's indirect. So for that, we did RNA immunoprecipitation. And in RNA immunoprecipitation, we were able to successfully precipitate the occludine along with known binding partners like c-MYC and beta TRC, which are already known in the literature. Now, this we have done in another cell line, which is KECO2 cells, and this loss of function we have repeated in this KECO2 cancer cell line, which is a intestinal cell line, cancer cell line. And we again knocked down IGF-2BP1 here, and then found that occludine is down regulating after IGF-2BP1 knockdown. Then we did the occludine stability, mRNA stability assay, where we found that with the knockdown of IGF-2BP1, the stability of occludine mRNA really goes down. And after like doing loss of function, we did like gain of function, or for gain of function experiment, we have done like we have taken a cell line, RKO cell line, which has basically there is no any basal expression of IGF-2BP1, and that cell line we overexpressed IGF-2BP1, and its expression, we saw that its expression increases the occludine expression. So we have also done RNA stability in this case, in this gain of function experiment, and found like occludine stability increases with increase in the IGF-2BP expression. So this suggests that IGF-2BP is important for occludine expression in intestine. Then we did some functional assay to see the permeability both in vitro and in vivo. And here what we found, for in vitro, we took like KECO cells and then grew them in transwell plate and did knockdown. with knockdown, you can see the occludin, which is like shown in red at margins of cell. So those were gone down, like their expression, we cannot see, like very less expression is there. And this we have done, like we established the cell line. So I'm showing only that here. And then we did the functional assay. That is the TEER, means transepithelial electrical resistance assay. So more is the resistance, more intact is the epithelium layer of intestine. So you can see that with knockdown of IGF to BP1, there is like decrease in the electrical resistance, which like revert back when occludin was overexpressed. Now we did the same experiment just to confirm it, and this time we have repeated it with inulin flux. So if inulin flux is increased, the permeability is increased. So you can see with knockdown of IGF to BP1, there is increase in the flux of inulin, and it revert back when occludin was overexpressed. So with this, like this is a short story which I have presented here, and I'm concluding with these findings, like IGF to BP1 knockout induces acute colitis, IGF to BP1 deficiency sensitizes mice to DSS-induced colitis, and IGF to BP1 regulates occludin expression by directly binding to its target mRNA and stabilizing it. Now, with this, I would like to acknowledge my principal scientist, and then my colleagues, like assistant professors, and then the postdocs who are working in the lab, and the collaborators. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vikas Singh, for your presentation. And I think we can allow some questions from the audience if anyone have any queries or comment. I think from audience side, no any questions. One thing I want to comment, because you have shown beautifully IGF to BP1 and the role of this acutidin proteins. Okay, so
Yes.
when you IGF to BP1 knockdown mouse you use, okay, and you overexpress the acutidin protein, and it restore the expression of IGF to BP1, right?
Yeah.
So it means that it covers the function of the IGF to BP1. So main player is the acutidin proteins or IGF BP2.
So occludin is a the target, because it is involved in the major target of IGF to BP1, and occludin is involved in the permeability thing. So yeah, the target is occludin. You're right.
Okay, so they're showing like synergetic effect, because once one overexpress, other also overexpress. One down regulated, other down regulated, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So so now we have the privilege to introduce one of our eminent, renowned senior speaker, Professor R.S. Sharma. He is gold medalist and He is the former scientist or additional director, National Vector Board Disease Control Program, former head and additional director, Center for Medical Entomology and Vector Control. He is also involved National Center for Disease Control and associated long time to the ICMR, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Of course, he did lot of work and contributes in malaria control program as an expert. He is in steering committee of the, and he is also involved in DDT like national environmental programs and other alliance programs. He also member of the, as a scientific advisory committee member of various ICMR institutes like BCRC or RMRC Dibrugarh or other, Gorakhpur, Jodhpur, so many institutes. He is the advisory committee, and he is also a member of the task force of insecticide programs. So I request Professor R.S. Sharma for his presentations, and I also request if he can cover within 20 minutes if possible, because we are already delaying the sessions. Sir, I request you, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thanks, sir. I will finish in whatever time you have given to me. So I am presentation is on Aedes-borne diseases, and at present, what are the this Aedes-borne diseases for the general knowledge sake? Dengue, chikungunya, Zika. These are the Aedes-borne diseases in our country, as well as a global level also. So 86% this countries, they are very good survival for disease vectors carrying insects like Aedes aegypti and Allopictus. These two mosquitoes are transmitting dengue, chikungunya, and Zika in our country as well as in other countries also. And globally, 58% countries, territories reported to at least one arboviral disease, that may be a dengue or chikungunya or Zika or all the three. And 123 countries reported more than one of the above diseases. This is a distribution of the diseases, Aedes-borne diseases at global level. And if you see, our country also highly affected with all the three diseases. So now I'm talking about mosquito vectors. That is a distribution of Aedes aegypti. If you see our old map, and this is a red and some yellow one. So red one represents areas with Aedes aegypti and dengue epidemic activities. Countries which are having dengue as well as Aedes aegypti, that is reflected in red color, and yellow color areas Aedes aegypti mosquito is there, but transmission is not there of dengue, chikungunya or Zika. So this is a distribution map of disease vectors, particularly aegypti. You will be surprised that 1934, even before independence, this mosquito was prevalent in our country, and mostly many states from east to west and south to other states. So all mostly states are affected by this mosquito, but that time disease was not prevalent, particularly that 30s or 40s. So this is a distribution of Aedes aegypti mosquito. Normally we are saying that after 90s the dengue came. No. Disease was prevalent earlier also, vector was also prevalent earlier also. And so like this is our countries. If you talk about our countries, I have not changed the words. I have taken original words from the historical aspects of airborne diseases. And disease was prevalent 19th and 20th century also. And there is a reference from Pondicherry to Calcutta and Ganges Valley up to Banaras. So these are original words. So nowadays, like we have changed this name also. And this is a 1824-25. There was an outbreak of dengue, Calcutta, Madras, and Gujarat. Dengue pandemics were also reported Calcutta, Kanpur, 1848. So these are re-emerging disease. They are not an emerging disease for our country as a new disease. These are re-emerging country. So previously disease was prevalent in many cities of our country, and 1872 to 1803, Bombay, Pune, and Kerala was also highly affected, and along with this Kerala state also. So these are the historical aspects of dengue. Normally, we are saying that disease just after 90s there is outbreak or there is a prevalence of this disease. No, no, no. This is a very old disease. There are re-emergencies there in our country. And one reference, like dengue appeared in Calcutta 1901, similarly in Meerut, Uttar Pradesh 1912. So these are the references that is already published papers by World Health Organization. And after independence, so our country virus was first isolated in Calcutta 1945. So there were this virus studies were available in our country that time. And first evidence of dengue that was reported in 1956, Vellore, Tamil Nadu. Epidemic of dengue hemorrhagic fever occurred in Calcutta 1963. So after independence, these are some references are there. And now we are talking about vectors. So there are two vectors, Aedes aegypti, Aedes albopictus. One is a nervous feeder, another is the aggressive feeder. So these diseases are transmitted by these mosquitoes, two mosquitoes, and dengue, chikungunya, Zika. I think everybody is aware about that diseases nowadays. And so last 50 years, if you see, there are so many dengue cases, so many deaths due to this Aedes-borne diseases. And luckily, one disease we have mentioned here, yellow fever, that is not prevalent in our country. Vector is available, mosquito is available. So we are lucky that this disease is not available in our country. Otherwise, three diseases are already there: chikungunya, Zika, dengue. So now question is underlying causes. What are the underlying causes for these vector-borne diseases, particularly Aedes-borne diseases? So this, or you can say risk factors: global trade, unplanned urbanization, inefficient implementation of vector control programs due to inadequate human resource, financial resource, infrastructure capacities, and most important is erratic water supply. If there is a shortage of water supply, mosquito positively will breed in containers. The mosquito is a container breeder, particularly Aedes aegypti. So these are the underlying issues, or you can say these are risk factors, particularly for spread of dengue, chikungunya, and Zika in different states of our country. And this is a live example. The national capital, Delhi. Always there are so many outbreaks in Delhi, and that is reported in different years since 1967. And very severe outbreak of this dengue was 1996, more than 10,000 cases, along with more than 400 deaths in our national capital, Delhi. So if you see this left side, this is a how spread mosquito, particularly Aedes aegypti in Delhi. Previously, if you see 1964, only this area was affected by this the Aedes aegypti. Slowly, vector spread to other areas, and 1992 whole area was whole Delhi capital was affected by this Aedes aegypti mosquito. So 1996, that was a serious outbreak. Normally, in our vector-borne disease, we are saying that universities, hospitals, airport, and seaports should be kept free from Aedes type mosquito. In the light of transmission, so we are saying universities, schools, hospitals, these are priority areas for this Aedes-borne diseases. So we normally say similarly airports, seaports also. This is very good example. In some times back, 1967, this paper was published in World Health Organization that some airports were kept free from Aedes mosquito. No Aedes mosquito was prevalent, and that is under international health regulations. All airport or seaport in our country, that is 21 international airport seaports are available in our country, that should be kept free from Aedes type mosquito, because yellow fever disease should not come to our country. That are the scientific reason beyond that. So chikungunya, you will see how chikungunya from Kerala to reach it to Italy. So this is a classical example. 2007, there is an outbreak of chikungunya, and in Kerala state, our country, a index case was from India. So that is a how disease is spreading to other areas from tropical countries to European countries. So this is a classical example how disease distribution of disease. And this is a case load in our country. So since 2010, we have given cases as well deaths due to this dengue in our country. And this year, 2021, there is sudden outbreak of this disease, particularly in UP, Kanpur division. And 90 deaths have already reported. More than, this is more than 1 lakh cases, 1.77 lakh cases already reported. Problem is like that all the 35 states or union territories in our country, they all are affected by the dengue during 2020. It means disease has now established in all the states of our country. Now this is about chikungunya. This is a chikungunya disease load, and these are suspected and confirmed cases chikungunya. And here there is a no death in chikungunya particularly. Like dengue, there are so many deaths. So chikungunya, there is no mortality by this disease. And recently Zika is also outbreak, and again in UP, Kerala, and some other states also. So so now you just see this 1954 first Zika case report in Bharuch district of Gujarat. We are saying Zika just emerging, but I say that is a re-emerging disease when 1944 Zika case report in Bharuch district. So other year wise we have mentioned here in this map, and recently UP is highly affected by this Zika 2021, and so many cases are there. And this is the details about how many cases we have reported from in different years. Like 2017, 4 cases were there only, 3 Gujarat and 1 from Tamil Nadu. And 2018, 300 cases, 159 cases Jaipur and about 130 cases per MP. Rajasthan, MP were highly affected during 2018. 2020, 230 cases of Zika virus have been reported from across India. So this is a entomological surveillance, particularly mosquito surveillance. You can say so Zika 2018, there is an outbreak in Shastri Nagar of Jaipur, Rajasthan state. So how entomological surveillance plays important role, or you can say for control purpose, house to house surveillance. So here we have mentioned this is a outbreak on 22nd September. Slowly, due to this community participation, source reduction methods, because this disease, there is no vaccine, no specific treatment for the disease. So only community participation, source reduction, and health education, that plays important role. And above all, entomological surveillance must be there. Then we can prevent and control the disease. And now most high risk factors of the disease are transportation of vector-borne disease from one area to another area. I have already given example of Italy. Disease index case was from Kerala state, and the case went to Italy, and after that transmission cycle start. So tourism, Zika case of Jaipur was the risk factor was this tourism. Tourists are coming Jaipur, mostly so many tourists are coming with virus, and vector is already available. Mosquito is already in our states, in our cities, rural areas. So this is a role of tourism on Aedes-borne diseases. So now this is a prevention and control. How we can do it when there is no special treatment, no vaccine. So these are some methods. Here is source reduction method. This is a local method. Normally we say this is a local focal disease, so local focal solutions are also there, and some larvicides are available, and most important biological control is also available, and legislative methods by laws are also in our country to prevent and control of this Aedes-borne diseases. These are some guidance document of our country, National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, that is available. Everybody can see it, and strategy, policy, everything is there. And now most important, this is last slide, challenges. So now there are so many challenges, like I already mentioned unplanned urbanization. Every city, unplanned urbanization is there, and insufficient public health entomology. This is our concern, and mostly all entomologists have supported in our country, and a strong centralized program, and resource allocation. Whatever the resources are available with the states or the corporations or rural area, so that is the most important. And weak evidence base and poor linkage of entomological, epidemiological, and intervention base. Environmental, yes, everybody will agree. Like 2-3 years back, there was an outbreak of dengue in Patna itself, Patna city. So that time you were talking about how we can prevent and control. I think first time they face this problem in Bihar also. And some environmental factors. So abiotic factors plays very important role, like temperature, rainfall, humidity in all the Aedes-borne diseases. And movement. I already mentioned movement of human and goods. Political and financial problem is also there in many states. and implementation of including novel interventions. So this disease requires source reduction, education, and and community participation, most of community participation, and no specific drug is there, no specific vaccine is there. So in that case, how we can prevent and control? At least as a community, we all are responsible about this prevention and control. So I will say in last one word, this Aedes-borne diseases control is everybody's concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You really cut short times. I'm very happy. And some comment or question from the audience as so I think Dr. Devakar Singh Dinesh is very interested. We are from Maramara. So yeah, Dr. Devakar Singh.
Thank you, Dr. R.S. sir. It is my great pleasure that you have addressed this session. And it is very important for us because sir has favored us, Bihar, in many aspects. When the Bihar was suffering from dengue outbreak in 2018 after flood, here the vector control measures, they have no idea. Central team has come from Delhi, and here when he observed that Tamifos is being used in the Nala channels in the nearby household, and it is not the proper way to control the dengue larvae. So he then here we contacted him. He is the senior most entomologist, vector-borne disease related entomologist in India. So we always take his guidance when we are in problem. So thank you very much, sir. That time you have given the idea regarding the implementation of Tamifos in the container nearby the houses. And so many things he has given. And one thing I want to know from him, sir, how our students can be encouraged in this vector-borne disease. And one vector, that is Aedes, is spreading dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. In other countries, it is also spreading yellow fever. So how this can be, how the students can be involved, and what is the future of students in this aspect, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Devakar ji. And really very important question. So when we say community means professors, associate professors, teachers, scientists, microbiologists, entomologists, everybody. As a committee, that is our responsibility. Now you asked about role of students, college or schools, you can say. So weekly, science department, particularly biology department or zoology department, if there is a 3-4 people, they are regularly surveying the weekly survey in campus, university campus. Positively, we will not get any case of dengue, chikungunya, Zika with guarantee. No, now you ask any practical example. Udaipur University, every week they are doing this entomological surveillance, and there is no indigenous transmission in university campus itself. So now I request our zoology department particularly kindly make a team. Junior, senior, whosoever is there. So they will survey the campus, only surveillance, nothing else, and destroy the larvae, mosquito larvae. So this education, health education, is the only answer for prevention and control of dengue, chikungunya, Zika. You will not get any case of these diseases in campus itself, hostel, or your own house, as a community, as your own house also. So this disease requires only two things: social reduction and education, community participation, you can say. So this is our common responsibility as a VC, as a professor, as a teacher, as a scientist. So mostly in universities we are requested that kindly survey your campus, and you will get larvae destroy, nothing else. No chemical, no nothing else, nothing required. So this is how we can involve our schools, how we can involve our universities And these are responsibility in school science teacher and university zoology department can play very important in prevention and control of all these diseases.
Sir, thank you. And sir, I'm also from RMRI MS, and I am basically biochemist, not entomologist. Just I want to mention, but I'm just want to know you see the vector is same for 3 diseases, and how we get it from the mosquito. You know, the lot of mosquito comes every times when season comes and lot of disease occurs. Okay, a vector. So how we control the vector, that is really difficult challenge for us. We always face problems. So vector control management, can you comment again something?
So, sir, vectors are, you can eliminate a disease, you cannot eliminate a vector, number one. Kindly remember that these mosquitoes came before all of us. If you see the evolution of the human beings, evolution of these mosquito vectors or any insect. So now this concept should be clear genetically. So number two, what you said, that's why I have a small submission that entomological surveillance is the only answer for prevention and control of diseases also, vectors also, disease vectors also. So like I have example of Udaipur University or Jawaharlal University in Delhi and Indira Gandhi Open University again in Delhi. So they are doing no malaria department, no mosquito department. They itself they are doing. Students they are doing entomological surveillance, and so they are not getting any nuisance of mosquitoes also. What you are asking.
So how about the transgenic mosquito that means against the malaria, like people using, we can spare the transgenic mosquito and then we can reduce and that mosquito can kill the other mosquito when they go as cycles. That how about transgenic?
Good, very good. So that is a genetic control, and 1971 where there is a genetic control, but very big project in our country. But due to some reasons, I will not cannot explain here due to political problem. So that project was closed. That is a World Health Organization project. Now you are saying that what is the problem now? With Volvochia, they are working on Volvochia. They are working on this as a biological control agent. So till they didn't get any success. Other countries they got success, but our countries they are under research work. They are doing vector control research center Pondicherry. So now what you are saying, my submission, that in nature. Nature there are two type of mosquitoes. One you are rearing in the laboratory. Another mosquito in the wild nature, in open environment. So when you are releasing these laboratory mosquitoes to kill other mosquitoes in nature, what are these wild mosquitoes? They are killing laboratory mosquitoes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This is the problem in nature.
Sir, one question from one student. He is betting.
Sure. Sure.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, this is Kaustup, research scholar of Patna University. Sir, actually, I just want to ask a question to you, sir. We are practicing entomological surveillance in the state since last 2 years under the mentorship of Dr. D.S. Dinesh, sir. Sir, I am seeing that the patients of dengue are coming from the rural areas also. And nowadays, we are only focusing on the entomological surveillance of urban areas of the state. So can you suggest that we should expand our program to rural areas to cover up all entomological aspects being rising in the peri-urban as well as rural areas? Sir.
Sure. Now, as per policy of Government of India, National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, urban or rural, all areas we have to, we should start this entomological surveillance. And problem, I have mentioned problem also, I think you have gone through it or not. Entomological infrastructure in our country is very weak nowadays. All journal entomologist posts of Bihar, now I am talking about particularly Bihar. All the journal entomologist posts or state entomologist posts are lying vacant in Bihar. Only ad hoc arrangements are there through consultants or regional office health and family where there is a consultant again. And so my submission is that all governments, and we have requested all the governments so surveillance, what you are said, I agree 100%. We should start this surveillance in all the villages, all the urban areas. Now this mosquito is prevalent in all the urban, rural, everywhere. So I agree, we should positively And now government of India is also trying to fill up these posts in different states.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So behalf of the organizing committee, sir, I show my deepest sense of gratitude for your gracious presence, sir. And you have just added a laurel to our conference, Dr. R.S. Sharma, sir. And you have not only presented, rather you have also guided us for making this conference to a presentable way. So I show my deepest sense of gratitude from bottom corner of my heart. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Give a thunder round of applause for Dr. R.S. Sharma.
Hello. Now I will introduce next speaker of this session, Dr. Rakesh Kumar Singh, and he is a professor from the Harvard Knowledge University, Patna, and he is working on nanoscience, nanotechnology, and I just know him last few years. I think he moved from now to Bhagalpur, right? Patna Women's College. Oh, I'm sorry. So, and title of his talk is Nanoscience and Nanotechnology in Ancient Indian Wisdom, an asset for the Atmanirbhar Bharat and sustainable development of the society. So title is very impressive. Dr. Rakesh, please go ahead. I request. Okay. There is an announcement from the organizing committee.
So there is an announcement from the organizing committee that those participants who have given their name for the poster presentation, they are requested to please display or they are exhibit their posters. And for this, you may contact Dr. Ravi. So those who are interested or those who have already submitted their name for the poster presentation, please go for the display of your posters. It will be adjudged by the honorable judges who have already arrived in the auditorium. So it is requested that those who are interested, you may go and display your posters. Thank you.
निकलने दे लोगों को। Honorable Chairperson of this international conference, the organizing committee members, the faculties and scholars of the different academic institutions connected through offline mode or online mode. This topic of my talk is slightly different because from the morning session, I have been hearing the different biological aspect of the research, but my topic is slightly different, which is related to the ancient wisdom and the asset for Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. The word generally Atmanirbhar Bharat and asset is used for people. But here research topic is totally related to how can you create the Atmanirbhar Bharat planning in Bihar and India. Just I start my first this is the acknowledgement page is generally in the last, but this is my style of delivering a talk. I acknowledge my mentors and research group initially. These are my mentors in which we are associated my research areas and academic activities. And these are acknowledged by the 14 PhD students in which we are associated at MTech level and PhD levels. Now I start my start because this topic is related to nanoscience and nanotechnology. First, the nanotechnology is not a new words. This is the study of material at nanoscale, in which the 10 to the power minus 9 meter. And at this scale, the size of the material cannot see. Through modern scientific tools, like a electron microscopy measurement and other microscopy measurements and the modern scientific tools, we can see this material at the nanoscale and their properties. But before start this lecture, one thing I also show how the nanomaterials are effective at molecular level. And another thing is that most of the materials are in natures which are already in natural scales. We see this the lotus leaf. This lotus leaf is always clean itself because this is the nanomaterials property in their molecular levels. Second thing, we see the seashell and chalk. We see this chalk is very hard, but chalk is very soft. We can break the chalk, but you cannot break the seashell due to mechanical hardness. And this mechanical hardness is due to the crystallography structure. And that crystallography structure is the nanoscale structure. In the same way, this dagger, in Mughal Kal, we use this dagger because this thickness is the nanoscale. And therefore, this is the mechanical hardness and their other property are totally different as compared to the others metallic materials. In the same way, the migratory bird and the butterfly, multicolor of the butterfly is also due to the molecular structure, and that molecular structure is due to nanoscale properties. Now we come to the topic. This is the Ayurvedic nanomedicine. This is the copper-based tamra bhasma. Generally, bhasma is a material which are the very effective at molecular level according to the Ayurvedic physicians. But at that time, the ancient times, our ancestors, our forefathers are not well aware how they are effective. When the modern scientific tools came in 21st century, using modern scientific techniques, you confirm this material are the nanocrystalline material. We see the electron microscopy image. These images are very uniform microstructure. This is the reason why the Ayurvedic medicine at nanoscale have no side effect. This is the one of the reason. Another thing is that the hysteresis loop here is that there is super paramagnetic behavior. Any nanomedicine have a special property that should be a super paramagnetic. In terms of the basic sciences, we can say this: if you apply any external field, the materials magnetization should be saturated. When you apply the magnetic field in the cancer cells, the materials, the magnetization of the materials should a targeted delivery, the property should be the magnetizing property. And that is the super paramagnetic behavior. So this is the one of the reasons why the Ayurvedic medicines have no side effect. So using modern scientific techniques, we come here to this, the materials should have a microstructure, uniform microstructure, should have a super paramagnetic behaviors. Another thing that this is the Kuku Tandak Bhas, this is the calcium oxide materials. These are my PhD student, Dr. Sweta Sinha. We can see that both the images here. These are the electron microscopy image and another is the microscope. Both materials are the calcium based material which are prepared from the waste material axle. But the ingredient you are using aloe vera and lemon. When you prepare the material using lemon, the microstructure are different. In the same material prepared in aloe vera, the microstructure are different. So that means the property of a materials at nanoscale depends on the ingredient used. And the most important thing is that these medicines are already used by the Ayurvedic physicians for various diseases. But important thing is that how the physical property affect their biomedical application. So to determine the physical property is very important for their biomedical applications. These are the waste materials in which we can convert the waste material into knowledge and economic development. There are lots of waste material being used in Bihar and India. We can convert this waste material into economic developments. In the same thing, there are bhasmas. The Ayurvedic physicians generally produce larger scale in the bhasma materials, and they also available in larger scale market, but there is no scientific evidence. So the scientific evidence, there is a global recognition. In India, we can create an industry in which evidence-based medicine can be available. Another thing is that how these superfine materials can be produced on the larger scale. These are the turmeric. This is the red colored turmeric. Generally, we have a yellow colored turmeric, but we have a red colored turmeric because at the nano scale, the material size is reduced from bulk size to superfine powder. That color changes drastically, red colored turmeric powders. In the market, there red colored turmeric powder is also maybe available. And we can produce the red color powders and other color powders, turmeric powders. And these are the produced superfine powder. These are the high energy ball milling machine. In laboratory, we have produced large number of superfine powder. Our students are here also. They are working on the cinnamon superfine powder, turmeric, ginger, and so many. So that's the new functional material. Till date, we have a yellow colored turmeric powder, but you can produce a red colored turmeric powder, and they have a different property in comparison to their yellow colors. And recently, thus we published a paper. This is the Birender sir is here from this Patna University also. The preparation of superfine cinnamon bark powder using high energy ball milling and estimated the structural and antioxidant property. Generally, when the size of a superfine powder is changes from crude powder to nanoscale powder, their antioxidant property, bioavailability, all are changes drastically. Just previous slide, we have seen their microstructure are different. As the microstructure from electron microscopy measurement was found to be different, there all the property changes drastically. And you can use as a new functional material for their biomedical applications. We cannot see here the details of the result due to lack of time. And the same powder have also found effective to purification of water of arsenic and fluoride also, because the surface reactivity was found to be very high. When the molecular structure and the morphology was changing, the agglomeration was found to be very high. And that agglomeration is responsible due to interatomic forces changes, van der Waals forces changes, the impurities in the water, arsenic and fluoride absorb at very small levels. And the rest research activity are carrying out by our research group is the various cinnamon powder, the turmeric powder, the potato powders at nanoscale, and their properties are something differently from the crude powder. These are the understanding efficacy at enable at molecular level already discussed. Another thing that of the material which are related to the ancient wisdom, the effect of radiation of moon. Just we have worked on this is the Jalkumbhi Bhasma. These material are being used as large scale by Ayurvedic physician for prostate cancers. But why this material are very effective for prostate cancer? These are not well known by the Ayurvedic industries and Ayurvedic physician. But we have studied at molecular level. We have seen in two nakshatra, Push Nakshatra and Rohi Nakshatra. The material size are totally double from this is the material 26 nanometer and today about 50 nanometer. When the same material was prepared in the presence of radiation of the moon, the size of the material was found to be 26 nanometer. And in absence of the moon, that is at 50 nanometer. What are the for gift of our nature? That means that in presence of moon, the size of a material reduces to a small level. And at a small level, the efficacy of a material was found to be very effective. So generally, we have studied the Western science, effect of magnetic field, effect of electric field, effect of mechanical pressure, but the effect of cosmic radiation on the material's property. So we can produce such a material in larger scale by the Ayurvedic factory, by the Nath Ayurveda and something, but they have no scientific evidence. So this is the evidence-based medicine we can produce on larger scale. Only needed to using modern scientific techniques. And using modern scientific techniques, There are so many methods. We can see here the force constant, why this material are defective. The fourth column, the force constant was found to be very different. That is the reason why the nanomedicine are very effective at atomic and molecular levels. These are already the effect of nature. Another thing is that this is the Havan processes, just a coronavirus. We have the size of the coronavirus is about 80 nanometer. But the mask we have used, the microns of the pore size of this, all the mask are generally more than 200 micrometer. How this mask are effective? But this is the protocols. We have also used the mask. But I think according to the research finding available, if the Havan process should be continued, I can think the coronavirus will be not in the nature. This is the fumes generated from the Havans, and the ash of this Havan are also nanocrystalline material. That is the smallest unit of this universe also. This fumes generated that have an intermolecular interaction with the coronaviruses. We have a large number of, I have also worked on it, but you cannot show here the result. But the ash of the materials, these are the collateral particles of the Havan particles. This is a kinds of bioenergy. And when this bioenergy moves in the nature, already all the virus and bacteria will far away from the nature. And this another, the structure. And the ancient wisdom related we have a working is the silica material from rice husk. The rice husk is abundant, available in the abundant scale in the Bihar and India. You can produce a silica material from this waste material. And the important thing of the silica material is the porous structure here, the electron microscopy image, which are very useful for drug delivery. The mesoporous structure. The characteristic of this mesoporous structure to deliver a medicine to the molecular levels. So at least in Bihar, for Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, we can produce a silica material from a waste material, and that can be utilized not only for biomedical application, but also in the paint industry, in cement industry, in preparation of bricks, and so many things. These are the also possibility to produce a large number of functional material for their various application in industry and their biomedical applications. These are one of the company in Uttarakhand base have sent a mail how you produce a silica material from bulk state to nanoscale for their various application. They have sent me to technology transfer, research transfer, and we are ready to collaborate him. I will transfer your technology and research. They will produce a silica material at larger scale. We will transfer your technology and research to him. And we are ready to produce a green energy source with the help of this is the R.K. Kotnala. He is a very senior scientist of NPL Delhi. Producing a water on the materials, the green energy produces. Low cost Bharat ka aviskar, first after C.B. Raman. This invention was take place in India, and we are in planning in Bihar also. We are in constant touch with the government also. How can you produce a green energy in Bihar and India using a materials by incident of a water? And the two patents have been filed we have in the field of the nanomedicine. One is from Axel, the waste material. We can produce a calcium oxide materials for their application as a medicine, as well as purification of water. Second, we have produced a silver waste material for their TB patients. We have an experimental work done created PGI Lucknow, and the two patents are in progress for final filing. Thank you. We have given a 15 minutes time. And our plan should be also the development of frontier research from biological sciences to basic sciences.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh. And you shortcut your presentations. Now house is open for question, and
yes,
so
sir.
many people want to say something.
You have done electron microscopic work. Where did you do all those works?
Yes, sir. I have been.
Where, which? You have electron microscope?
Electron microscope.
Okay.
Electron microscope, atomic force microscope, and tunneling microscope.
Oh, you have a scanning?
Yes, I have.
Tunneling, scanning electron. These were scanning. Okay, that's good because I thought that
Process of TEM.
when it was installed, because it was
Yes, sir, it was installed in 2016.
16. That's very good. I congratulate you. Generally. So one thing is that you have very nicely shown in the beginning that in nano you have shown the atoms and electron, protons, because when we talk about nano scale, we go to the atomic level, angstrom, nanometer. So what is your idea at how quantum gravity is acting there? Because when we go to the nano scale, automatically quantum gravity comes, and gravity not only works at the gross level, that goes at that level also. So what is your view about that? Because you have gone very deep. That's way.
My view is very clear. At
Yeah.
nanoscale, the gravitational force is very good, but
Very-
electromagnetic force is very down.
Yeah.
And the electromagnetic force is quantum effect. Electromagnetic force is van der Waals force of effect. Why that means चिपकली होता है. That means चिपकली दीवार पे चलता है तो गिरता है. Because due to that gravitational force is not dominant. The electromagnetic force, quantum mechanical force is factor. At nanoscale, the size reduces, the gravitational force is factor. But quantum mechanical forces, like van der Waals force is very strong.
Yeah, that is good, very good, and that you have gone in a area where people are generally fear to go.
Please, one slide show the effect of radiation on moon. I am so the interatomic forces are very dominant. That slide also.
Okay, no problem. I can.
Yes, sir. We can see this is very interesting.
Because why I'm asking, because Einstein told about all those things that
Sir,
all the.
This is very important.
Yeah, yeah.
We can see this force constant here, not visible because light is very illuminating here.
Yeah, that force.
That force is totally changes.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And these were measured by the high-end research equipments, have an X-ray diffractometer.
Very, very good, very exciting and mind-boggling what you have done, and that's why discussion is automatically coming. So what actually happens, because Einstein told that all electrons and protons, like heavenly bodies, are attracting each other. Similarly, inside the atom also, that force is acting, gravitational force.
Interatomic forces, chemical bonding was found to be changed.
Yeah.
When you break the material,
Yeah.
the old bond breaks
No,
down.
that is important, especially in the light of recently that gravitational wave have been detected by LIGO people who got Nobel Prize recently. So LIGO people have detected. For 100 years, people did not believe in Einstein's gravitational waves. But now gravitational wave is a reality. And that is pervading everywhere, from the macroscopic level to the megascopic level. So I think good work you have done. We may think in that level also. We'll have discussion little later on. Okay, thank you and congratulate you for that.
Yes, thank you.
You have presented very well, and we came to know how much work you are doing this nanotechnology, and you are giving one era to this science, that the science can develop from this point to ahead. So in this slide, I wanted to know that whether it is the photoperiodic system involved with this moonlight, or the constituents are varying, and the concentration is varying from low to.
Not concentrated. This is the only Jalkumbhi Bhasma.
Bhasma. That material is increasing or decreasing? Why?
Constant Jalkumbhi. Because this problem was given by J.K. Singh.
Okay, yeah.
Cancer specialist.
Yeah, I heard your lecture there.
Have come to him, and they have used this Bhasma for prostate cancer. But we have tried to determine their physical properties, why this is effective. And finally, we have studied their physical property at in presence of moon and without presence of moon. In presence of moon, the size of the material is reduces to the very small level. Okay. Because due to this physical property, the efficacy was found to be changed. And the biomedical application are already there, sir. They are effective.
Yeah.
Yeah. And C. elegans we have studied. Just we are not showing here result. This is the toxicity is very minimum.
very minimum. Because the time span, I cannot show the result in the slide.
So another, you have shown the MDR, your nanoparticle is effective for MDR,
Yeah,
and
for,
you are
yes,
going
yes.
to patent it.
Yes, yes,
So it is
patent. I
very
have filed
nice,
application,
and
and this is the final progress of patent.
it will be
Yeah.
great contribution to the
And
medical.
sir, one thing is there is a possibility of industrial linkage. We can produce a material on large scale for the Bihar, because the application of this material already existing, but there is no scientific evidence. If you give the scientific evidence, because we are very close to MRI also, your institution we have working, and the Mahavir Cancer Sansthan and PGI Lucknow, there is a possibility.
Very nice, sir.
Good presentation, interesting presentation. Now this slide only, you have worked on iconic, that is आप जो जलकुंभी बोलते हैं उसका बोटानिकल ये है। ये बताइए कि ये आपने जो काम किया तो ये रेडिएशंस एक कितनी बार आपने ये रिपीट्स ली, कहाँ लिया कुंभी, क्योंकि कुंभी का केवल इस फैक्टर से हुआ कि did you take into account the nutrient availability, the other parameters, environmental parameters that affects a plant? That was so important that you have seen radiations, but did you see all other parameters, and how many samplings did you do? Because sampling was very important.
ये जो मैडम है, जो आयुर्वेदिक ट्रीटमेंट से जो भस्म को बनाते हैं, फर्स्ट यू कलेक्ट मटेरियल। हाँ
प्लीज, मैं भी बॉटनी की ही टीचर हूँ। भस्म बनाकर काम किया कि भस्म के पहले काम किया फिर भस्म बनाया?
भस्म को बनाया गया उसके प्रेजेंस में, सन के प्रेजेंस, मून के प्रेजेंस में।
कितनी बार, मतलब हमारा जैसे हम यहाँ पर अब दो किए, आपने सैम्पलिंग साइज कैसे लिया? ये तो बहुत एक मतलब ये बहुत रिवोल्यूशनरी बात आप बोल रहे हैं कि मैंने यहाँ पर मून का लाइट देखा और मैंने भस्म बना लिया, बट कितनी बार मैंने ये काम किया?
वही मैं बता रहा हूँ। तो जो जलकुंभी कलेक्ट किया हमने गंगा के तट पे बेगूसराय के पास।
एक सैंपल हुआ।
हाँ, सैंपल
तो वहाँ के पैरामीटर्स देखे कि कुंभी
पूष नक्षत्र में मून का रेडिएशन डोमिनेंट होता है, ठीक है, वो कलेक्ट किया।
आप मुझे एक वो सब ठीक है, आपने एक बार पूष नक्षत्र में बैठ के वहां देखा, पर ये सैंपलिंग आपने कोई और जगह भी करके देखा? गंगा का किनारा एक था, फिर आपने यहाँ देखा, पौंड में देखा, क्योंकि आप एक बहुत जनरल स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं कि ये कुंभी मैंने इस नक्षत्र में वेरिएशंस देखी, पर कुंभी की स्पीशीज देखी, कुंभी का 16s RRNA करके हमने ये देखा कि ये वेरिएंट कौन सा था, किस वेरिएंट पर आपने
वो एक अलग है। ये मेडिसिन जो जलकुंभी भस्मा है ऑलरेडी मार्केट में बहुत अवेलेबल है। हमारा टारगेट ये था इसमें कि इसकी इफिकेसी के कारण को पता करना, इसके साइज रिड्यूस हो रहे हैं करना। इसलिए तो दो है, इसलिए तो दो कारण दिखाए हूं, दोनों का साइज अलग है।
मैं एक सजेशन दूं, ये यूनिवर्सल टॉक देने के समय आप 2-3 बातें ध्यान रखिए कि जब हम बॉटनी या जूलॉजी कोई भी स्पीशीज लेते हैं तो हम उसकी वार भी देखते हैं, यानी वेराइटीज। उसमें 16s RNA के बाद आपकी क्या ये स्पीशीज थी, कौन सा जगह पर था,
वो वेराइटीज, वो मैं बॉटनी स्पेशल नहीं हूँ, वो वेराइटीज है, वो वेराइटीज है।
स्टेटमेंट के पहले कि आपने एक गंगा किनारे का लिया है और आपने एक बात कह दी कि ये मून पर हो रहा है।
ये जो मैडम है ना, ये भस्मा लार्ज स्केल पे इंडिया में सेल हो रही है। मैंने कुछ नया नहीं किया है, मैंने सिर्फ उसकी प्रॉपर्टी को।
discussion is the ornaments of any kind of international conference. So I am requesting on behalf of the organizing team that please go for the discussion in the lunch session and oblige us, because we are running short of time, ma'am. And I request
Dr. Chand, please. 1 minute, please. 1 minute. Because this is a very relevant question for the audience also. My humble submission is with Dr. Rakesh ji. Whenever you are doing this international or new discovery, you should repeat the experiment.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Tanuja madam concerned is,
अभी जो मेरा टॉपिक का लेक्चर था,
what Dr. Tanuja ma'am is talking is rightly
छुपे हुए बातों को एक्सप्लोर बता
नहीं, लेकिन मैडम ने क्या कहा, आपने कहां से कलेक्ट किया? This is not species of running water. This is a species of stagnant water.
Yes,
so
standing water.
habitat may also differ. Your readings, yes, alters. That is what.
देखिए,
yes.
वो जो जब मेथोडोलॉजी उसकी होती है, उसकी जो मेथोडोलॉजी होती है
सर उसमें n नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स काम कर सकते हैं।
कर सकता है नहीं क्या?
और ये एक फैक्टर एक क्लोज
ये-
सिस्टम में जो ऑपरेट हुआ वो वही चीज
ये चीजें
Yes.
मैडम वो बात ये है आपका जो बायोलॉजिकल पॉइंट है, लेकिन ये कोई नया नहीं है, ये सदियों से यूज होते आ रहे हैं।
नहीं आपके लिए, ये आपके लिए,
So we have to
आपके
boost
लिए,
the moral
आपके लिए
of the youngsters.
आप काम कर रहे हैं, यू शुड रिपीट द एक्सपेरिमेंट।
हाँ, ठीक है।
एक बार, क्योंकि देखिए एक बार सन का क्या है, मून का क्या है,
Dr. Gopal sir, Dr. Gopal sir, you are requested, please sir, because we have to boost
thank you very much.
we have to boost the moral of the youngsters.
Please.
I request the Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Bahawali,
other parameters like
to. Sir.
Sir, I think a lot of discussion is going on in this talk, and this shows that the people is very interested for Dr. Rakesh talk. It's really excellent talk, and but yeah, well, please hold on. And as Dr. Rakesh said, because he not scientifically measure the things and parameters like barter, but one thing is okay. One thing is okay. Just listen. The one thing, one day in the year that call in Sarad Purma, okay, as per Charak Sanhita, on the day of Sarad Purma, when the moon is the full, that come in October, something like that. That day, the value of medicinal value of any plant, any medicinal plants is little bit higher due to the whole seasonal reasons. I cannot comment on the rays, as he said, radiation. Radiation is more prominent in sunlight, not in the moonlight. Radiation is very poor. So I think you can discuss individually with him, but his discovery is good and he can do more things and he can prove scientifically. And I request to good applause for him. Yeah.
So
And,
I request the Honorable
the other,
Chairperson, Dr. Bahawali sir, to present a token of appreciation.
In this sessions, 1 minute, hold on. In this sessions, I think now the hall is full, but morning is very lit. Few pupils is here when we started. But really the presenter is very good and he present their work is very nicely because 4 presenter from USA and I will allow. So very nice presentations. I again thanks to the all presenter of these sessions. I also thanks the audience and now is full of the hall. So I'm very impressed that and everybody involved. And I again give the time to one person. She want to ask one more question, just one question.
They have to boost the moral of the youngsters. They have to
एंटीडोट जो है सर आज के डेट में बहुत रिलेवेंट है। आपने बहुत अच्छा इसी कल्चर किया, कोई एक बोतल कोई डाल दिया, इंसेक्टिसाइड सारा मर गया। तो एंटीडोट का बहुत रिलेवेंट किया सर आपने सबका।
Maybe you right, I don't know, but you can discuss with Dr. Rakesh in details lunchtime. And
it shows the popularity of Dr. Rakesh.
Yes.
How popular you are, sir. So give a thunder round of applause to Dr. Rakesh. Dr. Rakesh,
but it may be effect of the Ganga waters. You can see this way.
हाँ सर, नहीं यूज नहीं बनाया सर, बनाया प्रोड्यूस किया है।
It is nanotized, then color becomes red.
प्रोड्यूस किया है सर। हाँ।
Sir, the discussion will never come to an end. Definitely we'll have to pause. We'll have to go for the next session.
I close
the honorable judges, they are waiting for the next session. So I request with the folded hands on behalf of the organizing committee, I request the chairperson Bahawali sir to present a memento to Dr. Rakesh Kumar Singh as a token of appreciation for his nice presentation. Dr. Rakesh, please take your memento. And the discussion is the ornament of any kind of conference and a research paper, and it shows your popularities, because a man is known by virtue of his enemies. So you are very popular, sir. Yes. And thank you very much. I request Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, Head Department of Zoology, and the Chief Convener to please felicitate the chairperson, Dr. Bahawali. Hi. This is a small token of appreciation from our side, sir. You have spent your time since 8:50 to 1:10 p.m. in a straight row. So give a thunder round of applause for the scientist, a senior scientist from ICMR, Dr. Bahawali. Thank you so much. Chal.
Thank you so much. Lot of things happened. Just a minute. Thank you so much.
जल्दी चलिए सर, मत बोलिए सर.
No. Thank you also, sir. I just take this opportunity because just now Dr. Rakesh has told about the ancient times. Today is birth anniversary of our beloved Dr. Srinivas Ramanujan. Oh, good. You know, we have forgotten. And this was must to mention here, you know, and nobody remembered. I remembered just. So really, after posthumously, we just wish him happy birthday, you know.
So with this plenary session third comes to an end, and straightway I'm moving to the fifth plenary session, and that is the fourth plenary session. And we are very much privileged to have with us the two honorable chairperson come judges, because they have to judge, they have to adjust the performances and the work of the youngsters, just to boost the moral for them. And since it is a kind of judgment, definitely amongst them there will be the Young Scientist Awardee. So I take the privilege to invite Professor Sahla Yasmin, Head Department of Zoology, Patna Women's College, Patna University. Give a thunder round of applause for the chairperson. And Dr. Tanuja, in charge Department of Botany, Patliputra University, Patliputra. We have the privilege to have two best teacher of the year awarded by the Chancellor cum Governor of Bihar. I welcome both of you, ma'am, on the dais. Please give a big round of applause for the two best teacher awardee from the Chancellor cum Governor of Bihar as the two judges come chairperson for this particular plenary session. And we have altogether 6 participants has submitted their PowerPoint. Please. And some of them have also consented for the online presentation. So if anybody is interested for the Young Scientist Awardee,
They are interested to judge from here only. So no problem. They can sit here.
Okay. So if anybody is interested, even now they can add their name. So it is an open announcement on behalf of the organizing committee. There's those students, and the allotted time is only 5 minutes. So you will have to show your skill for the best slides of your presentation, and that will be the skill which will be tested by our honorable judges. Oh, to list do, ma'am. So I have the list of speakers. The first speaker is the costume, then Yasha, then Atul, Fauzia Saddaf, Sapna, Renu Sahu, and Somnath Ghosh. Once again, I'm just telling that if somebody is interested, they can just add their name to Gajendraji.
Hello. Hello.
अपलोड हो गया।
Hello. A very good afternoon to the jury and all the other members of the audience. The topic of my presentation is bottled water as a source of microplastics, its possible genotoxic potential. Plastics, as we know, have become an indispensable part of the present day life of individuals. Its usage has started early in the 20th century, and the production of plastics has gone from 1.5 million tons in the 1950s to approximately 350 million tons in 2017. So plastics are basically derived from a broad array of polymer types. They can be anything ranging from polypropylene, polyethylene, PVCs, polystyrene, PETs, etc. So what are microplastics? Microplastics are basically synthetic solid particles of polymeric matrix with regular or irregular shape
and with size ranging from 1 μm to 5 millimeter of either primary or secondary manufacturing origin, which are insoluble in water. So in simple words, microplastics are basically smaller fragments of plastics ranging from size 1 μm to 5 millimeter. These can either be generated, these can either be secondary microplastics generated as a result of wear and tear of the plastic load that is already present in the environment, or they can be intentionally produced industrially as primary microplastics. So this figure basically shows how plastic that is already present in the environment is subjected to different pressures, be it the solar radiations, the wearing and tearing. With time, these plastics degrade and form microplastics. Now, coming to the principal source of drinking water. So there was this National Statistical Survey. This data has been taken from National Statistical Survey, which shows that the principal source of drinking water in the urban and rural population is the bottled water. In the rural population, 4% of the rural population depends on bottled water as its principal source of drinking water. And in the urban population, we see that 12% of the population depends on bottled water as a source of its principal source of drinking water. This is actually, there has been a major or a steep rise in the usage of bottled water. We can see that the National Statistical Survey that had taken place 10 years earlier in 2008 showed that in the urban population, only 2.7% of the population depended on the bottled water, used bottled water in 2008. But in 2018, the percentage has gone to 12.2%. So we can see that in 10 years, there has been a major or a steep rise in the percentage of population. Especially we can see that in the urban population, which is far more developed, bottled water usage is much more prevalent. Now, bottled water has been shown to contain microplastics. There was a study which showed that there was a study which basically covered 9 different countries from 9 different countries from different locations, 19 different locations, including 11 brands of bottled water. They were studied and analyzed for the presence of microplastics. And it included 2 major brands of bottled water from India as well, Bisleri and Aquafina, which showed the presence of microplastic. So on an average, we can see that there are 325 microplastic particles present in a packaged bottled water. Now, where does the microplastic comes from? Because what happens is that when we buy a packaged bottled water, we are promised water that is mineral enriched, clean from the source, probably from the Himalayas. But what we are not told is that the bottled water also contains microplastics. So where does this load of microplastic come from in the bottled water? It majorly comes from the packaging process itself and the unscrewing of the bottle cap. So there is the security lid around the bottle cap, the breaking of that security lid, the unscrewing of the bottle cap, the carbonization, if there is a carbonated drink inside the bottle, the age of the bottle, heat sterilization processes. You know what happens that when we are feeding babies, we tend to sterilize the baby bottles by warm waters, by boiling it or heat sterilizing it generally. But what we think is that heat sterilization reduces the exposure to microbes, or it is basically a sterilization process. But what we do not think of is that the heat sterilization process actually starts releasing more and more microplastics into the feed of the baby, into the milk or whatever is kept inside the bottle. There was a study by Lee et al., which was published in 2020 in Nature, which showed that on a daily basis, babies are basically exposed to approximately 4.5 millions of microplastics daily. So the samples, now that we are talking of the load of the bottled water, the load of microplastics in the bottled water, the samples were analyzed at every step of the bottling process, and it was shown that there was a steep rise.
Just to interrupt, you have completed your time. Kindly conclude your findings.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So it was seen that there was a steep rise from the initial stages of the bottling process, and it went. There was a steep rise from the initial stages to the final stages after the capping was done. The microplastic particles went on successively decreasing in size in the later stages. So as the size decreases, there is a far more tendency for the body to absorb it.
Kindly conclude.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So microplastics, basically, because of their biological attachment, because of the absorption of pollutants, and because of the leaching of chemicals such as plasticizers and other things, they also lead. So the presence of microplastics in the body leads to genotoxic stress. There have been several studies which show that they cause oxidative stress, genotoxicity, developmental toxicity, etc. So we should be worried because a major fraction of the present day population is exposed to the.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Just a suggestion for all the presenters, since you have only 5 minutes, so I think after half a minute of introduction, it is better to show your main slides, which are your actual work, and then to talk about it. Because if you have 3 to 4 minutes of introduction, then your actual work is not conveyed to us. So just, it was very nice. I think you must have worked a lot also. There were many things to come up. You were very good in it. But yes, I can understand that. So that's why I'm saying, just for all the participants, if we can just have, just the topic, just introduce it and come to your main work if you have to convey us what you have to. From my side, I can ask you 1 or 2 questions on what you have done, and then the audience. Just few clarifications. When you did microplastics, did you see the different grades of bottle, as you said, for baby bottles and references which you have done? So again, I'd like to say that while you're presenting those data of 8 and 18, if a line of reference from where those datas were there would have been very nice for us to see. And second is the grades of bottles again, like there are PET bottles and there are different plastics which are being
actually coming to that.
Yeah. So that is why I wanted to say, because it's a very good and a very nice topic. And plasticizers, leaching at different parameters, and the quality again would have been great. In fact, people would have known and discouraged to use those bottles by heating, thawing, and reusing it. So those things, and discouraging it even in conferences, we should go completely free of those plastic bottles, like that. So over to Shaladi.
So, you have worked thoroughly. Review part, you have worked thoroughly on it. But do you have you come up with some? Can you come up with some suggestions, alternative suggestions? If not, if this you are if you are telling that not to use such plastic bottles, then you should have in your mind some suggestions. Okay, what alternatives can be used? Because we cannot just do away with plastic, because even the PVC pipes from which we are getting water, even that is also bringing plastics into our life, into our food and drinks.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, because my work, my topic was related to bottled water, so there have already been strategies, because there was the Coca-Cola is a very well-known company which was said to be a major plastic pollutant because of its bottles. So it came up with a strategy of making paper bottles instead of plastic bottles, and the plastic bottles that it has made have become recyclable. As though how much that is efficient, the recycling of bottles is yet not known, but the paper bottles are a good source, good substitute for the plastic ones. Apart from that, there is another bioplastic available called Marina Tex, which has been developed by red algae and fish scales, so that is completely biodegradable. And as far as the capping process goes, sturdier material, because the wearing and tearing and the abrasion and the unscrewing of the bottle actually releases approximately 2,000 microplastic particles the moment we open the bottle. So a sturdier material can be used instead of the flimsy one. Better packaging can be done. Aluminium packaging can be substituted with the
Oh, aluminium, again, very toxic, very toxic, very, very toxic.
But aluminium coated from the inside with other.
Yes.
No aluminum. In fact, we are all going off aluminum
Yes.
for cookwares also.
But and ma'am, plant based, such as there was I had read cork. We can have cork, and another packaging which was hemp based was also done.
Okay.
A material. Thank you.
Good, good, very good, very good. Yes.
May I start, ma'am? Rough sheet. Rough sheet. May I start, ma'am? Good afternoon, jury and all the dignitaries. Myself, Kumar Kaustubh, research scholar of Department of Geology, Patna University, presenting my current. It is in line with topic. Topic of my research is first report of Limentria mathura, which is a moth. Moth is an insect, comes under the order Lepidoptera. It is a sal defoliator. It's an established pest of sal trees, which is a key species of Saranda forest. So topic is first report of Limentria mathura sal defoliator from Saranda Forest Division, Jharkhand, India. As you know, Lepidoptera comprises two different insects, butterflies and moths. Butterflies are diurnal species, whereas moths are the nocturnal ones. Are the largest group of phytophagous insects. Most Lepidopterans larvae are plant feeding, whereas adults are nectar feeding. These insects function as herbivores, pollinators, as well as pests of agriculture and forest flora. Lepidopterans also play important role as ecological indicators. Here I have just put a flow chart to depict that comes under family Limentrini, and Limentrini is a part of family Aribidae. Aribidae, Utilidae, Nollidae, and Noctidae, these are the four families under the superfamily Noctuidea, which comes under the order Lepidoptera. Ma'am, for your information, Limentria mathura mur is a member of subfamily Limentrini under family Aribidae. It is an established pest, as I mentioned earlier. Large number of caterpillars of this moth reported to cause defoliation in sal forest in forests of Assam and Madhya Pradesh in India. The successive defoliation by Limentria mathura in Assam and North India known to cause permanent damage to the sal trees. I've just given a life cycle of the Limentria mathura. Limentria mathura is a univoltine as well as a bivoltine insect. The first generation occurs between April and October. These are the informations about the life cycle and the volcanism of. In this image, I have given some identification keys for the larvae of the Limentria mathura. And this is a photograph taken from the real collection site in Tholkobad area of Saranda Forest Division. This is my study area, Saranda Forest Division, which you know, it is an reserve forest. I have given the coordinates from where we have just collected the moths. It is a famous sal forest, as well as it is a very famous elephant corridor of India. So ecologically, it is very important. We have taken some data from Cell and Department of Forest Department. And the average rainfall or the annual rainfall of the area. This is a common slide. Sorry, only known as sal is ecologically as well as economically important timber of India. You all very know. Shoria robusta is an IUCN red listed tree species. Tribal communities celebrates the flowering season of the tree as a festival named Sarhul in Saranda Forest. Shoria robusta is host plant of mathura. It is known to all. Singh 2019 was the only paper reporting 17 species of moths from Saranda Forest Division. And luckily, I am the second researcher working in that area. Limentria mathura marginata was earlier reported, which is a sister species of this species from that area, which has been reported by Navneet Singh. He is my mentor. My second mentor is here, Dr. Gopal Sharma. I have given different species. This is picture of female Limentria marginata, which has been reported earlier. And the upper one is Limentria mathura, which I am reporting here and announcing as a new species, occurrence of a species from Saranda Forest Division. During present study, survey cum collection work continued for 3 years, 2017 to 19, in varying seasons at 6 different. We have chosen the collection sites on the basis of different elevations of the forest and the latitude as well as the longitude. Large number of population of adult moths were collected from the with the help of vertical sheet light traps. Here you can see an image of a tribal house which is made up of sal wood. The collected moths were killed with the help of ethyl acetate vapor and all the processes of lepidopterology. Identification is done with the help of relevant temperatures. 1892, 94, and 95. Classification I have followed is Nicotin et al. And Zahiri et al., which is the most advanced one in terms of moth taxonomy. As a result of taxonomic identification and anatomical study, a major pest species of Sal, Limentria mathura, has been identified for the first time from Saranda Forest Division. Here you can see the image of the adult moths which I have collected from the area. Upper one is the Limentria mathura and lower one is the male Limentria mathura. Both the species I have collected in 2019 and 2018. You can see that taxonomic account I have given there, that it comes under Lepidoptera, suborder is Glossata, infraorder is Heteroneura, superfamily is Noctuidea, family is Eribidae, and subfamily is Limentrini. You can see here as taxonomic characterization, the size of the female Limentria mathura.
Kindly conclude.
Ma'am, the size of the female Limentria mathura is larger. On the upper side, you can see the wingspan, which is 70 to 90 mm, whereas the wingspan of the male is 40 to 50 mm. This is my last slide. I have presented research work deals with the first report of occurrence of Limentria mathura, a pest of Soria robusta from Saranda Forest Division. The first pest outbreak was recorded during 1953 in India, affecting forests of Western Ghats of Himalayas and West Bengal. The determined specimen of Limentria mathura is preserved in the insect repository of Zoological Survey of India, Gangetic Plains, Regional Center, Patna. Report of this species from Saranda region can be used for making the conservation strategies more appropriate for the economical important flora as well as fauna. I thank all my collaborators and my mentors here. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So again, I will be asking a similar question. Since you have worked on this species of moth, and again now you know, we know that it is damaging. Okay, then you must have come up with some remedial measures. I mean, how to control this pest?
Sure, ma'am. Actually, I'm doing core taxonomy, and I'm just worked on the taxonomic part of the particular insect. I have collected several specimens. I have identified this species on the basis of morphological as well as anatomical observations. So ecological part, actually that was not a part of my objective. So I'm not giving that because I'm not seeking that part. But session very good, ma'am. I will.
Good. झारखंड तो बहुत लोग सरंडा को नहीं समझ पाते हैं तो इट इज बेटर टू ऐड सिंहभूम ईस्ट सिंहभूम और वेस्ट सिंहभूम और कोल्हान रीजन ताकि वो ज्यादा सर मैंने इस वीडियो में वहां लिखा हुआ था इस वेस्ट सिंहभूम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ झारखंड
I think a very good traditional taxonomy work, because this is what is needed at the time. We are all going into molecular and genetics, and we have lost actually our traditional way of seeing the document. Yeah, that is so important, and I congratulate you for that. Just one question: how much frequency, with what frequency did you see this? Because this is alarming. That's why I'm asking, because this is a destroyer of Sal. So was it very prevalent? And if so, while you're doing your research, you must come, as Madam said, with some remedial measures to control it at this juncture. Since it is a new report, and if we control it here itself, it may not spread to the other areas. So that would be a very great contribution from your side to the ecology and the environment.
Thank you.
Good President.
Actually, as far as the frequency of this species is concerned, I am getting it in 2018 and 2019. During 2017, we actually collect moths in pre-monsoon season, monsoon season, and the post-monsoon season at different sites. But I haven't collected this species in 2017 only. There was an extensive survey in 2018 and 19. In that period, I have got both male and female of this species and large number. 6 sites I have selected. One is Kiriburu, second is Tholkobad, Manoharpur, Zaraikela, and one other just unnamed part of the forest area I have collected the moth. In 6 different sites, I have collected these moths from only 2 sites, which are the famous mining areas, Kiriburu and Manoharpur. So frequency is not, I think it is not so severe at that time, but still it's a matter of investigation. I'm continuing this study, ma'am. Due to pandemic, I haven't surveyed in 2020 and 21 only. So we will be just
Please concentrate on the biocontrol. That would be so wonderful. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Start करें. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Fawzia Sadaf, Assistant Professor of RPS Mahila College. My presentation is on a trematode species Elocridium pulvarensis, Elocridae loose and Elocridium pulvarensis. On a trematode, the genus Elocridium was erected by Luce 1900. These are the all 25 Indian species are given below. Arandeli, A. handii, A. nematolis, A. makundi, A. guptai, and A. mantari. These are the all 25 Indian species reported from India. These are the measurements given: body 2.092 to 3.154. Ovary lies anterior to T1 and posterior to ventral sucker. Vitellia extending from the level of ovary to posterior and leaving a distance of 0.083 to 2.266. This is the anterior position of Elocridium pulvarensis, and this is the posterior position. When compared with Orontocridium and Elocridium, this new species, that body was elongate and spinnulate. Elongate, usually unarmed with blunt pointed extremities. Oral sucker was simple in Orontocridium, but it was subterminal and well developed in Elocridium. The oesophagus is short in Orontocridium, but in Elocridium it is variable in length. These are all the comparison given. These are the body length of the 3 slides collected by me of Elocridium trematode. Body width, oral sucker is width is 2.66. When compared with the present specimen under investigation, it's in the category where the cirrus pouch is anterior to ventral sucker or anterolateral to ventral sucker, hence has been compared with species falling under this category. The species showing cirrus pouch anterolateral to ventral sucker are A. heteropneustesius, A. handii, A. thapari, and A. mehrai. And when compared with the A. heteropneustesius, the following differences were noted. Cirrus sac lies to ventral sucker, and the vitellia extending from ovarian region to hind of the body, mainly lateral in position and covering intestinal ceca. In A. heteropneustesius, ovary is post-acetabular, lying on lateral side of the testis. But in the present case, ovary is posterolateral to acetabulum. In A. heteropneustesius, resticulum seminis is pear-shaped, lying lateral on the right side of the body. This structure seems to be absent in the present case. And when it was compared with A. fascia tuci, its excretory bladder is white-shaped but tubular in Elocridium purvarensis. The genital pores is median or submedian lateral intercecal as in fascia tuci, but the genital pore is between cirrus sac and ventral sucker in the present case. When compared with A. handii, following differences were noted. In A. handii, receptaculum seminis is pear-shaped. In this also, the receptaculum seminis is pear-shaped, lying lateral or posterior to ovary, while it is absent in present case Elocridium. Genital pore is median or submedian intercecal in A. handii, whereas the genital pore is between the cirrus sac and ventral sucker in the present case. When it was compared by A. thapari, following differences were noted. In A. thapari, the receptaculum seminis is pear-shaped, lying posterolateral or posterior lateral to ovary just in front of the anterior testis. The uterine coils are extend from a genital pore up to anterior end of the body. testis. Nevertheless, the genital port is restricted in the ovarian zone in the present case. When compared with A. mehrai, ovary is entire, oval or spherical. Post-testabular, pre-equatorial, between ventral sucker and anterior testis. When compared with A. singhi, following differences were noted. In A. singhi, the genital port is on the left side nearly at the level of the intestinal bifurcation, and genital port is situated between serous sac and ventral sucker in the present trematode. When compared with A. cattleyi, following differences were noted. In A. cattleyi, the vitreria are
Kindly
follicular
conclude.
and extend from middle region of the pharynx. On conclusion, we can see that when compared with all the different species, the flukes have serous sac anterior anterolateral to ventral sucker. We are left with no alternative than to consider the worm under discussion is to be too new to the science of helminthology, and a name Elocridium pulvarensis is proposed for its reception. In the hosts of the species Ophiocephalus punctatus, the locality is Pulvari Sharif, Patna, and location in intestine. These are the references. Thank you. Ji. Ji.
First slide, first slide.
This is the topic. Fish. Yes, ma'am. Ophiocephalus punctatus.
So are you claiming that this is a new species?
Yes, ma'am. Because of the location of serous sac.
Okay, I mean, have you authenticated your work with? I mean, how do we verify what is the authenticity of your work?
My topic was the study of helminths on food fishes of Bihar, in fishes only.
No. Madam is asking.
Yes, sir.
Did you verify this specimen from any recognized national institution like ZSI and other organizations?
No, sir. No, sir.
So then how can you tell this new species?
See, before claiming that, you have to, there are repositories where, you can just verify whatever your findings is that you can,
With the
like in
holotype.
Patna, we have ZSI,
Yes.
okay, yes. Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
So you have to verify first before.
After verification, you should have take one
Okay, sir.
permanent registration number and
Yes.
certificate. Then only you can claim that this is a new species.
Okay, sir.
And when did you complete this work?
2017.
Okay, so I think it is recent, and in the pandemic situation, it might have occurred to you not to have, you might not have applied. So this is a good suggestion from all of us that you should go in for this.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
if it is a novel species, then you get credit for it also.
Yes,
So I think a topic could have been modified as a potential word, potential, novel, potentially novel strain. Because otherwise, to say that it is novel from your side
Yes,
would not
ma'am.
fetch you that credit. Okay,
I'll
otherwise
further work on it, ma'am. I'll
Yeah.
further work on it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next one, Sapna. Sapna.
Good afternoon to one and all present here, honorable jury members, respected teachers, my dear friends and students. Today I'm going to present on the topic toxic effect of sodium fluoride on immunogenic response. Introduction. Fluoride, the most electronegative of all the elements, is the most abundant element of the earth crust and represents about 0.3 gram per kg of the earth crust. Fluoride poisoning arises from drinking fluoride-rich groundwater. According to WHO, permissible limit of fluoride in drinking water is 1.5 mg per liter. Excessive intake of fluoride is mainly excessive intake of fluoride results in mainly three forms of fluorosis, namely dental fluorosis, skeletal fluorosis, and non-skeletal fluorosis. We can see in the picture the effect of a dental fluorosis. The bent bone of a child in the picture is the effect of a skeletal fluorosis. And also the dental fluorosis in the picture is given. Even the white eye teeth, which have the specks of more white lines, is onset of a dental fluorosis. The mature male inbred mice treated with 10 mg per kg body weight, sodium fluoride showed changes in the spleen morphology by Richer et al. In 2006. Spleen. The spleen is the largest secondary lymphoid organ in the body. It is dark red to blue-black organ located in the upper left quadrant of the abdominal cavity. The approximate size of a spleen in adult human is 12 into 7 into 3 centimeter. It usually weighs between 150 gram to 200 grams. Here in the picture, we can see the internal structure of a spleen, where the splenic capsule, then lymphatic nodule along with the periarterial lymphatic sheath forms the white pulp. Then the capsule, when innervated, here we can see the trabeculae. The experiment was designed to study the toxic effect of a sodium fluoride on the splenocytes and its role in immunogenic response. Material methods: 24 albino rats, Rattus norvegicus of 3-month-old, having an average weight of 110 gram, were procured from Animal House, BHU, Varanasi. The rats were housed in cases under the identical laboratory conditions in the colony room at a PG Department of Zoology, Patna University, Patna. A standard animal diet and drinking water were provided ad libitum. Here is the experimental design, where the animals were randomly divided into the control group and the sodium fluoride treated group of high and low doses. The animals were killed by the cervical dislocation after 30 and 60 days treatment with the control. The abdominal cavity was opened, spleens were dissected out, washed in normal saline solution and further processed for light microscopic and scanning electron microscopic observations. The scanning electron micrograph was taken and the model Leo 435 VP results. Here in the figure, we can see the photomicrograph of a control rat showing the normal capsule, while in the figure B, it has been shown that the rat's spleen treated with a high dose of a sodium fluoride for 60 days, where splenic parenchyma is devoid of a capsule covering. In this figure, we can see the photomicrograph of a control rat spleen showing the normal trabeculae, and in figure B, the treated rat is spleen with a high dose of 50 mg per kg body weight for 30 days, where the broken trabeculae at many places have been seen. This is the picture where we can see in a figure A, the photomicrograph of a control rat at where well-organized follicle, marginal sinus, marginal zone, and central artery is there. While in figure B, here also there is a control rat spleen where the follicle is there, in which the abundant lymphocytes and the densely packed lymphocytes are densely packed in a concentric pattern. While in the figure C, we can see that this lymphatic this lymphocytes which are in germinal center or the lymphatic nodule is completely distorted. And in figure D, we can see that there are prominent gaps with the sparsely arranged lymphocytes in the germinal center region. This is a scanning electron micrograph where we can see the micrograph of a control rat having the normal sphenocytes, while in figure B, the electron micrograph of a sodium fluoride treated rat with a low dose of 30 days showing the deformed shape and the size of the cells. While in figure C, we can see the rat with a low dose of 60.
Kindly conclude.
Yeah, ma'am. Low dose for the 60 days where entangled splenocytes are in the meshwork of the reticular fibers. While in figure D, high dose is shown where the prominent degenerative changes in the splenocytes are seen. Discussion. It is well known that the fluoride have a disruptive effects on the various tissues in the body. The damaged capsule in the fluoride treated rat may abolish the protective covering of the capsule, and the damaged rabiculi may cause the disruption of the compartmentalization of the parenchymatous cells of the spleen. In a finding, the degeneration of smooth muscles in a tunica media of an aorta of a rabbit was reported when 10 mg sodium fluoride per kg body weight was administered to the rabbit for 17 and 24 months. And the photomicrograph revealed the formation of several gaps in the concentric arrangement of the lymphocytic cells of the germinal center of the white pulp in the fluoride treated animals.
Kindly conclude.
So it may be possible that the fluoride may cause some adverse effect on the germinal center of the follicle, which in turn may inhibit or slow down the process of the cell ability to face the antigenic challenge, thereby adversely affecting the immune system. In one of the findings, it has been also reported that a low dose of a sodium fluoride significantly increased the activity of enzyme calcium ATPase, and high dose of sodium fluoride, it causes its inhibition.
Kindly conclude.
Yeah, ma'am. In conclusion, sodium fluorides adversely affects the structure and the function of the spleen, and its toxic effect may reduce the immunogenic response, and this may have the direct repercussions particularly in the endemic areas of the fluorosis. Thank you.
So you have mentioned about the maximum permissible limit as suggested by World Health Organization. So that is a very broad aspect. Now, what about the Indian context?
In India, there is some of the scientists has reported that it is 1.4 mg, and some of the scientists has reported, as per the Indian standard limits, it is 1.6 mg per liter.
No, I'm sorry. Bureau of Indian Standards has recommended the maximum limit as only 1 mg per liter. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, that's the WHO limit is actually fair for the temperate regions, the colder regions where the water intake is less. Okay.
Interesting presentation. One or two things. While you were showing your slides, there was variation in the staining pattern that we could see.
Yeah.
Why was that? And at what magnification did you see, apart from your those photographs which were your transmission or scanning electron microscope, whatever you showed? Apart from that, you showed some light microscopy slides.
Yeah, it was at 100x and 400x.
But that, if that is mentioned, it would have been much better. But why was that variation in the staining?
Because it was not just, it was not the variation. Actually, what happened by setting the color contrast, some changes has been occurred.
Okay. And the second, I hope you must have had an ethical clearance for this.
Yeah.
Which was not mentioned again.
Okay.
Because all such work needs two things. One is the animal ethics clearance and the other is your departmental clearance. So while working with the rat or mice, that should
Ratus
be
norvegicus.
No, means for any animal, that should be mentioned. Okay.
Okay,
And
ma'am.
third thing, what made you choose this rat and not an albino mice? And what was the criteria for choosing this experimental animal?
Ma'am, actually Ratus norvegicus is very easy to handle, while mice is actually very small and calm, and I feel little bit problematic in handling that. Rat is a very active animal, and for that I can work on it, because when I was giving the dose treatment and gavages which has been I have given, no, it has a long mouth region, needle portion. So while entering that, no, in the
What
mouth,
about the genetics? Like we say, Swiss albino mice and the human pattern of the genes. When we are actually, why we are working this?
it
We
is
want to
it is
correlate
about 95% similar.
Okay.
The genetics is about 95% similar.
See, you mentioned about 3 types of fluorosis. So in which in which category would you put your findings? In which
In non-skeletal fluorosis.
Okay.
Next one, Renu Sahu. Renu Sahu.
इसको डाउन करना जब हम सारा करें
Good afternoon to all who was present here, all the dignitaries, jury members, research scholars, and all who present here. Me, Renu Sahu, research scholar from Ranchi University, is going to present my heading of presentation is determination of moisture content and S value of some promising ethnomedicinal plants used as anti-urolithiatic kidney stone and anti-cholelithiatic gallbladder stone agents in Ranchi district of Jharkhand. This is all about the headings which are included in the abstract. Now, introduction.
A bit louder, please.
Okay. This is the introduction. My topic is regarding the. My topic is regarding the medicinal plants of Ranchi district. That is of my survey work, and also some selected plants are related to the moisture content and the S value of those. The two diseases I've taken here, urolithiasis and cholelithiasis, which are very common, painful and costly conditions with high recurrence worldwide. And in Charak Samhita also the urinary stone is illustrated as Kadamba Puspa with 3 trigonal shape caused due to the imbalance in Vata, Pitta and Kapha in our body. This is about the 2 stones regarding in our body, and these are the kidney stone and gallbladder stone. The frequency is regarded around the 12% worldwide. 2 to 9% are the gallstones. Types, kidney stones are of 5 types, and gallbladder stones are of 3 types. Among them, kidney stone, calcium oxalate stones are very common, and cholesterol stones among gallstones are very common. Modern treatment, surgery, shock, wave, lithotripsy, endoscopy, ureteroscopy, these are for the kidney stones, and cholecystectomy is for the gallbladder stones. Side effects are more. Androcar is the main problem in the kidney stones, and among the gallstones, lipid restricted life till life. This is about the urolithiasis, the pictures of position of the gallstones, risk factors, symptoms, all about these one. This is about the cholelithiasis, which are the pictures showing the position of the gallstones, the risk factors, symptoms, causage. The main metabolic factors related to gallstone are the 3: the increased cholesterol production, decreased bile salt secretion, and the improper emptying, the impaired gallbladder emptying. Some plants I collected which are highly effective in management of urolithiasis and cholelithiasis. Determination of moisture content and S value of those plants are observed. These are the two formula which I used. This is the map showing my survey area, which is of Ranchi district. And these are all about my work. I'm meeting the meetings with the Vaidya, Ayurveda Acharyas, knowledgeable persons, local healers. These are some case studies I have also done. More than 30 medicinal plants of interest I have collected, and these plants belonging to the 25 different families. Authentication of these medicinal plants are done in two levels. First, by the help of the local knowledgeable persons, by the local names, and the second by the help of the scientific literature, such as the Botany of Bihar and Odisha, volume 1, 2, 3 of H.H. Hannes. These are the steps which are involved in the determination of moisture content and S value. My result is the research is on finding the ethnomedicinal values of those urolithiatic and cholelithiatic plants used by the locals of Ranchi that revealed the most following promising herbs. These are Bryophyllum pinnatum, Salvia rosmarinus, Kigelia africana, which is also known as balum khira, Abitulone indicum, also known as Atibala, Dolichos biflorus, Alpinia galanga, Curcuma cassia, Amaranthus spinosus, Giamage, Beta vulgaris, Scoparia dulcis, Musa paradiesica, These all plants are very miracle effect, showing very miracle effect among the patients. And those above result are according to the local herbal practitioners of Ranchi district. This table showing the moisture content, average percentage of moisture content and S value of some selected plants. Among them, most very high moisture content is of Bryophyllum pinnatum, that is of 96.74%, and very least of Kigelia africana leaves, which are 56.77%. And the S value, whereas the S value is high in very
Kindly
high
conclude.
in case of this is the bar showing the moisture content. The discussion clearly what harms nature harms us. Global warming, climate change, pollution are increasing day by day. This leads to the seasonal variation and biodiversity loss. The first 50 years, we may observe the Ranchi district too. Once renowned hill station is now slowly turning into hot modern township by destroying the natural system of the district. Forests and water reservoirs are shrinking, and this is affecting the availability of the medicinal plants also. S is the inorganic part of the plant. The S of the selected plants are shown as fine powder. Minerals of S are found sparingly soluble in water and shows the pH alkaline. Rasayan drugs, which is bhasma of traditional medicine, have been used in the management of urolithiasis and cholelithiasis since Vedic period. According to WHO, 65% of the India's population
Kindly
depend
conclude,
on
please.
This is all about this is the conclusion. My work has concluded that the geography of certain places promote the richness of the flora and leads to the remedies of various human ailments. The endemic ethnic people of the Ranchi Jharkhand are successful in unraveling the utilization of this richness of biodiversity of flora in cure of the kidney stone and gallstones. For authenticity of the herbal medicines, the moisture content and S value is required. And these are the modern medicines comes the surgical removal of kidney stones along with the side effects recurrence too. But the traditional herbal medicines promises to cure without any severe loss. Indian diets are both scientific and sustainable. The indigenous diet understands that food requires our day-to-day life.
Thank
is one
you
of the
for your
most,
presentation.
these are the thanks to our guide, Dr. Dr. Kunul Kandir ma'am, Dean Faculty of Science of Ranchi University and HOD of University Department of Botany, Ranchi University. Thank you.
Okay.
These
Just
are my
let me know
references.
what is the, in one line, in fact, the significance of your work in the present context. Just in one line.
Yes, the privilege, people lost so much their economy in treating these two diseases, which are very easily can manage or
does Ayurveda or any other traditional system report the usage of these? Are they reported to be in common practice?
Yes.
Then what is the novelty of your work?
Pardon, ma'am?
What is the newness in
Yes.
your work? Suppose they have been reported to be used for these diseases,
Yes.
then by analyzing moisture and ash, what would be the outcome of your work and contribution to that knowledge?
Yeah, this is a part of my research work, and actually these are the for moisture content and S value. These two are very important factors related to the herbal medicines for the consistency and for their importance and storage.
No, we
and,
are not using, are you using these medicines in a crude form or you are using formulations?
Some of them are of crude form and some of need the formulation, because most of the plants have the really very
so what
side
is
effects.
the correlation I want to know of moisture for
Yeah.
that particular crude medicine, or that aspect have you worked? Means what I want to say, the applicatory nature of your work. If these are already done, what is the newness, number one? If it is a new work, then how does moisture analysis contribute to the usage of that particular drug?
Just for the storage and for the on those patients which are not near the medicine or the herbal practitioners, those got the medicine in time.
Have you got any report of removing this stone from the gallbladder? Kidney,
Yes.
I can understand.
Yes,
Okay, it can be removed, but how can the stone from gallbladder be removed with the help?
No, that one is not removed. The whole gallbladder is removed nowadays only, and this is the only on the in the symptomatic cases.
Then what is the relevance of using such medicines?
In the early stages, we can delay, or sometimes maybe on some cases these medicines very much helpful. So the miracle effect that the medicines be non-symptomatic, means those the stones be non-symptomatic till whole life, means suppresses the effects of the pain or
It's okay, it's
thing.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Somnath Ghosh. Next one, Somnath Ghosh.
Sub slide, sir. Start. Respected dignitaries, myself Dr. Somnath Ghosh, and I am going to present my work on the synthesis, characterization, and evaluation of toxicity of melatonin-loaded poly-D and L-lactic acid nanoparticles, that is the melatonin PLA nanoparticles, and its putative use in osteoporosis. First of all, I would like to submit what is the rationale of this study and why I have taken melatonin as well as osteoporosis in my consideration. In the present scenario, melatonin in India as well as in the world context can be regarded as a most important reproductive hormone. Basically, melatonin is a reproductive hormone and its secondary function involves in modulating the sleep disorders as well as in many other disorders like associated with some clinical conditions, even in cancer. In the recent report of 2020, the Balansky has reported that the melatonin is also being secreted by the ovary as well as uterus, and it can also modulate the epigenetic functioning of ovary to some extent. Considering the important role of melatonin, my present study encompasses the effect of melatonin in different bone-related disease because it is being reported in the year 2019 by Russell J. Reiter et al. As well as Tan et al. In 2020 and 21, that it is also involved in curing different kinds of bone morphogenic disorders, modulating the insulin-like growth factor 1 and BMP15 as well as BMP13 proteins. Thus, taking in consideration if any kind of nanoparticle which is having tagged with melatonin can be introduced in a body, and that may encompass or focus some light on the targeted drug delivery system. The current in the national and international scenario, it can be concluded that at present scientists are involved in India in different synthesis of different biodegradable polymeric nanoparticles like the lactic co-glycolic acid PLGA nanoparticles or the poly DL lactic nanoparticles, that is DPLA or the LPLA, as well as poly epsilon caprolactate PCL nanoparticles. In international status, very few groups are involved in tagging the melatonin as well as other molecules with the nanoparticles. So, taking all this in consideration, the present study is here or aimed to elucidate and encompass the synthesis characterization and its possible toxicity while it is being injected in the animals and its putative use in osteoporosis. These are the findings what I have got during the synthesis of the nanoparticle. This is the EM study, and we have found the structure, the size of the particles, which is larger than that of 50 nanometer, but lower than that of 495 nanometer, were regarded or were considered as the nanoparticle 1. Next, coming to the ACM study, because the ACM study is important to elucidate the entrapment efficiency of that melatonin as well as the nanoparticles. Reason is that any molecule which is having a structure lesser than that of 490 and greater than that of 50 nanometer are capable enough to pass through the pores present on the cell membrane, as well as that can be engulfed into the cell, and particularly in the bone cells, or osteoblast and osteoclasts, which are the bone cells. To increase the entrapment efficiency of that particular molecule, it was very much important to know whether these ACM or the ACM study or the TEM study were performed to note whether the melatonin nanoparticles were formed in a proper manner or not. In the PAS FTIR analysis of PLA nanoparticles, we have found there is a difference in spectra. There is a difference in spectra found over here, and that is that concludes the entrapment efficiency of the tagged molecule. Now we are sure that the molecules have achieved their desired size, and the difference in spectra have achieved over here, so that if we tag any molecule with that nanoparticle, that can come inside the body and can deliver its tagged molecule over there. Next, we have also studied the atomic force characterization of the PLA nanoparticles, and we have found that the particle size in nanometer as well as entrapment efficiency. The effects of different parameters such as the concentration of PLA or melatonin nanoparticle size and the entrapment efficiency were presented over here with considering the Pearson's coefficient so that the trapped molecule, that is the melatonin, can be delivered in a proper way either in the bloodstream or in the targeted tissue. In the experimental design, the animals were the females, which were rats, and they were divided into two groups, control and nanoparticle
Kindly
treated.
conclude.
And after 7 days of treatment, the animals were sacrificed and blood and other desired tissues were collected. The effect of nanoparticle on the marker enzymes for liver function and renal functions were considered, and we didn't find any kind of significant difference in the control as well as nanoparticle treated groups. In the immune parameters, in the cell-mediated immunity, except for the neutrophil and eosinophil, except for the total leukocyte count and monocyte count, we have found a significant increase in the neutrophil, eosinophil, basophil, and lymphocyte in the NP-treated group.
Kindly conclude.
Yes, in the blood cells, we have also found there is no significant increase in the rate of apoptosis, and the putative outcome of my proposed work is that based on the synthesis and optimization of melatonin loaded polymeric nanoparticles with desired particle size, increased entrapment efficiency, and controlled release kinetics, this will be regarded as a futuristic drug for treatment of osteoporosis and others. Since I have found that my mother, who is suffering from osteoporosis, she was the first driving force to research me in this direction. And I have also acknowledging my previous institute, the Shobit University grant, and my mentor, Professor Chandana Haldar, and my other lab mates for helping me in this study a lot. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Kindly let me know where did you procure your rat from? Number one. Number two, what was the, again, I repeat, the ethical clearance. 3, did you do the MPD for the nano? Means, did you find out the LD50 of the nano formulations before administering it?
Yes.
So
Answering to
I
your
think that should have been mentioned. And what made you choose the administration mechanism, which you just now mentioned?
okay. Coming to the first answer to the first question, the animals were procured from the animal house facility from Department of Zoology, Banaras Hindu University. After that, the animals were maintained in the animal lab of Shobit University, and they were inbred at least for 3 generations. And after that, it were procured for the study. Second question is that the animal ethical clearance was obtained from the Institutional Animal Ethical Committee of Shobit University, Department of Molecular Biology and Biochemistry. And third question, the LD50 value of the toxicity was also measured in this study, but since that was not published, I have not put it into the consideration.
But I
However,
think the choice of your dose or the way you delivered it will be relying much on that.
Yes,
so the
ma'am.
MPD
Yes.
and the LD50 should be mentioned, that based on that, because if it is a work where you are administering a drug to the animals,
Yes.
where you have the clearance, yet we should know that what made you choose that particular method of doing it. And one last question, why the use of lactic acid in osteoporosis?
Because I have tried in other molecules like gold nanoparticle as well as silver nanoparticle. Madam, this question is having 2 answers. Number one, whenever I have, number one is the particle size, which can easily cross the membrane as well as the tissue architecture and deliver the drug. First of all, when I tried with silver as well as gold nanoparticle, I have found in the electron microscopic study in the cellular subcellular morphology of mitochondria in particular, that they were deposited on the mitochondria, and somehow they are acting like an uncoupler to break the TCA cycle, and that may be detrimental. And same was true for the gold nanoparticle. Whenever I came and at that time, I was searching for any other nanoparticles. And when I found PLA, particularly the L-lactic acid nanoparticle, that is biodegradable, as well as this particle is having the desired size, and it is not having any other subcellular, any other covering. What can I say? The covering on the subcellular organelle like Golgi body or in mitochondria that I have found.
May I? Yeah, you have done mitochondrial ultrastructure, you said, no?
Yes, sir.
So where and how it was seen inside the mitochondria? The deposition, you told, deposition of what?
Sir, deposition of those nanoparticles. Actually, the cell samples were submitted to the electron microscopy facility of University of Bardhaman.
So how it was looking?
Sir, it was looking that the structure is there, but it is some thickening or some covering was there.
Visible as what size and what structure? Spherical, hexagonal, or what?
Sir, in particular, I was not able to distinguish between the membrane structure of mitochondria and the nanoparticles covering it. But I have found, and that was reported in the micrometry, that the thickness of the covering had increased.
You could not distinguish membrane from these. It is little doubtful, you know, that have you seen nanoparticles is there or no? I think doubt about that.
Okay. No. I don't have the electron micrograph of those, but I do have the electron micrographs of my synthesized particles.
Okay. That mitochondrial, what?
Okay.
Mitochondria, that will be a longitudinal section. Then only you can see.
Okay.
Through transmission electron microscope, you can see inside the mitochondria.
Inside the mitochondria.
Deposition.
Yes,
not
sir.
Through a scanning.
Okay.
So that photograph, it would have been better had you presented it.
Sir, yes, that is agreed. I was not able to see by ACM. By ACM, I was not able to see. It was I was able to see by TM, but the actual shape to which by attending which shape it is covering the structure, that was not distinguishable. For that, I didn't present that data. Yes, sir.
Rahul Kishore Jha. Next one, Rahul Kishore Jha.
First of all, good afternoon, all of you, and respected jury members, respected members of organizing committee. And first of all, I would like to give me opportunity to deliver a little bit about my research work. And my research work is rhizosphere bacteria of paddy field and their characterization. Rhizosphere is regarded as a narrow zone of soil that is directly influenced by the root secretion. It is considered as a hotspot of microbial colonization and activity, and the largest ecosystem on the earth, with huge energy flux and soil, which is not a part of rhizosphere, is considered as bulk soil. The rhizosphere zone of soil contains many bacteria, actinomycetes, fungi that feed on slouched off the plant cells, protein, sugars secreted by the roots. These organic substances are termed rhizodeposition, except for some pathogenic microorganisms. Many rhizosphere microbes improve the growth and health of plant by the various mechanisms, with nitrogen fixation, production of plant growth hormones, siderophores, and solubilization of phosphate. In this present investigation, rhizosphere bacteria of paddy field were studied and qualitatively characterized for their ability to produce siderophores and to solubilize the phosphate. The present study was conducted at the paddy growing soil of the Pandol, that is in Madhubani district, for 5 months from July 2021 to November 2021 at the interval of 30. Diversity among the bacterial isolate was studied by the qualitative screening of the ability to solubilize phosphorus and siderophore production. Isolates exhibiting clear zone on Pekovsky agar was considered as positive phosphate solubilizing bacteria. Similarly, siderophore production was assessed following the Squay and Neeland method. Isolates exhibiting an orange halozone on the chromazole as agar after 48 to 72 hours of incubation were considered as positive. So my result is 22 bacterial flora, which bacterial subtilius, Bacillus megaterium, Bacillus polymixa, Bacillus mycoides, Bacillus pumilisa, Lactobacillus acidophilus, Lactobacillus plantarum, Lactobacillus brevis, and so on. All these were recorded in the rhizosphere zone of paddy field. All 22 isolates were exhibited siderophore production and phosphate solubilization activity, and therefore can be exploited as a bioinoculum, biofertilizer for the improvement of crop. The population density of rhizosphere bacteria of paddy field was maximum during July, being 2.95 into 10 power 8 CFU per gram, and which is declined to 1.95 into 10 power 8 CFU per gram in November. And these are all these 22 bacterial species, and showing these are the phosphorus solubilization and siderophore productions. And this is all about the result data what I got during my research in the month of July, 2.95 into 10 power 8, and that bacterial CFU per gram, I got that. And in November, that would be declined 1.95 into 10 power 8. And my result is continued. Okay. Then the agroclimatic condition of Madhubani is humid and subtropical, being most favorable for the growth of bacteria in the rhizosphere zone. A continued exploration of natural diversity of soil, microorganism, and optimization and manipulation of microbial interaction in the rhizosphere of crops represent a prerequisite step to deliver more efficient bioinnoculates. Siderophore was found to be most prominent characteristics in the rhizosphere and rhizoplan, which is involved directly or indirectly in influencing the plant growth by chelation of iron, which is present in the very low amount in the soil. Siderophore is known to trap insoluble iron, that is Fe3+, and form the stable complexes. The phosphate solution was documented to be a major characteristics possessed by the isolates. Phosphorus is an essential element for the plant growth and development. These are all about my conclusion. Rhizosphere regarded this is the production. Rhizosphere is regarded as the hottest spot of microbial community. It is unique ecological zone of soil that contains the highest concentration of nutrients obtained from plant root via which rhizo deposition. It has a rich pool of potential microbial which favorably influence the growth of plant. Bacteria are the most abundant organism that reside in rhizosphere of the almost all plant.
Please.
And thank you all.
All right.
See, in the last sentence, you have mentioned that these rhizosphere, these bacteria can be used as fertilizers. Okay, this we can understand, but how do you say that it can be used as pesticides also? How can you?
No, this is pesticides problem is like that. Some rhizosphere bacteria. Sorry.
Okay, where did you carry out this work?
And
which laboratory?
In biotechnological department in Darbhanga, actually.
Darbhanga.
Yeah.
All right. Now tell me one thing. You said July to November, but July is a monsoon period.
Yeah.
How did you collect the rhizospheric soil in a paddy field in July?
And actually,
and July to November for a 6 months to be talking on this is too short a duration for doing any statistical analysis. Did you apply any statistical SPSS or any graph pad or anything to analyze your data? Number one.
ANOVA actually.
ANOVA. Okay, then July is a monsoon period.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And did you get rhizospheric soil in a paddy field in July? In Darbhanga?
I got that.
How did you collect in that?
No, actually, in my area, that is not flooded area actually, where
No,
I
but
have
that
collected.
is the cultivation. That is the submerged paddy fields are always in water.
No,
What
no,
process did you do for that? Rhizosphere is a very term, very precise for the zone around the root.
Yeah.
If you had said soil of paddy field, I would have agreed.
Okay.
But a rhizospheric soil, if you're comparing month-wise, November, I can understand.
Okay.
But
Then
July
actually-
and August,
Actually, I
where
have taken.
even Patna is flooded,
Actually-
and my residence has got water in that 8-acre campus I have. So I'm amazed that how would you collect the rhizosphere?
Then actually,
you?
I have taken soil from the paddy field actually.
That would have been better,
Yeah.
number one.
Yeah.
And number two, how did you analyze the siderophores?
Siderophores actually.
I know they are, don't tell me what they are.
Yeah.
I'm a microbiologist. So you have to tell me, how did you go about talking about siderophores? And what was your method of analyzing the biofertilizer capacity? Like we have some standard acetylene to ethylene reduction tests. Did you perform for these when you listed those 25? How did you know they were nitrogen fixers?
No, actually, ma'am, actually, I have done that is a short work right now, till now.
Number 4.
And that work
one
will
more
continue.
question. By Burgess manual, you can only know the genus.
Yeah.
How did you know the species? Did you go for rRNA homology? hybridization, blast.
I have not done that.
Then why did you mention
that is
the species?
That is
25
likely.
species you have mentioned with the genus.
That
and
is
saying they
likely
are
to be.
biofertilizers.
That is likely to be that is species,
Then
but we
that should
cannot
be mentioned
confirm.
again. Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, ma'am.
Pallavi Singh. Next one, Pallavi Singh.
A very warm namaskar to the reverend judges, dignitaries, and everyone present out here. Myself, Pallavi Singh, and my research topic is high energy ball milling of potato, Solanum tuberosum, to find superfine nano food powder and study of its physiochemical and biomedical properties with the aid of modern scientific tools for its application in health and food sectors. Now, India had been recently in news for a very wrong reason. Reason being, India fall down from 94th position to 101 position in the global hunger index. So nano functional food can be a baby step towards this potential burning problem. Now, let me begin with a brief intro with what is nanotechnology. As already defined earlier, it is the 1 billionth of a meter. Now, according to the National Nanotechnological Initiative USA, substance is categorized under nanotechnology only if the research and technology development is at the atomic or the molecular levels in the length scale of 1 to 100 nanometer range. And we are creating and using structured devices and systems that have novel functions or property owing to that particular nanometric size. And we are also able to control the manipulation or the changes of the creation at the atomic level or the nanoscale. These are general scale in relation to the food structure. Basically, in nanotechnology, two approaches are broadly used. That are the top-down approaches and the bottom-up approach. Here, I have been using for my research, I have used the top-down approach. What is top-down approach is creating nanoscale materials by physically or chemically breaking down the larger molecules. And in coming down to the bottom-up approaches, what happens is we are assembling atom by atom or molecule by molecule. That is kind of a self-assembling. So here goes the history of nanotechnology, where first initially Albert Einstein estimated the size of a sugar compound to 1 nanometer size to the current size. His time is constrained, so I'm just forwarding my slide ahead. So what are the changes that are going on when we are making nanomaterials? In terms of composition and oxidation state effect, there's a change in the band gap, band structure, mechanical properties, and the magnetic properties. While coming down to the shape, size, and interparticle distance effect, there's a change in lattice parameter, atomic density, binding energy, and in coming to the quantum confinement, where the activation energy and the phase transition is seen. When coming down to the nano food or the nano functional food, what is the why are we stressing more on it? Because of its better bioavailability, its better efficacy, and better absorbance of the micronutrient and vitamins and all.
A result that would be better. You're short of time.
Okay.
Introduction, you can, if you have some results and conclusions.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, this particular my research was done by superfine grinding, which is a green synthesis. We have used an ecological approach. The no organic solvent was used. I'm just showing my steps ahead. Sorry. The experimental sections were again further divided into two parts. The superfine powder making, the characterization of the synthesized powder, and the biomedical application part. Here is the water-cooled benchtop grinding machine in which the superfine grinding was done. Whole potato was taken, thoroughly washed, peeled, cut into thin wafer sizes, sun-dried, and then coarsely grinded in mixer grinder, which was labeled as 0 hours. And further, it was subjected to further milling hours of 2.5 hours, 5 hours, and 7.5 hours respectively. It was rotated in 500 RPM in 30 minutes time interval in clockwise and anti-clockwise direction with a rest period of 2 minutes. And the sample was for further use. It was okay, ma'am. Why isn't it? This is the XRD diffractogram where we see the crystalline size. This graph is not showing any prominent peaks. That means what my substance I have synthesized is amorphous in nature. This the D spacing is changing. What we wanted to, I have tried to make a superfine nano powder of potato. So by seeing the changes in the continuous changes in the D spacing in 0 hour, 2.5, 7.5, and 5 hours, you can see the characteristic changes, and the size reduction is also seen quite visibly. Then the transverse electron microscopy studies was also done. Where you can see in this particular, in the last diagram, you can see there are no concentric rings or brighter spots, which confirms through my TEM studies that my powder is amorphous in nature. And the correct size that was determined through the TEM histogram, which is found to be 11.8 nanometer in sizes. So these are the images where you can see large agglomerates, the SEM images, you can see there are large agglomerates, which shows the surface to volume ratio has changed, and it is big agglomerates are showing that the surface reactivity has increased with good amount. It is for consequently for 2.5 hours, 5 hours, and 7.5 hours milling hours. I have done the functional group studies. When we are making a superfine nano powder, we have to see also that the inherent property or the functional group doesn't changes, which is confirmed by the FTIR studies, where we can see that it is though the milling hours are increasing, but there are no changes in the functional group present. Then the biomedical assay was done. The MTT assay for the cell viability and cell toxicity for the prepared nano formulation was seen. This was carried out in RMRI laboratory. And according to the graph, the cell viability assay, as you can see, the first graph is of the crude sample, which was labeled as 0 hours just after a simple mixer grinding. But after the water cooled benchtop ball milling process of 2.5, 5, and 7.5 hours, you can drastically see the cell toxicity has reduced with increase in cell viability number. Then further, the cell viability percent was calculated by mean absorbance of the treated sample by the mean absorbance of untreated sample into 100. And thus I conclude my research with the aim that I was focusing on preparing a superfine nano powder, which was supported and which was in coherence with the my TEM, my FTIR, and my SEM studies. And the cell toxicity is reduced, and the cell viability has increased by leaps and bounds. So, and this can be further used for further biomedical preparation, pharmaceutical sectors or food sectors. Thank you, ma'am.
I just wanted to know whether what changes in the nutrient value of potato will.
Ma'am, actually, my study was initially to study the morphological characteristic. I have not gone deeper into the micronutrient part. I have not yet reached, ma'am. Ma'am, usually what is seen that whenever things are coming down to nano size, it is betterly targeted towards the said organ you want to reach. The efficacy is increasing. For example, I'm just giving an example of a curcumin, which I've earlier worked on. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Agreed, ma'am. Ma'am, after ma'am, like the last is, yeah, ma'am, that is what the nano, see ma'am, I was talking about global hunger index. Okay, there was various elements that were, okay. Okay. Yeah. That is why I said it is a baby step towards that.
Observation on a nanoscale, number one. I think so. I mean, I may be wrong.
Okay.
Number two, you have chosen cell viability. Which cell? Which cell did you work on?
Ma'am, actually, I have
see the whole body has so many. There are so many cell
no, ma'am.
lines.
Actually, I have seen the nano formulation have been studied in THP1 cell lines.
What is the importance of studying that in that particular?
Ma'am,
cell
actually,
line?
we wanted to see that effect.
So what is the importance of that cell line?
Ma'am, it is an immortalized cell line, and they have chosen it because it was giving earlier result and quick results. So we have chosen this THP1 cell lines.
But would that be okay for human consumption? That cell line
Ma'am,
would
that
be
is a long process.
representative?
We have to.
No. Please understand.
Yes,
See,
ma'am.
you are doing a work which is so important because you want to do away with the hunger. Number one.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that hunger is directly linked to
It is
children.
one of the
and,
problem.
No,
Yes,
means
huh.
to the human consumption.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a direct human consumption, not
Yes.
a targeted drug
Yeah,
delivery. So everybody will be exposed to it.
Yes,
so what
ma'am.
was the reason for choosing that kind of cell line to correlate it with a general human toxicity?
Ma'am.
Because you are into research.
Yes,
So your statement or your publications will show the nano formulations very safe. How? So that
okay, ma'am.
That please, if you have not done, you are still doing.
Yes,
you may
ma'am, it's-
focus on it. That's all. Our suggestion is.
Okay, ma'am.
It's a novel work.
Yes,
but you
ma'am.
should be doing in the right direction.
Okay, ma'am.
Additional direction, I
Yes,
would
ma'am.
say. Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Naman Nayak. Naman Nayak, next one.
So good afternoon to one and all. Good afternoon to one and all. The topic for my presentation is studies on physicochemical and biomedical behavior of superfine nanoscale moringa food powder by employing modern scientific tools for its application in health, medicine, and agriculture science. So my colleague already has spoken about what is nanoscience and how does it deal with everything. So I will be skipping this part and will be coming directly down to the approaches that are basically used for nanomaterial fabrication. There are two approaches basically used. One is top-down, another one is bottom-up approach. Top-down approach can be considered as a approach which is subtractive in nature. It means cutting down the bulkier material into smaller materials. And again, top-down approach resides within the fields of engineering and physics. Bottom-up fabrication involves selectively combining atom by atom or molecule by molecule at molecular level to make a bulkier material. Hence, the bottom-up approach is a additive process, and bottom-up approach typically resides within the fields of chemistry and biology. Yes, ma'am. These are the XRD diffractogram that I have obtained. There are 3 milled products. Milling has been done in a similar way. Moringa leaves were plucked locally, cleaned and washed thoroughly. Small grinding was done for 10 minutes, and it was labeled as 0 hours. Later, then it was again subsequently milled in ball milling by 2.5 hours and 5 hours. These are the diffraction peaks. The signature peaks are typically seen at 21° theta angle, ma'am, which is present in 0 hours, 2.5 hours, and 5 hours. There's a small difference, a small shift can be seen to the right, which means that milling has changed the crystal structure of the material. That is why there is a small shift in the peak. These are the tables that I have obtained. This shows that there are for every D spacing, there is a different 2 theta position, and this has changed for both 2.5 and 5 hours, stating that there is changes in the crystallite size also. By increasing the milling hours or by increasing the milling duration, we can change the crystallite size of the nanomaterial so produced. Again, transmission electron microscopy was performed. This was done in order to calculate the actual size of the material. The actual size of the material, according to the histogram, we can say that it is nearly 14 nanometer in size. Again, the second image showing these concentric circles show that there are 6 diffraction peaks which arise due to the crystallinity or the constructive interference which it exhibits during the XRD, and these data are in coherence with the XRD data. Again, scanning electron microscopy was performed in order to study the external morphology for all the samples, 0 hours, 2.5 hours, and 5 hours respectively. And this has been done for different magnifications. And yeah, again, this is for 2.5 hours. And the size that we have got, that was estimated by analyzing the SIM images was around 0 to 50 nanometer in size. Now, in order to consider in order to study the functional group that are present within the sample, FTIR spectroscopy is performed. Here we can see that the wave number changes from 0 hours to 2.5 hours to 5 hours. Now again, biomedical application was performed in order to study the cytotoxicity. Here the graph shows that as the milling time increases, cell, ma'am, same, THP7, same, ma'am, same. it is seen that the cell viability increases by increasing the milling time. It is seen in the MS 5 hours that the lower limit is increased in the third graph, ma'am, as compared to the crude graph, which is the first one. And finally, coming to the conclusion, superfine powder of moringa was successfully synthesized using eco-friendly method. Physical properties were measured using XRD, SEM, TEM. Microstructure statement reveals that the size was within the range of 1 to 100 nanometer in size. Agglomerated structures were seen, means that after milling was done, after it was hit again and again, the structures are changed from ordered to disordered state and seen as an agglomeration or clumps in the SEM. In FTI number, the wave number was a frequency graph reveals that the internal cohesion and the material does not changes the position of the wave number significantly, but there's a small change or minute changes are observed, which can be stated or which can be said that this may be used as a new functional food material, which can be employed in medicine or in for nutraceutical purposes also. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What is the novelty of your work? Are there no reports of moringa nanoformulations? No, ma'am, moringa nanoformulations have been there, but what I have done, I have used the moringa leaves. I haven't used the bark or the seed or the or anything. You are the first one to use the leaf. No, ma'am, not the first one, ma'am. Then from where have you started? It's till what reference was the leaf? And what is the novelty of your work? Because nanoformulations are there since long. And moringa has been extensively reported as far as my drinking knowledge. Yes, yes, ma'am. What is the newness of your work? And if you see the positive and the negative control meaning moringa.
अतुल कौन है?
Then moringa nanoformulations by others and moringa.
No, when these tests are.
Otherwise, there is no comparison. What happens to it is of not much significance.
Ma'am, further tests are going to be performed in future, ma'am. These are upcoming tests. Yes, ma'am.
I would prefer to have moringa as such only, prepared tea and have.
Ma'am, but the moringa that is prepared. Ma'am, but the level of absorption is different from a crude powder to a nano powder. The level of bioavailability, the level of bioabsorption, these two differ drastically from crude powder, what you are telling that as I've stated. Even the cell viability differs, ma'am. In 0 hours, you can see that a cell are not that level up to viability. Ma'am, agriculture side, I can prepare as in biochar so that I can use it in fertilizer fat. Ma'am, उसको use किया जा सकता है, ma'am. I can use it in mixture. Ma'am, I may be my guess.
बायोचार पहले बनाएंगे तो ऐसे ही लिग्नाइट पीट और इतने सारी चीजें नेचुरली अवेलेबल हैं जो आप कर सकते हैं।
Yes, ma'am.
कोई चीज महंगा करने से बायोटेक्नोलॉजी में बन जाता है केवल एक टेक्नोलॉजिकल ट्रायल, कॉमन मैन के पास नहीं आने की कोशिश करिए कि काम हो जो केवल करने के लिए नहीं, रिसर्च में वो हो जो नैनो बने भी और अच्छा भी। आप अच्छा काम करें, अभी तो आप कर ही रहे हैं।
जी मैम।
Bipin Bihari Mishra. Next one, Bipin Bihari Mishra.
Thank you, sir. Respected jury members, respected members of the organizing committee, dignitaries, research scholars, and my dear friends and students. A very warm good afternoon to all of you. And thank you for providing this opportunity to present my research work. This is a part of my research work, which I would like to present in front of you. And this is the ameliorating potential of asparagus racemosus in alloxan-induced diabetic rats. As the theme of this conference is the upliftment of rural medicinal properties. So since ancient times, plants have been an exemplary source of medicine. And so I would like to show the material methods that we use the crude extract of the asparagus racemosus. and which was the solvent used was the methanol, 100% methanol, which was extracted using Soxhlet extraction method and dried using the rotary evaporator. We use, this is the grouping of the animals that we done in our lab. And this is the biochemical estimation of the glucose was done. And in antioxidant, we do the T-bar assay, or which also known as lipid peroxidation assay. And the data was expressed in terms of mean and standard deviation. And the data result was analyzed using the graph prism method. So this is the result. As you can see, this crude CA, that is the crude asparagus racemosus extract, methanolic extract, was used for 30 days period. And you can see that there's a significant decrease in the glucose value as compared to the diabetic untreated rat. And if we see this surely ensures us that asparagus racemosus has a very good potential to lower the glucose level in the diabetic patient. And the other thing that we examined is the antioxidant parameter in terms of malondihyde, or we also say T-bars assay. And this also shows a very good results, as we can say that in initial period of 10 days, there was increase in the T-bar assay, that is malondihyde. But after that, there was a significant decrease, and this the level came to up to the control level of the untreated control level. So this shows that there is a very significant use of this plant root extract, and we can use in the rural areas to mitigate the complications of the diabetes. So the results of the present investigation show significant hypoglycemic activity and antioxidant properties against alloxan-induced diabetic rats. So we may regard that it is a promising, natural, and safe remedy for prevention of diabetic complications. Thank you. Yes.
What is the novelty of your work?
Ma'am, this as the we know that the rural area where we are.
Has there been reports of asparagus usage?
There has been a reporting of anti-diabetic property of the asparagus. But we are focusing on the antioxidant property, because other than anti-diabetic, we also focus on the complications that arises due to the diabetes. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. Yes, that was part of my experiment. No, that I haven't shown. I haven't shown them. No, that the primary work of malondihyde assay was done, ma'am. In this, but I have done the superoxide dismutase, reductase, and.
Which method did you follow for that? Do you have all the facilities in your laboratory for that?
That this was.
What instruments did you use for super dismutase?
We use spectroscopy.
Which
UV visible spectroscopy.
And what was the just 2 lines of methodology? Just 2 lines. What did you do?
In this steps, ma'am.
For the ROS and super dismutase.
The active oxygen species, ma'am, we use the tissue homogenate of different organs in my research.
Different organs. Which organ did you use specifically?
I use specifically the liver part. So I use the tissue homogenate part, and then are you asking for SOD, ma'am? Superoxide dismutase, I use the this one.
Because it is quite a tedious process. It is not easily done.
No, ma'am.
Have all the
No, I haven't. Yes, yes, ma'am. That is up to 4 degrees centigrade. I was 4 degrees.
Next one, Susila Kumari.
Respected juries, organizing committees, and delegates and students. I am here to present my research work, Effect of Manuka honey against dental plaque of school children. Myself, Susila Kumari from Department of Biochemistry. Here is the introduction about my study. Oral health has the most important aspect in our life. Oral health is a key indicator of overall health, well-being, quality of life. Dental plaque is a kind of structurally and functionally organized biofilm. Biofilms are a kind of complex communities of bacteria which typically enhances the component that's bacteria resistance to both the host defense system and antimicrobial. The biofilm plaque can exist in any age group like kids, adult, old person, and even in mouth of infant. If plaque is not removed regularly by toothbrushing and flushing, it hardens to create calculus. Calculus can't remove with a toothbrush. Only a dental professional can remove it. Here is the observation and result. And my conclusion is our research work and a study event that Manuka honey has the potential into anti-plaque agents and can be used as preventive or treatment therapies for oral diseases. Our research work is encouraging to see a number of clinical trials of plant-based products, Manuka honey. Further studies of safety and efficacy of natural agents will be important that can help to reduce the overall burden of oral diseases worldwide. Thank you.
What do you mean by Manuka? Yes, what do you mean by Manuka honey?
Manuka is a type of plant which is which found in New Zealand.
Where? New Zealand.
Manuka honey means it is a monofloral extract.
Okay.
Honey, monofloral plant मतलब एक single plant से जो भी
in India. That is available in India also.
No, not available in India.
Okay. Then how did you work on it?
From Amazon. I studied about
okay.
हमने उसे Amazon से मंगवाया था. I have studied about it. एक अमेरिकन फ्रेंड वो लेकर आई थी और वो अपने बच्चे को मतलब खिला रही थी और मेरा वर्क डेंटल प्लैक से रिलेटेड था. तो
What is your sample size? What was the sample size? आपने कितने लोगों के साथ इस पे डेंटल प्लैक पे काम किया?
30. Yeah.
Then, did you have
8 to 15 years? 8 to 15 years child. ह्यूमन एथिक्स क्योंकि ये एडिबल पार्ट एडिबल था इजिली इसीलिए हमने उनके पेरेंट्स से और उस स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल से हमने कंसर्न किया.
Which component of the honey do you think?
और हमने हेल्दी चाइल्ड को इंक्लूड किया जो बिल्कुल हेल्दी थे और एक डेंटिस्ट को भी हमने हायर किया था. मैंने मेंशन किया है आशीष चौरसिया.
Then secondly, did you try to find out which component in the honey is used? Yes, is doing this part and this removing the plaque from the teeth?
Active component.
What? Which ingredient? What is that?
हमने एक्टिव इंग्रेडिएंट से अभी काम नहीं किया है.
What chemical is there in that honey?
लिटरेचर में
hello
Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. बैठी कम
Hello. Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Hello, ma'am.
Naira, Nayab, you can start.
Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
can
sir.
start now.
Just give me a minute, sir. I'm just starting my. I'm just share my screen.
You can start now, Naira.
Okay, sir. Just give a minute. I'm just starting my screen. Share my screen. Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
My screen is visible, sir.
Yes.
Okay, I'm starting just now.
So in the last plenary session,
Good afternoon to all. Start करें, sir. Hello. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello. Am I audible, sir?
हेलो
Hello, am I audible?
ये तो उस लड़की को करा रहे इधर ये बोल रहे हैं सुन नहीं रहा किसकी आवाज क्या है मैं तो जुड़ा हुआ है लड़की का प्रेजेंटेशन दिख रहा है अभी लड़की की तो आवाज आ रही है ये इनकी आवाज सुन नहीं रही है ज्ञानेंद्र जी की मुझे तो सुन नहीं रहा
आप 10 मिनट इनको बोलिए, उससे ज्यादा नहीं करें, 4 बज जाएगा सर आ जाएगा।
Sir, may I start?
So the last two speakers, that is the invited speaker, one is Dr. Ramesh Dhiman, who is the former scientist G and senior consultant ICMR National Institute of Malaria Research, New Delhi, and is basically a vector biologist with inclination towards epidemiology. His area of interest are climate change and vector-borne disease. Dr. Dhiman has published over 110 research papers and contributed for PM's Council on Expert on Climate Change. He has contributed for Zero WHO in developing 2 generic protocols for assessing the impact of climate change. Dr. Dhiman has assessed the impact of climate change on malaria and other VBDs and developing health adaptations plan to address the adverse impacts. He is a member of National Committee for Research Strategy on Environmental Health, advisory member of malaria. He is a fellow of National Academy of Sciences, India, Allahabad. Dr. MOT INR Memorial Awardee of ICMR and Bayer Environmental Science Awardee of NAVBD in 2013. Sir, it's proud privilege for me to welcome Dr. Ramesh Dhiman, a former scientist G and senior consultant ICMR National Institute of Malaria Research, New Delhi, to present your views on the topic emerging multidisciplinary research in life sciences. So give a thunder round of applause for our distinguished invited speaker, Dr. Ramesh Dhiman.
Thank you, Dr. Gyanendra ji.
At the outset, I thank the organizers, Professor Arvind Kumar and Dr. Gyanedraji, for inviting me and to share my experience. It is my pleasure to be here in the company of experts, galaxy of scientists from Bihar. I have taken this topic, emerging multidisciplinary research in life sciences. The scientists are doing their work on their own. Unless they go for multidisciplinary research, they cannot achieve their objective. I will focus mainly on vector-borne disease. We have several vector-borne diseases in the country, but 6 are in the national program. You can say malaria, dengue, chikungunya, visceral leishmaniasis, Japanese encephalitis. These diseases are compiled and guided by the national program. If you see the distribution of these diseases, you can find out why these diseases are confined only to some places. The emerging diseases and the emerging problem in vector-borne disease are basically because of the climatic and ecological changes, developmental changes, urbanization, deforestation, and migration due to faster means of transport. In recently, we have KFD disease in southern India, dengue in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever in Gujarat, leptospirosis in southern India mainly, scrub typhus and Nipah virus. These are the major newly emerging diseases. The screen does not, yeah. Just I want to give one message that without multidisciplinary research, the outcome of our research findings is rarely it can reach to communities. Just have a look at the epidemiological triangle of vector-borne disease. We have parasite or virus, we have mosquito, ticks or sandflies as the vectors, and man is the host. In some cases, there may be zoonotic reservoirs also. The role of environment is very, very pertinent. So that is why unless multidisciplinary research is undertaken, we cannot achieve the objective. You can have an example of Casnor forest disease. This disease is in forested areas of southern India, particularly in Karnataka. Reservoirs are monkeys and small mammals in the forest. It is transmitted by ticks. When the man intrudes into the ecosystem of these monkeys and ticks, then the disease is contracted. So the knowledge of this disease and the epidemiology requires the knowledge of several experts, like even animal husbandry, forestry, entomologists, biologists, and agricultural scientists also. So based on the information we derived from this habitats of ticks which transmit the disease, this was the original map of distribution of ticks, the vector. We have predicted this distribution of vectors based on bioclimatic models. So this type of research, unless it is multidisciplinary, we would not have done this type of research. There was outbreak of Nipah virus in Kerala. 23 deaths were there in 2018, but we know that the reservoir of this virus is bats, and NIV found that yes, there were 3 fruit bats were also positive for Nipah virus, and the reservoir is bats. If we don't understand the habitat of bats, we cannot tackle the disease. Otherwise, periodically we may witness the outbreak. In 19 also again there was outbreak in Ernakulam district, and we found that yes, bats were positive for Nipah virus, and even 20% bats were found positive for antibodies. It means the bats harbor the virus, they are exposed to virus, and from the bats we get disease to human beings. So that is why nowadays One Health concept is coming. One Health means many aspects of science. Scientists said veterinary doctors, clinicians, zoologists, botanists, forest department, animal husbandry, agriculture. All these persons, unless they unite, we cannot solve the problem of diseases, particularly which are zoonotic, which are transmitted from animals basically. And the examples of multidisciplinary research. If we don't undertake multidisciplinary research, we cannot achieve our objectives. You can find from publications, there are several publications. We have studied the efficacy of calotropis, Memordica, Cherentia, neem, solanum, people. So many plants have been screened for the anti-vector activities and they are useful, but they have not seen the light of the day because we have not collaborated with the persons who are really who matters. Like we have not identified the active ingredient, then formulation has not been developed. So we have to contact the institutes which go for formulation. So most of these studies are confined to phase 1 laboratory studies. They don't go to phase 2 and phase 3 at community level. In some cases, even the engineering is also required for control of vectors. Minor engineering interventions. In Kalajar, I will share with you how engineering can be helpful. And for biological control, if we know that larvivorous fishes are very good for exterminating the larvae of mosquitoes, we have to collaborate with Gram Panchayats. So here the collaboration with entomologists, chemists, engineers, industry and Gram Panchayat is essential. In COVID, management of COVID, we have seen that the best example country can follow. We can learn a lot from the management of research, this research and management. There were NIV, the only laboratory, and now we have more than 3,000 laboratories who are diagnosing COVID-19. And it was not only diagnosis, after diagnosis, isolation of virus and making it suitable for vaccine development, periodical sero survey. Here the role of immunologists and social demographic scientists is required. Unless the periodic sero survey were guiding the country, how much population has been exposed to COVID-19. So these types of multidisciplinary research are essential for management of the pandemics like COVID-19 and even the IC activities constantly through media, through pamphlets, and the administration was also responsible, role of police and nurses, hospitals, even the oxygen suppliers. So many industries, they came forward to provide oxygen. So this is the best example for collaborative research, which can lead to management of the disease properly. In pollution also, zoologists, biologists, they can work for water pollution, air pollution, and noise pollution. These are some of the arenas. In biodiversity, role of Zoological Survey of India, zoologists, botanists, and wildlife institute scientists all can work together and solve the problems of this. The biologists should also know that we have some control programs in the country. The major control programs are National Center for Vector-Borne Disease. Its name was NVB-DCP, now it is changed. And we have National Program on Climate Change and Human Health. This program also, it takes care of impact of climate change on human health. We have National Leprosy Elimination Program, then Tuberculosis Control Program, and Iodine Deficiency Control Program. So all this research of bioscientists, the scientists who are working in this field, they should see what are the requirements of the country, and we should try to help these national programs to achieve the good health for the country. So I'll share you some of my work on climate change and vector-borne disease. We know that climate change is very important nowadays. It is different from climate variability. Climate change means changes in the climatic conditions over a period of 30 years or more. So we know most of the vector-borne diseases are seasonal. They are seasonal because their vector is cold-blooded creature. Their body temperature varies from temperature. If it is very hot, the insects will die. If it is cold, their development will be slow. So these are some of the implications. Their life cycle is shortened if the colder period. And if we see the distribution map of any vector-borne disease, it is because of the climatic regions that they are distributed in some areas. Because of low temperature, transmission cannot be possible. And we should keep in mind that rainfall sometimes it can create the breeding habitats, say for malaria vectors. Even it can flush off the breeding habitats, and it helps in survival of vectors. So this is very old information, but it says from IPCC that by the year 2100, around 4-degree rise in temperature is expected. Erratic rainfall, sometimes there will be heavy rainfall, sometimes will be drought. And sea level rise is going to be high by 0.59 meter by 2100 year. So our responsibility is to assess the impact of climate change. What are the changes in the vector-borne disease because of these climatic projections? For assessing the impact of climate change, we should know the thresholds of the disease transmission. Like for malaria, 18 to 32 degrees is the suitable range for transmission of malaria, and the humidity should be 55 to 80. The areas which do not have this suitability, they will not have the transmission of malaria. For dengue also we know this, but for rest of the disease, laboratory confirmed thresholds are not known. Like for Kala Jar, this information is very old. So recently some experiments can be undertaken to provide evidence that yes, Kala Jar can be transmitted between this range. And the KFD also from literature, we have found that 20 to 31 degrees is the suitable range. So this is the implication of temperature. If the temperature is 20 degree, the development will be completed in 16 to 17 days for Vivax parasite. If the temperature is 25, it can be shortened. So this is the impact. In some areas, it is 10 months transmission. In some areas, it is 2-3 months transmission. So based on this thresholds level, we have provided these projection maps for the country by the year 2030. So these are the baseline scenario. Presently, so many months are suitable for transmission, but by the year 2030, by 2030 is what will be the scenario of malaria. So what we have found here that some foci in Himalayan region, the colder region, which are going to have rise in temperature, they may be having new foci for transmission. In southern India, there is no change because the already temperature is very much suitable for transmission of malaria. There may be some reduction in the transmission windows in the parts of Odisha and Andhra Pradesh because of very hot temperature. And we can found even the changes. How many months change is there? Like this plus means 3 months are additional transmission for malaria. And in some areas, you will find no change. In some areas, even negativity is also there. Means 12 months transmission is there, but that may be reduced to 9 months of transmission. So this knowledge with the help of GIS, climate model, biologists, entomologists, this could be possible that we have provided these projection maps for malaria scenario. The same way it is for dengue also. In dengue, we have found that the Himalayan area, again, Himachal Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, they are having the foci for transmission of dengue. Again, for dengue also, we have derived these maps for Ministry of Environment and Forest, that these are the changes wherein we can expect because of the climatic changes. The knowledge of rainfall, everybody knows rainfall is very much essential for malaria transmission, but how much quantity of rainfall? So through this research, we have tried to find out the amount of rainfall in which month so that it can cause outbreaks. And sometimes the rainfall of one particular month may not be responsible for malaria in the same month. So there is phenomenon of lag period. You see, in the western part of the country, the lag period is longer, while in this part of the country, which is very much waterlogged, lag period is slow. Here, within 1 month, you can expect the outbreak. Here, 2 to 3 months takes place for resulting in outbreaks of malaria. So this is the published work. Based on some districts, we can provide this cutoff of rainfall that only 70 millimeter in Bikaner, if it is there in the month of September, 2 to 3 months lag period, outbreaks can come. So many districts, we have provided this information. And the implications of rainfall, we can again study in the country. The dry areas will behave in a different way as compared to cold areas. So in Sri Lanka, it is very much visible. The wet area, if there is drought, there may be outbreaks of malaria. But in the dry region, if there are heavy rainfalls, the outbreaks can come. So in our country also, one phenomenon is not applicable for a whole country. Southern India behaves in a different way than the northern India, and the same way east and west. So this type of analysis is required at district level. In dengue fever, yes, befitting with your topic, urban and rural development. Dengue is a urban disease. Why it is urban? Because we have pakka houses, we have piped water supply. But if the same phenomenon of piped water supply is going to rural areas, the problem in rural areas will also be there because of dengue. Because we do not provide water supply for 24 hours. So people in villages will have to store water, and with the storage water, the breeding of Aedes mosquitoes will start. So we will have the threat of dengue. So this problem of urban is going towards rural because of the urbanization. So we have to understand why people store water. Here comes the social aspects. Is there no water supply in the area? Because in the illegal colonies, there is no government supply. Is there scarcity of potable water? Their economic condition is very poor. They don't seek health very properly because of their. So here the dengue receptivity is related with suitable climatic conditions, scarcity of water, poor economy, and lack of health education. So this type of research, biologists, climate scientists, if they join hands, they can bring out very important information. So based on this analysis, it has been found that the southern India is very much suitable for dengue transmission as compared to northern India. In northern India, the transmission will be only for few months, while in southern India, the transmission is almost throughout the year. You can see here in Kerala, all the seasons, the extensive incubation period ranges from 9 to 14 days, while in Punjab, it may be 74 days also. So few months are suitable for transmission of dengue in northern parts of country. In Kalajar, it is a disease transmitted by sand flies. So sand flies, they prefer mud houses. So if we construct mud houses into pakka houses, then the problem can be solved. So Pradhan Mantri, Yojana is there that they have to construct some mud houses to be replaced by brick-made houses. And this problem can be solved just because of this intervention at rural level. So this is the implication of collaborative research. We have been finding sand flies, but if there are brick-made houses, you will not find sand flies in those areas. So this we have tried to find out the relationship between Japanese encephalitis and rainfall. So here it is slightly different from malaria and dengue. After lot of stagnation of water, we find after 3 months there is peak in the JE cases. So there has to be continuous rain for 2-3 months. When there is stagnation of water, then only the vector of JE breeds, and then you will have the peak of Japanese encephalitis disease. For KFD, Kayasnor forest disease, which is prevalent in southern part of the country, particularly in Karnataka, Kerala, and parts of Goa, we have seen that heavy rainfall is essential for KFD, but when the rainfall stops, dry season comes, the ticks which are on the floor of the forest, they come out and the transmission occurs. So transmission occurs in non-rainy season, but heavy rainfall is there, which is the requirement of forested area. We have generated the evidence also that climate is changing and it is affecting the health of the people. So for this, we had established some 3 field sites in the Himalayan region, in parts of Uttarakhand and Assam, Mizoram, and even in Ranchi also, and we generated. Nowadays, we do not depend on IMD, Indian Meteorological Department. There are some gadgets which can be purchased and scientists can install these gadgets and they can record temperature hourly, daily, day and night temperatures. Temperature of water can be recorded by these tidbits, and even rainfall can also be recorded. So scientists can procure these things and they can start generating data. So we have provided the evidence that the area in Nainital, which was not very much suitable for high density of vectors, the vectors were available for 2 to 3 months. Now they are available for 7 to 8 months. And the density has also increased from 30 to around 80 man-hour density of Curie species vector. So this is the way how climate is changing and how it is affecting the density of vectors. And even we have noticed and detected the positive malaria cases from the hilly areas, which were hitherto free from all the problems of malaria. And you can see at several places in Almora and Bhimtal area, we have identified some positive cases, and even 19 cases were there. So we have published this paper in collaboration with state government. And this is even we could detect the parasites from the mosquitoes which were found and collected from the colder area. In the month of November, October and November from Almora, we could detect positive mosquito vectors for malaria parasite, indicating that transmission was going on even in colder time because the indoor temperature was better than the outdoor colder temperature.
Dr. Dhiman, if that was so informative, in fact, your talk on multidisciplinary research and control of vector-borne diseases is truly enlightening. But sir, we are running short of time. If you could just be kind enough to conclude.
In 2 more minutes.
The other speakers, and in line is Professor Saurav Yadav. So,
2
sir,
more minutes.
kind of you
Yeah.
to just conclude your very interesting topic that is going on.
Yeah, 2 more minutes. So in adaptation measures, the new foci which we have projected because of the climate change, we have to provide health education to the communities, and they should be having knowledge about the breeding habitats of vector and how to prevent themselves. In already endemic areas, the timing of IRS will change. This is the only thing, and we have to identify the needs of the community, and health system we have to strengthen it. Early warning tools we have developed, they can be employed. I will not share much about this, but the early warning tools can also be developed by the scientists, and we can validate these findings. Now we have national program on climate change and human health, and that national program is imparting health education to all the consultants, nodal officers, state nodal officers, and this program is also going to help tackle even air pollution, vector-borne disease, all these aspects. And we had Center of Excellence for Climate Change and Vector-borne disease, and we have even tried to create manpower so that more and more people can undertake research. And this is the aspect. So the last message I will say that bioscience has diverse scope for research, and it can address several problems of health. And unless we unite, we cannot provide answer to the problem. Collaboration with medical entomologists, meteorologists, GIS, and climate modelers. Nowadays, it is the time of modeling. Unless we go for collaboration with these types of experts, we cannot provide the answer. And these experts, we should support the national program also in monitoring the like insecticide resistance. It should be at district level, but because medical colleges, universities, they can provide inputs for insecticide resistance monitoring at district level. Therapeutic efficacy of the drugs which are being given for control of malaria. So at district level, medical college and university, they can provide help. So I think I will stop here because of shortage of time. And I again thank the organizers for inviting me. It is a long topic. It takes even 1 day also.
Thank you, Dr. Dhiman.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Truly, bioscience has diverse scope, and your carry-home message that collaboration should be encouraged. I'm sure the younger generation here would go in for that kind of research. Thank you so much, sir. Now,
My pleasure. Thank you.
With this, we have our next speaker, Dr. Saurav Yadav. Has he logged in? Dr. Saurav Yadav.
Sir, behalf of the organizing committee, I extended my deepest sense of gratitude for your gracious presence and your deliberations, and definitely it will boost up the morale of the youngsters in particular context of Bihar. So I show my extended gratitude from bottom core of my heart, sir.
Thank you very much from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, all the participants who have to display their poster, please go down immediately because the judges has already moved to adjudge your posters. And because we have the valedictory session at 4 p.m., the chief guest will arrive. So the judgment will be in between these 2 times. So straightforward, you go to your poster and exhibits and response to the questions which will be put forwarded by the judges. And by the meantime, I welcome Dr. Saurav Yadav, Department of Biotechnology, Hemwati Nandan Bahuguna Central University, Srinagar, Garhwal, Uttarakhand, India. And he will be speaking on significance of intellectual property right.
Sir, are you not audible, sir?
Please wait, please wait.
Yes, Dr. Yadav, you are visible. So,
Some problem is there. Please wait.
all right.
वहां से खोलो म्यूट कर दो, म्यूट कर दो। ठीक है। Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, okay. There was some glitches in starting the presentation. So a very warm good evening to all of you. And I'm very much thankful to the entire organizing team for allowing me and inviting me to give my deliberations in front of you. And today's topic is significance of IPR. I hope everything is clear and no any disturbances there.
Yes, it is clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. So nowadays, if we hear the word IPR, mostly the government and everywhere in the newspapers, you will always hear intellectual property rights. Most of the time, the people are discussing about IP ecosystem or IPR ecosystem or the innovation ecosystem. So what's that so important word? When we were doing our MSc from Allahabad University, there was no such IPR things in our syllabus. Even when I was doing my PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, there was nowhere plagiarism or some kind of word, so buzzword around the corner. But initially, after the importance of IPR crept in our system, we came to know that what is IPR. So starting this topic, first of all, initially I will tell you what is discovery and invention. Everybody knows discovery is mere finding of the subject matter. If anything is there, and the first one who finds it is a discoverer. Now, what is invention? Invention is a solution to a technical problem. Whenever there is a problem, the researcher or the scientist will come up with a kind of solution to it, and that is invention. Now, there is one more word which is very much interchangeably used nowadays, and that is innovation. That means invention and innovation. What is the difference between innovation? Invention is the creation of a product or a process for the first time. But what is innovation then? Innovation is when anybody else is doing a significant contribution to the existing product, process, or services. That amounts to innovation. Take the example of microprocessor. That was a very small chip. First time whenever a person who has made it, he has invented it. But later on, this microprocessor got inserted into many devices, different devices, and those things involved innovation. For example, whenever anybody is standing across the bank of a river or any water body, then anybody throws a kind of pebble in the water body, then what happens? First time when it hits the water, the ripples start creating. and the person who has thrown the pebble is the inventor, and the person who is standing on the bank and trying to analyze and find that which ripple will be created, and later on when it will go down, when the biggest ripple will come, he is a kind of person who is termed as an innovator because he analyzes the thing. Now innovation is the currency of future, and as you can see, Shri Pranab Mukherjee, the President of India, in his address to the researchers, he told that a small body of determined spirits fired by an unquenchable faith in their mission can alter the course of history. And that he is talking about creating research into wealth. Nowadays, government is always busy and always trying to motivate the researchers and the scientists that research is fine, but until and unless the people are involved in the translational research, it won't pay anything to the country and to the person itself, or to the institution, or to the university. And what is innovation? In bookish sense, if we go by the definition, what is innovation? It is the creation of new ideas which will lead to change in a company's economic or social potential. This is innovation, and you can see that whenever there is a crowd or a public and a person in green color is moving towards another direction, and that direction is something related to innovation, and he may be an innovator. If you see this slide, what you can see here, who will be termed as an innovator? Obviously a person in the third panel, because the first one is drowning, the second one is trying, but again he will drown. But the third panel, if you see, then there are two persons who are applying their innovative ability to anyhow save their life. So this is something related to innovation. He is Apple CEO Steve Jobs, also known as the poster boy of innovation. Now see the two, Indian Express and Business Today. There are two news which I have copied here. This is the news from January 2021 and this also June 2021. What it says, it is the Economic Survey 2021, which says or emphasizes that focus on your research and development. Jugaad can take you only this far. What it says, says at the ranking of the Global Innovation Index, it says that yes, Jugaad was important. Jugaad was something which has helped our country or people in India to go some way, some far in our journey. But now it's not only Jugaad, it's the focused R&D which will take to a next height, starting from where we are currently. So now the related to all these IPR things, the country has already given the India Patent Act and IPR related treaties and conventions are there. So the government of India has given this tagline, Creative India, Innovative India. Now what's that? Creative India means a person or a researcher or a creator has to be creative in some sense. That will only lead to the innovative India or to the self-reliant India, and it's all manifested in the National Intellectual Property Rights Policy. Now, if you can see the timeline, if you will see the timeline, you can see the timeline of this innovation. You can see starting from the 1745 to somewhere in between of the graph. If you see, there is innovation on one hand and revolution on the other hand. The first wave deals with iron, water, power. Second wave is steam. Third wave electricity. Fourth wave is related to avionics. At the same time, if you go down, a blue bold line terms it industrial revolution. Means this was everything was related to industrial revolution, but slightly right from the fourth wave towards the fifth and the sixth wave, digital network, biotechnology, information technology, nanotechnology, and so forth. Other things are also there. You can see in yellow color, I have written knowledge driven revolution. Means industrial revolution is moving towards knowledge driven revolution, and this pie chart shows the importance of the knowledge economy. Currently we are into the knowledge economy, where knowledge will form the basic tenet of the IPR system. So if we see the first pie chart here, you can see capital is there. Capital is always needed. Then labor is there in light green color. And this is a pre-industrial era I am talking about. And this is also known as brick and mortar economy. We are all well aware about the brick and the mortar economy. And this is the pre-industrial era. Knowledge share is there, but it is lesser than the other pie chart, which is on the other hand, and it is industrial era. You can see the knowledge share has increased in the knowledge economy, and thus IPR is being generated more, and we are going to reap the benefits of intellectual property. So this was the context of my talk, that what is IPR and how it is related with property. So intellectual property, the first and the foremost thing is we must know our rights. What are the rights? There are total 3 words in intellectual property rights. The first one is intellectual. You can see it is the anything emancipating and being generated from the top floor of the Homo sapiens sapiens, that is termed as intellect, and the resulting thing is intellectual capability. This was just a cartoon representation. Now, what we do with this intellectual ability? If I have the intellectual ability, what I will do that? The cartoon itself tells you if we are unlocking our brain, then some kind of new ideas or invention will generate, and that will become the property. For example, the property may be anything. The property may be a Tanishq diamond for my mother. It may be Gitanjali for my wife. It may be a rupee for myself, my friends, my colleagues. It may be a posh locality house or a land or anything. This everything is termed as a property. So now the rights. Now what is rights? Rights is simply I have shown here that what is rights. It is simply the adhikar, whatever we have got from the IPR things. Now what is the introduction to IPR? If we see here, now what is IPR? I have already told in my previous slides, IPR is something that is originating from the mind or the intellectual ability or from the intellect, and that must be new, original in the global context, and is generated and it is granted to the creators of intellectual property. But by whom? It is granted by the government, the respective government where the creator or the scientist they have given it. These rights are time limited rights. It cannot be a perpetual right. It will be a time limited rights. For example, patents are for 20 years and the others enjoy the benefits of 10 years, and some are having lifetime plus 60 years. And this IPR is largely a territorial rights apart from the copyright. So like any other form of property, intellectual property rights can be used, it can be sold, it can be loaned, it can be gifted, it can be even stolen. That's why infringement and other things come, which is not the part of this lecture. So the question again comes, the question is why to protect? Why am I talking about IPR in this international conference in the August gathering? Why I'm talking about the IPR? Why to protect? We need to protect it because whenever there is a creation of mind, there is application, and whenever there is application, it leads to the protection, and protection is necessary for the inventor or for the creator because it is leading to a successful business. So starting from the cycle of creation, we are going to the successful business, means creation, ideation, idea, and application. This is all related to the monetary benefit to the creator and to the country. That's why Joseph Schumpeter, he gave it the theory of economic innovation or theory of creative destruction. Here, the theory is creative destruction. Why? Because whatever is being created will be destroyed in the coming future, and another thing of the similar aim will come up. For example, if since I have less time, so I will be moving.
Yes, Dr. Yadav, truly we have less time. So kindly, it would be nice of you to just sum it up in 5 minutes. I know it is very difficult. It's so informative and very, very important that all of us must know what is IPR and its other aspects. But kindly try to conclude it.
I can understand that. Okay, so let's move towards what is IPR. These are all the different kind of IPRs: copyright, industrial design, layout, and other things. Trademarks are there. For example, this is a Coca-Cola or a symbol or a slogan. This is a trademark. Industrial designs are there. Now the geographical indications are there. Invaluable treasures of incredible India. Now, what is in GI? Now, since I have made one slide for you people, because I'm giving lecture in whenever I give lectures in different states, I try to collect the GIs, important GIs of that state. So even if time is less, I will show you that what is GI. GI is given to the people, or it is a kind of protection being given to the creators or producers whenever there is a quality being linked to the product. That's why GI is given. For example, if you have heard about Nagpur oranges, Kolhapuri chappals, Darjeeling tea, Mysore sandal products, or anything, the first word in black here you will find out is related to the geographical area. Means if Kanpur leather is there, it will bear something very important. Now this slide, even if I want to show at a slower pace, see this, it is local for vocal. Means को जमीन पर उतारने के लिए कवायद शुरू. Means if you talk about Bihar, there are many GIs being given to the state of Bihar. One is Shahi Lichi, Katarni Chawal, Zardalu Aam, Magahi Pan. Now the latest news which I was reading for making the slide was that Makhana has also got a GI tagging, and the petitioners have changed the Bihar Makhana name to the Mithila Makhana. Why they have changed? Bihar is also from Bihar, Mithila is also in Bihar, but people want to give you the credit of the original origin of the Makhana. It is originating in Mithila growers. That's why this was in news. This is something from my house, from the wall of my house. Another GI of Bihar, that is Madhubani painting. And copyright is there. There are many things I won't show you. Trade secret is there. Whenever you want to keep a secret of Coca-Cola, that is being given as a granted as a trade secret. And these are all the patent rules. There are patentability criteria. If anybody comes and asks you that you want patent, then they must follow three things. The first thing is novelty, the another is inventive step, and the third one is industrial application. Now, CSIR has also asked the people, or in the lab, the scientists, that random filing of patents should be stopped, and the patent should not only be a biodata patents, but it should be something related to techno-commercial value. This is one example. I will show basmati rice, the basmati rice, because the United States people, they have already taken patent of basmati rice and haldi, and later we fought a very long legal battle, and both of the patents have been revoked, and finally our country has won. And this is, I won't go into the detail because it will take more time. This I will wrap up within 1 minute. Innovation, why IPR? What is the significance? Why innovation and invention is necessary for any country? See, Make in India, Skill India, National Innovation Policy, National IPR Policy, Startup India. These are all the different programs, flagship programs of the Government of India for value addition in IP regime. And you can see the IP filing trends. The IP filing trends, you can see that starting from 2013 to 2018, how they have grown up. And this is the Global Innovation Index of our country. India ranks at 48. You can see here 2015 the rank was 81, 16, 66, and finally reaching up to the 48 in the year 2020. It is all because of the country's dynamic IP policy. And another last slide, I will try to finish it up. This is the India ranks. This is another ranking pattern. India ranks at 40th position on the Intellectual Property Index or IP Index out of the 53 giants of global economies. And this is the last slide, significance of IPR. Why it is important? Because it is for the strategic purpose, for raising funds, for joint ventures, and for many more things. So finally, I will finish it up. This is the take-home message that IP strategy should be an integral part of the overall business strategy. And IP strategy of an enterprise is influenced by many things, but ignoring the intellectual property system altogether is not a good idea, and it will prove very costly or even fatal for a country like India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav. That was really informative. And those who all we want to start our own entrepreneurship, or students who are interested in incubation centers and other things, IPR forms the basis of it. It was truly informative. We thank you for being a part of this program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So at the end of the plenary session 6, which has been clubbed with plenary session 5, behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartiest thanks and gratitude towards the Dr. Saurav Yadav from Department of Biotechnology, Hemwati Nandan Bahuguna Central University, Srinagar, Garhwal, Uttarakhand, India. And it was a great privilege for me to announce that Dr. Saurav Yadav has just responded within a very short span of time. And even there was a slight fumble in his time schedule, but he happily accepted it, sir. So, Sauravji, we are just extending our gratitude with the bottom core of our heart on behalf of the organizing committee. So thank you very much. So now I request Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, Head Department of Zoology and the Chief Convener of this conference, to please do the honor by felicitating to chairpersons come judges, Dr. Tanuja ma'am and Professor Shahla Yasmin, Head Department of Zoology, Patna Women's College. Ma'am, you spared your valuable time, both of you. First of all, Professor Shahla Yasmin, give a thunder round of applause for Madam Shahla ma'am from Head Department of Zoology, Patna Women's College. And she spared her valuable time, although there are some upset in her family, but still she is here with us. So from the bottom core of our heart, behalf of the organizing committee, ma'am, we extend our gratitude towards you and for your valuable time. And Tanuja ma'am, what to speak about, as I told you earlier, that it is one of the proud privilege for us that two of the best teachers awarded by the His Excellency Chancellor, come Governor of Bihar, is with us as the chairperson and the judges. So we give a thunder round of applause for both the judges come chairpersons, and thank you, ma'am, both of you. So very shortly, the chief guest is just about to reach for the valedictory session, and it will be started by the time the chief guest, Professor Rasbihari Prasad Singh, the former Vice Chancellor, Patna University, will just arrive at the auditorium. The guest of honor is already with us, and I will be inviting very shortly Dr. Neil Sarovar Bhavesh, Senior Scientist and Group Leader from ICGB, New Delhi. We have the special invitee, Dr. Janardhan ji, is already here, and I will be inviting very shortly, sir. And we have our Honorable Dean, Faculty of Science, Patna University. He is with us. He is also already present here, sir. So we are waiting for our the president of today's valedictory session, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Patna University, and the chief guest, that is the Professor Rasbihari Prasad Singh, the former Vice Chancellor, Patna University. So within a span of 2-3 minutes, we'll be back with the valedictory session. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello. Am I audible?
Good afternoon to one and all present here in the valedictory session of the 2 days international conference on emerging bioscience research for rural and urban development, ICEBRD 2021 on 22nd December 2021. I welcome you all from the bottom core of my heart. First of all, I will take the privilege to invite Professor Raj Bihari Prasad Singh, former Vice Chancellor, Patna University. Sir, please take your prestigious position on the dais. Give a thunder round of applause for our former Vice Chancellor, and chief guest of today's function. I'm inviting on dais Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Patna University, who will preside today's function. Please give a big round of applause for Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, sir. Now I'm inviting Dr. Neil Sarovar Bhaves, Senior Scientist and Group Leader, ICGEB, New Delhi. Please give him a thunder round of applause for the guest of honor of today's function. I would like to invite Dr. Janardhan Ji, Vice President, MSCT ICCB, Ranchi, former Director of ICAR Patna. He is the special invitee of today's valedictory session. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. I would like to invite Professor Ellen Reiser, Dean Faculty of Science, Patna University. Please welcome sir with a thunder round of applause. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, Head Department of Zoology, Patna University. Please welcome sir with thunder round of applause. I would like to invite Dr. GB Chan, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, Patna University. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause. I welcome you all from the bottom core of my heart. I request Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Patna University, the President of today's felicitation ceremonies, to honor our chief guest, Professor Raj Bihari Prasad Singh, sir, former Vice Chancellor of Patna University. Please give a thunder round of applause. Sir.
Better to be honored to Professor Raj Bihari Prasad Singh for a token of appreciation and gratitude from our side. So give a thunder round of applause.
Give a thunder round of applause.
He was associated with the inception of this conference, and the idea of the conference was conceived under the superb guidance of our honorable former Vice Chancellor, Professor Raj Bihari Prasad Singh.
I request Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, Chief Convener, ICBRUD, to honor Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, sir. Please give a huge round of applause.
Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Patna University. He is a man of eminence, and in his very short tenure, sir, you have just created the change in the temperament, the scientific temperament of the Patna University, and the scientific face uplift of the Patna University. Sir, we are highly obliged for your gracious presence, and you are kind enough that you just accepted to preside over the today's valedictory session of 2 days International Conference of the Emerging Bioscience Research for Rural and Urban Development, IceBread 2021. So give a thunder round of applause for our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, esteemed Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, sir.
I request Chief Convener Dr. Arvind Kumar sir to honor Dr. Neil Sarovar Bhaves. Please give a thunder round of applause.
So what to speak about Neil Sarovar Bhaves, the senior scientist from ICGEB, New Delhi. I'm kind enough, behalf of the organizing committee, I'm kind enough that he has accepted our invitation in a very short notice along with Dr. Praveen, that is the Director, Research and Development, JNU, New Delhi. And altogether, he was, yesterday, he was for 8 hours and consistently since last 1:30, he is here. So, sir, we are deeply indebted to your gracious presence and we welcome you at your own premises, sir. Because you are the son of soil, you are from Patna, sir, and from Science College. So it's a matter of great pride for us that the man from the Patna and from the Patna Science College is now roaring in the ICGEB, New Delhi. So give a thunder round of applause for our guest of honor of today's valedictory session, that is Neil Sarovar Bhaves.
I would request our Chief Convener sir to honor special invitee of the session, Dr. Janardhan ji. Please give a thunder round of applause.
What to speak about Dr. Janardhan ji? He was the former director of ICAR Patna, and he is popularly known as Makhana Man of India. And he has done extensive research in the agro biological products for the security of the food. And he has also served in the USA also for some of the time for the professors. Perhaps he was there. And he is one of the major collaborators of this conference. He is the Vice President of the Madhvi Shyam Educational Trust International Consortium of Contemporary Biologists. So, sir, I welcome you on behalf of the organizing committee with our bottom core of our heart. So, next.
I would request Chief Convener sir to honor Professor Dr. Ellen Rai, Dean, Faculty of Sciences, Patna University.
So give a
Please give a huge round of applause.
Give a thunder round of applause for our esteemed Dean, Faculty of Science, Patna University, Professor Ellen Rai, Head Department of Mathematics, Patna University, who is from BHU, and he has got the scientific temperament from the Banaras Hindu University, and he is trying his level best to just uplift the scientific face of mathematical face of the Patna University. So we are highly indebted, sir, for your gracious presence.
I would request Dr. GB Chand sir, Organizing Secretary, IceBread 2021, to honor the Chief Convener, Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, Head, Department of Zoology, Patna University. Please give a thunder round of applause. I would request Dr. Gajendra Kumar Azad, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Patna University, to honor the Dr. G.V. Chand sir, Organizing Secretary, IceBread 2021. Give a thunder round of applause. So I welcome you all on the dais. Now I'm inviting Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar sir, Head, Department of Zoology, Patna University, to welcome the chief guest and dignitaries on the dais.
If time is money, I'm repeating, if time is money, then you have spent millions for us today. I need to multiply the word welcome 1,000 times to match it with your efforts to come over here for 2 days. It is privilege indeed to welcome our Honorable former Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Ras Bihari Prasad Singh, who has kindly consented to be the chief guest today in the valedictory function. Like before, sir, I know you are always at the forefront to attend all the functions and all the activities in the campus of the university. And when you are where the Vice Chancellor here, I know that you are always running in all campuses to grace the occasions of different functions. It is pleasure to welcome our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, who has kindly consented to grace the occasion today and preside the valedictory function. He has been the head of the Department of Biochemistry and Physiology at Dr. Rajendra Prasad Central Agricultural University, Pusa. It is my pleasure to welcome Dean Faculty of Science, Patna University, Patna, Professor Ellen Roy, who is also the head of Department of Mathematics. And I would like to say, sir, that Srinivas Ramanujan, the wizard of mathematics, today is his birthday. Today is his birthday, and you are man of mathematics. So it is a nice coincidence. And I know that you are a very nice person, very pleasurable person. As I personally know you, I welcome you. I am feeling absolutely delighted to welcome Dr. Janardhan Ji, who is a former director, ICAR Patna. It fills me with a sense of joy today to remember that day when the inception of this conference came to my mind, and a meeting with main collaborator, MSET ICCB Ranchi, was held in my chamber, in which Dr. Janardhan Ji was present as one of the members, along with late Professor Mahendra Prasad, whom we sadly lost due to COVID-19. Because this conference was scheduled to be held in 2020 only, as per 2020, but due to COVID-19 and pandemic, this was postponed. And in the meantime, Professor Mahendra Prasad, sadly we lost him. I pray God for his soul to rest in eternal peace. Now it is pretty good to welcome Dr. Neil Sarovar Bhaves, who is a senior scientist and group leader at ICGEB New Delhi, and has come all the way from New Delhi, especially to deliver his lecture. Yesterday, we all listened to him. His lecture was on single-stranded nucleic acid recognition by RNA recognition motifs. Yesterday, I welcomed all the participants, all the head PG and UG. So I don't want to repeat, but especially I would like to welcome some of my colleagues, Dr. Vrinder Prasad, who is also the director of IQAC Patna. I welcome all the faculty members of the department. Again, I am repeating Dr. G.V. Chand, Dr. D.K. Paul, Dr. Anupma Kumari, Dr. Gajendra Kumar Azad, who has been on their toes during these days. We got less time to prepare for this. After all exams and courses were finished, we were left with very less time, 15 days. And in 15 days, our team organizing committee has done miracles. So I'm really very thankful and welcome all of them. And I welcome all of you, all participants, all distinguished guests from the core of my heart. Welcome you all.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I am privileged to invite the guest of honor of today's function, Dr. Neil Sarovar Bhaves, scientist and group leader, ICGEB New Delhi, to address this August gathering.
Thank you. It was a privilege for me to be here and sitting in with all the guys here, the senior dignitaries. And from this podium, I'd like to again personally thank actually Professor Singh, who was really instrumental in one of the work which we were trying for many years, and during his tenure that succeeded. Actually, I was trying to start an endowment in memory of my father, and that 4 medals which was supposed to be given, and Professor Singh actually helped me for that. And I really, publicly, I again thank you very much for that, and twice again. And I must congratulate Professor Chandji, Professor Arvind Kumar, for achieving some of this Herculean task, actually organizing a conference in Patna University. I can understand it's a Herculean task, and achieving all the logistics, getting the speakers and the scientific content of this meeting was really very good. I really congratulate you, sir, for that. It was wonderful. I really had enjoyed. Praveen was also telling the same thing. Coming to the point of the research, means that many of the talks were really very interesting. The student participants, I could see the posters and everything. That's a good one. But I think as we all are pursuing the research, we also have to look for our own traditional knowledges and what is around us. Like I was discussing in the morning with Professor Virendra Prasad is a long-standing collaborator for me, and we had taken some of the project together, especially for the bioactive compounds. So we were discussing, why not we look at some of the microbiota from the indigenous species? Like we know SOS, the dolphin. Professor R.K. Sinha had made it popular, but SOS is known as a scavenger. So its gut microbiota will be very, very useful. Like what we have done in our institute, the elephant fecal sample containing the microbiota is being used now for the biofuel production. So elephant eats a lot, and only 20% gets absorbed. Rest is excreted out, and you will see elephant eating and excreting out very often. So its excreta contains those microbiota which can ferment cellulases and other enzymes. Similarly for the rhino. Similarly, you can see the nilgai. Nilgai, if you put it in the field, it will destroy the field immediately. So it's an herbivorous. Its gut will contain many useful bacteria. So like even agriculture, the Makhana man is sitting here. So Makhana has a lot of potential. So these kind of potential which we have in our own state, we have to look back and look at the traditional knowledge, what has been described in our text long back, and derive something from that. That will be very useful. Like I'm telling one example which we have taken with the Ayush. This is one project which we have taken recently with the Ayush, where we are trying to correlate the Prakriti with the modern medicine. There are 7 Prakriti which are defined in Chadak Samhita, and Chadak Samhita says Tat Prakritiam Vyakhyanam Tadyatha Sukra Sonit Prakritam Kal Garbhase Prakritam Atur Ahar Prakritam Mahabhut Vikar Prakritam Garb Sariram Pekshate. Means everything is described. Sukra Sonit Prakriti means allele segregation. It's a meiosis process. Kal Garbhase, it's what is happening in intrauterine epigenetics. Atur Ahar, it's again the metabolic epigenetics. Mahabhut Vikar, environmental epigenetics. These have been described in our ancient Charak Samhita, and it's only need to be again look at from the perspective of the modern medicine, like different omics, metabonomics, proteomics, transcriptomics, and see and make it available for the world, the Western world, which want evidence-based science, what we call today. So given them the evidence, we have this thing, and that's what has to be done. This is one thing, and even if you go much beyond that, it has been described, vyakt, avyakt. It is the physics part. Tanmatra is again comes to the chemistry part. Prakriti goes to biology part. That how there's different kind of Prakriti there, Kaf Prakriti, Vat Prakriti. These are described there. And then again come dosas, 3 dosas, which goes into the health science, the 3 dosas. So these are there, and some of them are getting validated. And what we are talking now is a precision medicine, which from the allopathy point of view, but our ancient text says the precision wellness. The precision wellness is also coming into the part now, that every individual can have a diet and lifestyle described as per his genetic or epigenetic makeup. So we need to explore those things. And now government is also funding those projects, so this can go on. And this is the way I think we all have to look at our traditional knowledge and get the things out, and not only get the things out, get the IP right. As one of the speaker, the Praveen Verma's student, Saurabh was telling, get the intellectual property right and GI tags so that we can get money out of it. And that's what the Western world has been doing. So with that, I thank you again and congratulate you all for the wonderful meeting organized here. And I really enjoyed, it was a privilege for me. Again, I say, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now I'm inviting Dr. Janardhan Ji, former chairman ICAR Patna, to grace the occasion.
Honorable Honorable President of this session, former Vice Chancellor Sahab, dignitaries on the dais, and all the participants. It is my privilege to talk to you today on a very significant aspect in which this is the valedictory section. We have come a long way discussing very different aspects and different vistas of the emerging biological science. But this biological science research in respect of rural development and urban development was conceived long back before the pandemic came. And it was the head of department and the Honorable Vice Chancellor sitting here was kind enough to accept, because normally in the traditional universities, the subject related to the basic agricultural, basic research are taken up. And here, when we said that half of the India are there in the rural area, and if India wants to develop, it is only if the science and technology goes in the rural area. And then we said, and Arvind Babu was first to grab this, and he said, I will be talking to my Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Vice Chancellor was immediately approved that these people are going to talk about something which has a clear, direct contact of the, yes, that is a great privilege to me. And you all know, this is the time of 3T, what we call is a time of turbulence, where everywhere there is a turbulence, not only in one aspect, but almost all aspects, even the research area also. And this can only be come up with the transformation for the better. And this transformation will come only from the technology. So technology is required. Technology is the key of the success. Technology is the key of the development. Technology is the key of the wellness and everything. And that's why we have to see. We have deliberately used the rural area because the rural area is deprived of all those benefits which has been ushered by the development of technology in the world. Yeah, we do not need all those, the rocket technology. We want all those technology which can go to the rural area, the last man standing in the farmer field. And if he is benefited, if every drop of water is giving more productivity, if the smile on the face of the farmers are there, if the rural area people are not migrating to the urban area for only want of some money and others. So it is required that we have to do. And that's why all those areas has to be sorted out. All those areas which has a direct impact on the people's welfare. And that's why we wanted that this should be. I'm very happy that in last 2-day deliberation, we have dealt upon on many issues, especially 2, 3. I wanted to tell you, the number one is agriculture. Agriculture is one where emphasis has to be given because we have many mouths to be fed. Even today, 800 million people in the world go hungry to the bed. The malnutrition is there. And the wellness factor is very low, and that's why it is required, keeping in view all those problems which the world is facing, not only the India, the explosion of the population, the fuel shortage, the shortage of the food, environment crisis, and all those, they are making a cycle of the problems, and they will be tackled only if the technology, that too technology, which has a biological impact, which has a biological angle, that can help only. And that is required, that all those science which have already flourished, which have done many wonderful work, but they require to be. I was talking to the Professor Singh, the former Vice Chancellor, and he said the biogeology is an area which requires more attention of the young people, and this can give a better in the coming world, because we have the climate change, we have the temperature shifting, we have the rainfall shifting, and area like agriculture, the India, which can only depend on agriculture, requires that all those crops genetically improved so that they can cope up the climate change, new varieties, new package of practice, new crops, commercial crops, and all those things which can feed the world must come, and they have to be the. So agriculture is one end, and for that the climate change is to be coping with this. Agriculture has many aspects of that. We are living in Bihar. We are plenty in many things, and the food processing, all those things has to be. The second area which has been discussed, the waste management and environment aspect, which is requires to be given, that is one area, the processing area, and all those. I will request the organizer to find out the resolutions, and those resolutions will be given to people like them. They will be deciding. I am very thankful to the University of Patna as an organizer. I feel my pleasure to do it, and thank you very much. Keep the bioscience research burning and make it #1 so that India comes ahead with all those patent technology which can give us the returns as the human welfare basis. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Dr. Janardhan ji, the director, former director ICAR, for your address and for your inner feeling about the food security to the mass media and to the social connect. We are running short of time because one of the guests of honor, he has to check in for his flight to the Delhi. So we are cutting short the award ceremony, and the name will be already announced here, and it will be given just later on. But in the midst, I'm just inviting the Dean Faculty of Science, Patna University, Professor Ellen Rai, Head Department of Mathematics, to grace the occasion with few words.
Respected our previous Vice Chancellor, Professor Raj Bihari Singh, present Pro Vice Chancellor Ajay Kumar Singh ji, respected Head Department of Zoology, Professor Chand, and distinguished delegates and students. I welcome all on this occasion and send good message to all of you. Due to short time, I could not say more words. So after my Professor Vice Chancellor Raj Bihari Singh ji, previous Vice Chancellor will address to all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your words and blessings. Now I'm immensely privileged to invite the chief guest of today's function, Professor Raj Bihari Prasad Singh, former Vice Chancellor, Patna University, to grace the occasion by his valedictory address.
Good afternoon to everyone present here on the dais. Patna University Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh ji, and all are known to me, have relations on different occasions, different ways. Janardhan ji and Bhavesh ji, Professor Ellen Rai, Dean, Faculty of Science, Arvind ji, GP Chand, and all faculty members of this campus, and the delegates from different parts of the country. Even online, there were delegates from abroad, speakers, 9 speakers, not small things, from beyond the country, and researchers, participants, students, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really delighted to be with you in this evening. I have a habit, bad habit or good habit, I'm not knowing. But whenever I got any opportunity to come in this campus, I seize the opportunity immediately. So when Chandji invited me, without taking any second moment, I immediately said, I have time, I will come here.
And sir sent the message by writing himself.
I immediately gave him a message also. So friends, my association with this campus is for the last 54 years. I had first come in this campus on 3rd of July, 1967, as a pre-arts student of Patna University. And before myself coming to Patna, only 3 persons had come from my village to Patna. That was the time. So I'm telling you, so automatically, obviously, there is emotional bond. 54 years is a small time. Many of you, I think more than half of the present gatherings would have not born at that times. So I'm really very happy. And my happiness is also due to 2 other factors. First, this international conference was conceived during my period when I was the vice chancellor of this university. And I had given all kinds of approval, support, personally told them to organize. But it was conceived long back. The delivery took about 1.5 years or 15, 16 months. But anyway, even if it is delayed, there is a wonderful thing, wonderful outcome, as I'm told, and I'm sure your recommendations will have far-reaching impacts on the coming vision and direction of research in the related fields. My second happiness is due to the theme of this international conference. The theme is, in fact, interdisciplinary. And moreover, this interdisciplinary theme is related to social science, the family where I belong. So rural development and urban development, these 2 are matter of concern in social sciences. We are equally concerned, more concerned. And you have putting together bioscience research, how bioscience research could contribute in shaping, rather in sustainable development of rural and urban systems of the world. Dear participants, if you look at the global scenario, you will find habitat ecosystem is the worst affected after the physical ecosystem, man-made, among all the man-made ecosystems or man-made ecological systems. This is the worst affected in the world. And I'm not going to causes of that. I'm simply telling you, you just imagine, take the case of India. Here in 1951, there were 7.24 lakh villages. 7.24 lakh villages. Now it is almost 1 lakh villages are lost. 6.24 something villages now in the country. Where have they gone? So have we decided to say goodbye to village ecology? Village ecology has its own importance in the global ecosystem. Friends, on the other hand, you see what is happening in the rural ecosystem, urban ecosystem, 56% population of the present world is living in urban areas. Earlier, there was a natural adaptation. People living rural and urban. Even the Indus Valley established, that was completely urban civilization. But that was not that all populations were rushing to urban areas. At that time, if the civilization were there are ample evidences of village system. But what is now happening in many countries, where the village has become a distinct rarity, rare thing. Village is scarce, not found. You take like Luxembourg, 100% population living in urban areas. Singapore, Hong Kong, Belgium, 97% population living in urban area. So rural ecology, on the name of development, have been not only made endangered, extinction has come. Similarly, in India, we are moving towards rapid urbanization. And what urban system emerging? I'm telling you, sir, there is a very famous book, Human Impact on Ecosystem by Russian writer O. Hare and TV, where he has written, O. Hare and TV, that urban ecology has now become a ecology of microorganisms. Because on a small area, multi-layered settlements are there. In the case of Mumbai, Kanpur, Calcutta slums, per room density of population, per room, I'm not talking the square kilometer or hectare, per room density is 12 to 15%, 12 to 15 per room density. How do they live there? So it is something like the railway compartments. There are beds and beds above the beds. And the workers work in the shift, sleep also in the shift. Thanks to God, they will also die in the shift. Otherwise, even you will not get the space to keep all the dead bodies. So that is the situation of urban congestion. It's like what is becoming? It is almost like the life of coral polyps, as a coral life system. So one is living upon other, and the pressure of the top brings the polyp dying as the reef. So pressure of the living coral causes the death of the bottom corals. And so cementation, lime cementation take place. Our system, if you take the anthropologists, many anthropologists, very famous book, Race and Races, by Goldsby, American anthropologist, here he writes that man is a herd social animal. By nature, it is a herd animal. Jhund mein rahne wala samuh hai. But it is a social animal because we have become social, because we have superior brain powers. In comparison to other species, our brain volume is bigger. Therefore, we are able to decide what to do, what are not to be. So that's why we become a social herds. So when you are the social herds, how could we become the microorganisms like system? One report of UNO, recent report is that every day, 64 square kilometer area, 64 square kilometer area is being converted into built up area in the world. You see how the ecology is being challenged nakedly. 64 square kilometer every day in the world is being changed into built up area. So friends, rural and urban settlements need sustainable supports in terms of structure, infrastructure, built-up conditions, food, nutrition, accessibility, all kinds of supports are needed. And bioscience is one of the area, one of the fields who can provide this kind of support very effectively. So if you come on some documental considerations, then you must consider two important documents. One is the National Education Policy 2020, that is very important, where it says by 2040, all institutions are to be multidisciplinary institutions. All have to be. No college will remain only the science college. No college will remain only arts college. You have to go for, and even they have decided to launch multidisciplinary courses like BBA law, BA education, BSc education, BCom education. Similarly, for science, they have also BSc education. So, friends, multidisciplinary approach, the policy emphasizes an interdisciplinary approach. Teaching curriculum needs to be multidisciplinary. Research curriculum needs to be interdisciplinary. And this kind of seminar is full of interdisciplinary approach, interdisciplinary temperaments. So you are meeting with the interdisciplinary fields. It's a very important breakthrough. This kind of environment is needed to be created in the campus, a multidiscipline, with interdisciplinary approach. Projects, mega projects are needed to be submitted, and I think that will meet your purpose. Secondly, second important document is the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but I can tell you, I have noted down out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, you people here, bioscience experts, are concerned to 9 Sustainable Development Goals. Out of 17, 9 are for your consideration. Your deliberations must take into account or in consideration those like first poverty, second hunger. You cannot make a sustainable village, sustainable town with poverty in rural areas, poverty in urban areas. So how to deliver income, how to increase the income? That could be done by promoting biofield occupations. As the Makhana man, some dolphin man is here. So similarly, economy like related to fishing, dairy, poultry, agriculture is very important when we develop the new seeds, new varieties, high-yielding seeds. We also consider sustainability in the given set of climate. Climate itself becoming very vulnerable. So simply making a new seeds, I would say, rice varieties were developed all over the country under the rice reverse, second phase of green reverse. But what is happening? Our traditional seeds have almost become extinct. Only if, to my knowledge, there were more than 5,000 varieties of paddy seeds in the country. Now in occupation or now in tilling is hardly 100 varieties. So this challenge, when you are developing new seeds, new variety must have adaptability with the situation. Similarly, hunger is a big challenge. So such crops, such food outputs, which could immediately meet the needs. Similarly, your concern is innovations. We need innovations, infrastructure, particularly infrastructure in villages are more important for preserving or conserving the foods. So sustainable development of cities, goal number 11, sustainable development of city. 13th is the climate change. 14th, the life below water and life on land. Both are your field of research. And again, the global cooperation. These are the areas where you need to work, and then your research would definitely get recognition, and you will be able to contribute in the development of the nation, development of society. Dear friends, conservation of species or environmental conservation, or is that both in situ, ex situ, both are equally important. We have to work to conserve both and then promote such crop varieties, such like you see the green city concept, terrace farming. So those all need such kinds of varieties of flowers, plants, which can bring environmental or climatic sustainability at the same times may bring some fruitful gain to the user of those new varieties. So there is a wide field of considerations. You people have discussed many things, I'm sure, and my good wishes to you all. I can only tell you that this type of interaction with different disciplines should move forward. I'm not knowing whether people from urban experts or the rural experts, rural ecology experts were in this meeting or not. But if all come together, the better outcomes are always expected. But whatever is done, it is not a small thing. It is a big leap forwards in the history of the departments. In fact, particularly, as I know and I'm also told, they all were on hardworking Chandji, Arvindji, and all the young teachers, particularly, who have recently joined. So I particularly congratulate them, also bless them, and do again and again this kind of wonderful academic activity to bring glory to the department and university. Anybody in your name would be in the glorious frame. So with these words, thanks to you all, and thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words, such a huge informations and blessings. I'm inviting Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Patna University, to present his presidential remarks at this valedictory session.
Chief guest of today's function, Professor Ras Bihari Singh Ji, Dr. Jalanand Prasad Ji, former Director ICR, Dr. Ellen Rai, Dean Science Faculty, Professor Anand Kumar, HOD Department of Zoology, G.V. Chand, Department of Zoology, Director IQSC, he just left this place, delegates, students, and media person. The seminar's title, The Bioscience, is a very broad aspect of science. So first of all, I will share some of my views. In nature, science happens in unison, in highly coordinated fashion. In nature, there are no any compartmentalization and departments like a structure. We researchers, we simply compartmentalize the scientific affairs for our convenience sake. Now, the bioscience is a diverse field of study and industry with a common thread, applying knowledge to develop biological solutions that sustain, restore, and improve the quality of life for humans, plants, and animals in our world. अब बैठ जाए शांत, थोड़ा आवाज नहीं करें आप लोग, आवाज नहीं करें. जिसको अगर इच्छा नहीं है, you can quit this place. I am from agriculture background, so I will share my some of views. In our system, the main objective of agriculture education is crop or plant improvement. For improvement of any crop or plant, 4 strong disciplines are involved at a time. Those disciplines are genetics, biochemistry, physiology, and plant breeding. If somebody asks anybody, what is the sequence of these 4 disciplines, many students did not tell correct answer. Some say biochemistry first, some say physiology first. The correct sequence is genetics, biochemistry, physiology, then plant breeding. This is the correct sequence of 4 departments. Now come to the bioscience researches. It is a very big aspect. So I have summarized some points for you and put before you. The major areas of research. The major areas of research in bioscience is cancer biology, cardiovascular biology and transplantation biology, cell and molecular biology, developmental biology and neurobiology, diagnostic and medical devices, drug discovery and delivery. Microbial and environmental science is one of the important issues nowadays. Phytoremediation, demand for higher agriculture yields, development of abiotic and biotic resistant varieties, development of sustainable approach like integrated farming. These are some of the focus areas in bioscience. Now the approaches to achieve these areas are metagenomics, gene sequencing, transcriptomics, bioprocessing, bioremediation, tissue engineering, gene editing, and bioinformatics. These are some of the approaches. If you come across the field of biotechnology, it is now become a very big aspect in itself. The biotechnology has been classified and categorized as a red biotechnology, blue biotechnology, green biotechnology, brown, dark, purple, white, gold, and gray. Every biotechnology has its own domain and aspect to do work. Say, for example, red biotechnology, it is for health and medical diagnostics. Blue is for agriculture and coastal and marine biotech. It is like every aspect has its own limitation. Gold, bioinformatics and nanobiotechnology. Now, the emerging trends in biotechnology. Artificial intelligence, gene editing, precision medicine, biomanufacturing, synthetic biology, bioprinting, tissue engineering, and telemedicine. These are the emerging trends in biotechnology. Now, there are some concerns and issues. As a researcher of life science, we should know that plant and animals are two different entities. Plant faces a stressful condition more in comparison to animals because plants are static in nature. They are fixed to a certain place on the soil. They cannot move from one place to another. So plant intelligence has much better than the animal intelligence. This paper has been published in Nature 20 years ago. And what are the intelligence system in plants? It's very difficult to share with you all the intelligence system, but one point I am sharing with you. Suppose a plant is growing on the soil and drought is coming in. Drought situation sets in. Plant, the root system is there in the soil. The roots are the mouth of plants. Root senses drought by a mechanism, sugar sensing mechanism. Now what it does, it simply triggers ABA responsive gene, which induces the synthesis of ABA. And that ABA is immediately transported to leaf. And there, by the activity of this ABA and the hormonal regulation is there, and stomata is closed. So this automatic itself, the intelligence works. It is not like an animal, you touch the animal and it will move away from one place to another. The plant has very difficult situation during its life cycle. A stress condition, they face always a stress condition. And plant adapts to a strategy. One is avoidance strategy, another is tolerance strategy. Avoidance means a stress comes in, it avoids that stress period. Meaning thereby, suppose drought again comes in. It completes its life cycle before drought sets in. It completes the life cycle means seed to seed. And tolerance mechanism, in what happens, the plant has to undergo many metabolic manifestations or to cope up with that stress, and for this metabolic synthesis, plant has to waste energy, and that energy is wasted to synthesizing the secondary metabolite like polyols, proline, and like such metabolites. And if a stress is not there, this energy should have utilized in the synthesis of photosynthate. That is the primary pathway of the plant. The stressful condition, what happens? That energy is wasted in the secondary metabolism. So ATP is wasted. In a nutshell, we can say evolutionary wise, the tolerance mechanism is not better mechanism. Avoidance is always better in the view of plant scientist. One of the concern is previously publications were less, but citation index were high. Contrary to this, what happens nowadays, publications are more, but citation index is very poor. We have to look into this to get more citation index of your publication. Earlier, the quality research or most of the tantalizing research of the globally speaking, they came not from their main departments and main field of their research. They came from the periphery. And that researches were never ever peer reviewed. But now what happens? The peer reviewed papers are peer reviewed. Peer reviewers are from the same field. So, for example, candle makers, they never thought of invention of electric bulb. So it has to keep our mind. Peer reviewed papers, peer reviewers, that means that the quality research. We have simple routine matter research. Most of the researches which I've done earlier, they are never peer reviewed. This is have to taken into consideration. Our chief guest has rightly said there's a time to multidisciplinary research. Multidisciplinary. We are saying multidisciplinary. In earlier statement, I've said the nature, it is never departmental wise. It is never department wise. It happens in unison. So now for we people, the term is multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary quality research is need of the hour. Environmental issue is also there. Rise of temperature. It is going to be the biggest threat for the humanity. Recently in the Glasgow, more than 19 countries participated in that meeting. And India government has initiated very strongly and put forward its draft to adopt net zero policy by 2070 and maintaining 150 degrees centigrade by 2050 to 150 degrees temperature of Earth temperature. Side by side, soil health is also very important. We are facing challenges at both the sides. One, environmental, I mean climate change, temperature rise, and second, soil health. If soil health is not maintained, our health certainly is going to be deteriorated. This is very clear. For maintenance of soil health, carbon content is very essential. Carbon sequestration is very essential. Carbon is very essential for soil health. So we have to look this aspect. Recently, paddy straw has become a very serious threat or concern in Punjab, Haryana, in our Bihar also. Paddy straw, they simply burn in field, they polluting the atmosphere, contaminating our soil. Bihar government recently planned to manufacture or convert that paddy straw into biochar. And this biochar, you will be happy to know that this biochar has been sent to Bihar Agricultural University Sabor for its testing. It is hypothesized that the fertility level will be increased after applying of biochar. Most recently, passive solar heated building. You might have heard passive solar heated building in Ladakh region. The University of Himalayan Institute of Alternative University, Ladakh, has won the National Energy Efficiency Innovation Award because a house was constructed there, and throughout January, the temperature is maintained there within the house, inside house, 90 degree, around 90 degrees centigrade. And you're surprised to know that this house, passive solar heated house, is made up of Ladakh clay, number one, then paddy straw, which is surplus in Punjab, then water bottles, what we throw it on the road, water bottles filled with water, they work as battery for heat absorption during winter days, and insulating wall of wool, Pashmina wool industry and dust. So with all these components, this house has been constructed in Ladakh region. And that is the why this university, Himalayan Institute of Alternative University, has won the award of National Energy Efficiency Innovation Award. Now, we always talk about sustainable agriculture, sustainable development, because what happened in past, if you use an inorganic fertilizer for more yield and yield, then carbon content went down. In Punjab and Haryana, the carbon content decreased from 0.5% to 1%. And see what is the condition of soil health there. Now the government of India started thinking, ICR was planning to Dhaicha project. You will see the Dhaicha project, green manuring. And this approach was already adopted by our forefathers in very past. I mean to impress upon that any science should continue, should progress, but not at the cost of development and sustainable development. Now the idea of sustainability came. Presently, this idea of passive solar heated plant is the development of regenerative development and retrospective development, restorative. This development is a restorative development or regenerative development, and this is the time and demand of our planet. With these words, I thank all the organizers of this department, the Patna University, and all the audience who have heard me patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a huge information. Now I'm inviting Dr. G.B. Chand, sir, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology and Organizing Secretary, IceBlood 2021, to propose vote of thanks.
Respected Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Patna University, the president of today's valedictory function, respected Professor Ras Bihari Prasad Singh, former Vice Chancellor, Patna University, and the chief guest of the valedictory session of the two-day international conference on emerging bioscience research for rural and urban development, ICEBRD 2021. Respected Dr. Neil Sarovar Bhavesh, scientist and group leader, ICGB New Delhi, who was the guest of honor, and right now he has left the stage because he has to check in for his flight to New Delhi. Respected Professor Ellen Rai, University Professor and Head Department of Mathematics and Dean Faculty of Science. Dr. Janardhan Ji, former Director ICAR Patna and Vice President of MSCT ICCB Ranchi, and the special invitee of today's function. Our head, Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, and the Chief Convener, all the distinguished delegates, invited speakers, participants, distinguished guests, my dear students, press and media persons, ladies and gentlemen. I feel extremely privileged to propose vote of thanks and votes of gratitude towards all the eminent speakers around the globe who made this international conference a mega success. I am feeling myself very much embarrassed by just proposing the vote of thanks, because all we know that parting is always painful. But as we know that meeting and parting are the laws of nature. मिलन अंत है मधुर प्रेम का और विरह जीवन है, मिलन प्रेम की शाश्वत गति है और सुषुप्त मिलन है. So with my folded hands, I am extremely showing my gratitude towards first of all our President, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Pro Vice Chancellor, Patna University, who has kindly consented today and spared his valuable time to preside over the valedictory session. And not only today, the time to time, during the gestational period of the conference, he has given so many nice suggestions time to time, which we tried to inculcate in the conference. And that was the reason as to why we are just sitting on that position so far the organization of the conference is concerned. So, sir, I show my deepest sense of gratitude towards you. Our guardian and the former Vice Chancellor, Patna University, Professor Ras Bihari Prasad Singh, I show my deepest sense of gratitude and my pranam also to him, because the idea of this organizing this international conference was actually approved by him. It was conceived by him, and he tried his level best to just help in organizing this seminar in the April 2020. But it was due to the corona pandemic twice that it has to be postponed by the order of then Vice Chancellor, sir, and it was published on the website of the ICEBRD 2020. Then secondly, we initiated in April 2021 by the permission of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, sir. But still then there came the second wave of corona, and that was too scary for Patna University, that altogether more than 27 faculties and the different teaching and non-teaching staff were lost in the corona pandemic. So what to speak about the organization of the conference and the seminar amidst of this kind of situation. So finally, by the grace of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, I'm just coming for him also, what is his contribution. But by the grace of him, it could be possible that he allowed us to go for the conference on the 2nd of December itself. So we can sense the heat that within the span of 20 days, we have just organized in such a way, sir. So I show my deepest sense of gratitude to Honorable former Vice Chancellor, sir. And sir, your deliberations has already depicted each and every aspect of the theme and objective of the conference, what we had started. Sir, we have in our mind that basic research in science and its translation to potential application are relevant to the society's need is essential for the strength of the country in all spheres of the activities. Life science, agriculture, and medical researches have taken a boon in the recent years. And the objective of the conference was to bring the academician and scientists to single platform for the exchange of ideas and expertise and to share their experience in the diverse areas of life sciences. Sir, we think that we have actually provided the platform for the active participants from researchers, scientists, technocrats, professional, as well as the key sector leaders, policy makers, and the stakeholders to participate, cooperate, exchange their ideas in order to focus on building a greater connect with the common man for their secured and comfortable life. Sir, I think that the scientific outcome of the conference and the deliberations have definitely fulfilled the objective and theme of the conference. I am very much thankful to Janardhan ji also as one of the major collaborator, and since he is the vice president of the MSCT ICCB, so the credit also goes to him because the idea was conceived before him. He was one of the signatory in the register for the organization of this kind of conference, and probably he must be thanked for that the title was given by him. So he has initiated the title of the conference, and for this, sir, I show my deepest sense of gratitude to you also. I'm very much thankful to Dean Faculty of Science, because without his patronage, without his guidance, it was not at all possible to go for the conference in very short note, because I am also the organizing secretary, and Professor Ras Bihari sir had just visited for the first time in this conference in the 2-day span. Sir, I am just briefing you that the conference was inaugurated on 21st of December at 11 a.m. and the chief guest for the inauguration was Dr. Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi Saxena, General President, Indian Science Congress, and she graced the occasion with a great missionary zeal, sir. The guest of honor was the Professor Ashok Saxena, that is the former general past president of Indian Science Congress Association, and it was for the first time that 2 general president of the Indian Science Congress Association was sitting on the same desk. So, sir, that is the reason as to why I am noting this, sir. Then, sir, it was also graced by Professor Padma Shri Professor R.K. Sinha, who is our guardian, and he had just got some kind of medical surgery, and that's why he joined online, sir. But he graced the occasion with his gestures. Professor A.K. Ghosh, Chairman, State Pollution Control Board, he also personally visited the inaugural venue and addressed the August gathering, sir. I am also very much thankful to Professor Ashok Ghosh, sir, Chairman, State Pollution Control Board. And the guest of honor was Dr. Praveen Verma, that is Professor Praveen Kumar Verma, Director, Research and Development, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and the Professor of Molecular Biology. Sir, I am very much thankful to Professor Praveen Verma that he has not only visited our place, delivered his keynote address, and addressed his scientific work and scientific pursuit to the Patna University. Rather, he helped me in arranging the speakers from abroad, sir. So, I just wanted to announce, as the public, as the participant delegates has already seen, that the Praveen is my bosom friend. He is my class friend, my school friends, and that's why he bestow upon all kinds of his support for this conference. So I am also thanking Praveen. And some of the speakers, if I will not take the name of that speakers, it will not be possible to propose vote of thanks, because it is only due to them, because they are the laurels of the conference. The inaugural session, the keynote address was given by Dr. Vishwa Mohan Katoj, the Bhism Pitamaha of ICMR, and he is the president, former president of the JIPMER Puducherry, AIMS Madurai, Chairman, Lepra Society, former Secretary, Department of Health Research and Government of India, and the former Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research. And he talked on the priorities for bioscience research come intervention for rural and urban development. Sir, I am very much thankful to Dr. Vishwamohan Katoj, because he has the meeting for INSA with the Prime Minister at 1:30, and at 12:40 he joined, and at sharp at 1:35 he left. Sir, for he's advisor, sir, in INSA program. So, sir, it's a matter of great privilege for us that by the grace of you people, we generally we became successful to have his keynote address in our premises, although in virtual mode, but it's a great thing for us. In the plenary session, Professor Praveen spoke on the genomic assisted genetics quest for pathogen effector and its host target. And sir, I'm very much thankful to Professor Praveen that he has not only delivered his lecture, rather he has paved the path for the youngster and also shown that how the genomics can be considered as one of the basic problem to be addressed in the research area. So I'm very much thankful to my bosom friend Praveen. Neil Sarovar Bhavesh, what to speak about Neil Sarovar ji? We have right now seen he had just left because he has to check in for his flight to the Delhi by Air India. He is a man of oration. He is a blending of spirituality, blending of knowledge, blending of scientific temperament, and above all, he is a marvelous, superb orator. So I show my gratitude towards Dr. Neil Sarovar Bhavesh ji, a senior scientist and group leader, ICGEB New Delhi, who graced the occasion both twice by becoming the guest of honor and also by the distinguished speaker. Sir, I fetch your kind attention, sir, that the specific laurels to the conference was the address from Geneva, WHO, and that is the Chairman, Department of Control of Neglected Tropical Disease, Dr. Rajpal Singh Yadav. And sir, we are privileged to have Rajpal Singh Yadav for 45 minutes, sir. And sir, he delivered his address on the global scenario of the prevention, control, and elimination of vector-borne diseases. And since it is telecast on the Facebook as well as on the YouTube channel globally, sir, I am just showing my gratitude towards Dr. Rajpal Singh Yadav, because it was one of the greatest laurel to the conference. Then, sir, in terms of our gratitude, it is Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, a very senior scientist from Center for Cell and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. And sir, he spoke on more than the genes, the gene environment interactions appear to cause complex chronic diseases, including psychopatriotic disorders via epigenetic regulatory mechanism. Sir, he has talked about the epigenetics. So I am very much thankful to Dr. Arvind Kumar also. And the chair was sessioned by the director, Rajendra Memorial Research Institute, Dr. Krishna Pandey. And sir, I have attended so many conferences. For the first time, the director has got his own address also. So he was kind enough that apart from the keynote address, apart from the chairman's note, he also delivered lecture on the Kala-Jar elimination, because he is one of the authority in the Kala-Jar elimination. Sir, it will be a list if I will not take the name of Dr. R.S. Sharma, who had just spoke in the just previous session, the former additional director, NVP DCP, NCDC Delhi, WHO expert on malaria vector control, Geneva, national expert on biopesticides, sir. He spoke on re-emergence of AIDS-borne diseases in India, a public health line challenge. So I thank sir, Dr. R.S. Sharma, sir. Dr. D.S. Diwakar is here, the man from the dynamic man from the RMRI, and this is only become possible due to you, sir. So I also show my gratitude towards you and give a thunder round of applause for our Nasi chapter collaborators. He is the coordinator of the Nasi chapter collaborators. Tadit Rai Chaudhary, sir. He is the arsenic man from the School of Environmental Study, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, sir. He talked for nearly 45 minutes, sir, on the groundwater reality of the arsenic contamination in West Bengal, India, with a special reference to its status, magnitude, distribution, health effects, food chain, contamination, and remedial measurements. PK Srivastava, sir, former Joint Director, Head Vector Control and Entomology and Country's Nodal Officer, National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, Government of India. Sir, today itself he talked on the elimination of lymphatic filariasis, filaria elimination in India. He is the authority for that, and he talked for 45 minutes today. The entire audience has evidenced it, sir. And the eminent speaker of today's session were Dr. Sunil Kumar. He is the son of Soil from Patna, sir, you know, and he is presently associated with Veteran Affairs Medical Center, Los Angeles, California, USA, California Health Science University, Clovis, and University of California, Los Angeles, sir. And he talked for 45 minutes, sir, on the precision psychiatry, bridging gap between scientific discoveries and the clinical care. Sir, it was a tremendous approach presented by Dr. Sunil Kumar, who talked about the precision medicine, that how in the case of the brain disorders, the medicines can vary from person to person, and why it should be there should be a paradigm shift to the precision psychiatry. So I thank Sunil Bhaiya. Dr. Shishir Sishodia, also the Department of Zoology, presently the professor, Department of Biology, College of Science, Engineering and Technology, Texas, Southern University, Houston, Texas, sir. He also talked for 30 minutes on the impact of platinum group metal exposure on human health. Two young speakers from USA, who is the colleague of my youngest incumbent, Dr. Gajendra Kumar Azad, who is the assistant professor, sir, joined under your leadership, sir. उनके दो दोस्त हैं, Dr. Umakant Sahu, the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Genetics, Northwestern University, Huron Street, Chicago. He talked on the post-translational control of de novo purine synthesis via the ERK2 PFAS axis, sir. Dr. Vikas Singh also spoke on the IGF-2B1 maintains intestinal homeostasis by regulating occludine, and he was from the Hershey, Penn State University, Hershey, PA, USA. I'm thankful to all these speakers, sir, and the last two speakers of the slot were the senior scientist G ICMR, NIMR Delhi, Professor R.C. Dhiman, Dr. R.C. Dhiman, who talked on the emerging multidisciplinary research in life sciences. And I'm very much thankful to Dhiman Sahab also, because he kept on messaging me time to time and also have some telephonic talk. And Dr. Saurabh Yadav, the youngest incumbent, the speaker from the Department of Biotechnology, Hemwati Nandan Bahuguna, Central University, Srinagar, Garhwal, Uttarakhand, India, who talked about the significance of the intellectual property right. Sir, what I mean to say that we have the 7 or 8 major thrust areas, sir, and all the major thrust area, it became possible by the grace of God and by the grace of you elderly people, sir, that you bestow upon your hands on our head, that all these thrust area were touched by all the speakers who have spoke, sir, globally. Not only that, sir, I am very much thankful to the chairperson. Two chairpersons, sir, are being sitting here. Shahla ma'am has perhaps, she has gone, Professor Shahla Yasmin, the head department of zoology, Patna Women's College. She took pain for evaluating the entire poster. You can see, sir, there is a galaxy of 47 posters which has been presented. And also we have one session for the young scientist awardees. And altogether, how many? Acha. And altogether, young scientist awardee, there were 10. There were 10 presentations. The 10 scientists, the contestant has given their name to be judged by these two chairpersons. I will take the name later. But first of all, I show my deepest sense of gratitude to Dr. Tanuja. He's sitting over here as one of the chairperson come judges took all kind of pain for judging the Young Scientist Award and the best poster presentation and the oral presentation award. So thank you, ma'am, for your kind gesture and for your contribution to the conference. I'm speechless for your contribution because you sat for more than 5 hours. Shahla ma'am and Tanuja ma'am both sat together for 3, 4, 5 hours to come to this conclusion, sir, which I will announce later on. Then, sir, I will be failing in my duty if I will not took the name of my entire eminent team headed by my esteemed head of the department, Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, who guided us like a pivot and steered the entire journey to make this conference a fruitful journey. My senior colleague, Professor P.K. Khan, sir, who is also the development officer, he has also contributed time to time by giving his blessings in terms of his suggestions, his ideas, and some of the university official works he has also motivated it. So I am also very much thankful to Professor P.K. Khan. My dear friend, Dr. D.K. Pal, is sitting here. His contribution, is, and what to speak about Anupama ma'am, marvelous, speechless. She just worked as the axle for this conference. So I must say that give a thunder round of applause for if the conference has left any shadow of its fulfillness and meaningfulness, the credit goes to Gajendra ji and Anupma ji. And if there is any kind of shortcomings and pitfalls in the conference, I took all the responsibility on myself. So with these few words, and all the non-teaching staff, I must take the name of some of the non-teaching staff also, Ravi ji and Munna, who took pain by the order of the Honorable Head. He is sitting over here. Amarinder, he is just standing there. Gopal and the Lal Bahadur, they just remained in the department for 10 and 12 o'clock in the night along with me for since 5 and 6 days. So anybody can be irritated कि भाई ये बैठ करके 12 बजे तक खुद बैठा हुआ है, हमको भी बैठा रहा. But patiently they remained in the department for 12 o'clock in the night. So I'm also thankful to my non-teaching staff and my team, because the organization of the conference is a teamwork. And before I am showing my gratitude to the participant, I will be failing my duty if I will not be thankful to my blooming and the growing and the entire axle of the conference, these butterflies, my kids, all the research scholars and all the students of the MSc Department of Zoology, all the research scholars, that was only possible. This mammoth task was only been possible due to their great contribution, because unless and until they are the unseen heroes, unless and until they go for their fullest of potential of efforts, this conference was not at all possible. And so after research scholars and all my dear students, it was the time of the most important customer of our premises, and that is the distinguished delegates, because the distinguished delegates are the laurels of a conference. The success of a conference not only resides on the speakers, but the success of a conference depends upon the audience, the quality of the audience, the class of the audience. And in this regard, I show my extremely and the deepest sense of gratitude to each and every one of you, either being in the form of the distinguished guest, either in the form of the delegates, in the form of the participants, in the form of the invited speakers, and even in the form of the accompanying persons. You show your gesture, patiently you hear, you just cooperated in the nicest manner to conduct this huge marathon, gigantic technical scientific session, which was not at all possible even in the central universities. वो लोग भी उब जाएंगे. But I am very much thankful to all the audience and all the participants that they show their gesture, they show their patience, and they make this conference a grand success. So with all these few words, if I am been failing to show my gratitude to any one of you in absentia or in presence, I feel myself extremely sorry for that. And in nutshell, I am just showing my gratitude to each and every one of you who have either joined online, offline, in and anywhere. If you were attached to the conference, whether it is a driver, whether it was a worker, whether it was any kind of person who were tagged to this conference, I am very much thankful to that. I am very much thankful to Dr. Satyendra also, that is the joint secretary of this conference and head of the department of SNS College. Give a thunder round of applause for Satyendra ji also, because he took a lot of pain And if I will not take the name of my elder brother, Dr. Gopal Sharma, the director in charge, JDSI, then it was not at all possible, sir. I'm telling you very frankly, sir, if Gopal Bhaiya was not there, I could not have done any kind of such kind of congregation. So this kind of, what kind of touch, what we have used to give to the Patna University, sir, this is only due to Gopal Bhaiya, because he has given the Sandilya, who is sitting over here somewhere, who is the streaming system. The entire streaming system is to you with the Sandilya live streaming system. And this was the contribution of Dr. Gopal Sharma. And what to speak other contribution, there are so many little contributions which I don't want to speak from here. So I don't think that I have left all my colleagues, Department of Zoology, Patna Science College, and all the faculties of the BN College, Patna Department of Zoology, Women's College. I have already shown my sense of gratitude to Magad Mahila also. So all the colleagues of the life sciences of the department of the Patna University, I show my deepest sense of gratitude. So with all these few words, I am showing my deepest sense of gratitude to Almighty, because without the help of the Almighty, it is not at all possible to go for this kind of conference. So with these few words, I am taking permission from the chair, and the formal vote of thanks is completed. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for such a generous and kind words. अच्छा ठीक है अच्छा आपके पास का
कहाँ का है? पढ़ना है सेकंड रवि प्रभाकर, ठीक. So although the vote of thanks has been completed, but I can sense the heat of the new incumbents, because I'm not too old still, but I'm talking about the 20 years back, that what kind of a feeling we had just 20 years back when I was just the student like you and the research scholars. So each and everyone is waiting for the announcement of the awardees. Among the poster session, Tanuja ma'am is sitting here, and I don't think that if you can find a neutral judge in and around Patna or in Bihar, I don't think that it is other than Dr. Tanuja. So she and Shahla ma'am had judged. The third poster awardee is Kiran Kumari from Ranchi. So give a thunder round of applause. Actually, the signature of the Vice Chancellor, sir, it has not been pasted, but it will be done very shortly. But I am just giving the certificate because it is a very great day for all the awardees who have just received it. So I am just giving the certificates, and I am just requesting our chief guest, Professor Ras Bihari Prasad Singh, sir, that please bless the awardees by your golden hand, sir, in the form of the Ashish. So first of all, Kiran Kumari from Ranchi, she ranked third. She ranked third in the poster competition. Give a thunder round of applause for Kiran Kumari, Ranchi. नाम दो ना, नाम तो पढ़ दो. The second winner in the poster competition is Ravi Prabhakar from Patna University. सुनो. And the first prize in the poster session goes to Muhammad Mashroor Zafar from the Department of Zoology, Patna University. In the best oral presentation category, I request the president to share the hands with the chief guest, Professor Raj Bihari Prasad Singh sir, to present the best oral presentation award to Kumar Kaustubh from Patna University. दे दीजिए ना, वहां से कलेक्ट करा दीजिए, वहां से नीचे उतर के दे दीजिए. अब आप लोग लाती नहीं है तो क्या करें. हाँ, कौस्तुभ को दीजिए बेस्ट ओरल प्रेजेंटेशन. कौस्तुभ, यू कलेक्ट योर मेमेंटो आल्सो. कौस्तुभ, यू कलेक्ट योर मेमेंटो आल्सो. ये ले लो. All the three awardees of poster competition, please stand here to collect the memento also with golden hands of our chief guest for your photographs, for your memoir. Okay. And the Young Scientist Award, after a marathon judgment by Madam Tanuja and Professor Shala Yasmin ma'am. पोस्टर में तीनों लो ना, फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड तीनों एक ही है. पोस्टर बाद में हम लोग शेयर कर लेंगे. The Young Scientist Award goes to Somnath Ghosh from Jayaprakash University, Chhapra University. He is the assistant professor in Rajendra College, Chhapra. Somnath Ghosh. Somnath Ghosh. Perhaps Somnath Ghosh. So give a thunder round of applause in his absentia also. दोनों उसी से पढ़ देंगे. दे दो.
अनुपमा जी चलो. मैडम गाने दो. ये ना
और क्लोज आ जाइए, क्लोज आ जाइए.
उधर आ जाइए. खाली है. प्रोजेक्ट हो जाएगी.
बोलो. खुशबू. चलो चलो 4 लड़कियां. चलो ना जल्दी.
I would request the dignitaries on the dais and the audience to stand in the honor of Rashtragan.
Somnath Ghosh is here. Just a minute. Somnath Ghosh is here, sir. So it will be his honor to get the Young Scientist Award. Somnath ji, please. Young Scientist Award.
So give a big round of applause to
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
With this, the program comes to an end. Thanks. The certificates of the participation will be distributed here. So please collect your certificates. Thank you all. Please अपनी सीट पर बैठे रहिए